Good evening. Welcome to the March 18th City Council meeting. I'm Gina Louise Shara. I'm the City Council President, and I will be presiding this evening. We will begin, as always, with public comment. This meeting and all participating on Zoom will be audio and video recorded. If you wish to make a public comment, please use the raise hand feature. To raise your hand, you click on participants in the horizontal menu bar at the bottom of your screen. A column will open up, and the raise hand button should be at the bottom of that column. If it's not there, then look under reactions, which is also at the bottom horizontal bar of the screen. And you should find it there under reactions. If you're calling in by phone, you can raise your hand by hitting *9. If you're having trouble raising your hand, you can use the chat feature to send a message to me, but that's the only purpose for which we'll use that feature, and it'll only be used during public comment. I'll unmute each raised hand one by one and ask if you would like to make a comment. When you begin, please state your name and city or town for the public record. To ensure everyone has equal opportunity to speak, the council asks that you limit your comments to 3 minutes. After 3 minutes, I will ask you to please finish your sentence. According to council rules, we do not respond during public comment as it's your time to speak. So while your comments should be directed to us, you'll understand when we don't respond to you. You may speak on any topic. It doesn't need to be an item on the agenda. I ask that all but the council turn off your video until called upon, as comments are directed to the council and only the person recognized has the floor. We'll do our best to act quickly if someone is acting in a way that's inappropriate, deploying profanity or slurs, or displaying something outside of what one would expect in council chambers, and I'll remove anyone that needs to be removed from the meeting. If you don't wish to make a comment, we ask that you watch on Channel 15 or by streaming on Northampton Open Media through their YouTube channel or their other platforms. The recording of this meeting will be available on Northampton Open Media's Government Video Archive channel on YouTube, and I thank them as always for that public service. I'll remind people that we are always happy to receive comments by email, which are equally part of the public record. So please email us at citycouncil@northamptonma.gov. And with that, we will start with public comment. First up is Claudia Lefko.
Hi. Thanks. Do you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm blocking myself out. I want to comment on the zoning that's coming up for consideration tonight about the infill. And my question really to the council is, who is the constituency for this push for density, for this push to get rid of green spaces and unobstructed views? Alas, my neighborhood is doubly plagued. We're already, and I live in Ward 3B, Jim Nash's ward right across the street. We're doubly plagued in this neighborhood because we are already one of the most dense wards in the city. And in addition to people and houses and 2 and 3 family houses, we house the airport, the fairgrounds, the sewage plant, the new Arts Trust building. We have the new lumberyard apartments, the condos on Shaw's Motel, and the new ones behind the post office, and. The neighborhood is stuffed. And what used to be a plus, but now is developing into a minus for us, we have large lots on the edge of the city. We have a large lot here on the corner of Valley Street and on Henry Street, which is the street behind us. There are also large lots. In addition, we might be, so we have these lots, large lots, we're already crowded, and now these lots can be further developed. In addition, we might still be, I don't know if we are, one of the more affordable neighborhoods, but that has been changing as houses were bought up, not to live in, but they were flipped for profit over the last few years. We are in a unique situation in Ward 3B. We tried to make this argument 5 or 6 years ago, before the last disastrous zoning rules were passed, but we failed to convince the council. And now there is this. Another push for density in an already overdense neighborhood. What I'm asking for is special consideration. This neighborhood needs attention. We are a unique neighborhood. Maybe Bay State is unique. We're trying to impose a policy across the city, even though we have all these unique situations in neighborhoods. So what I'm asking is for the council to vote no on this and to try a further investigation to see what could be done in our particular neighborhood. And now, sorry, because we share a computer, can I let Mac, my husband, 40 Valley Street, take the next 3 minutes? Or you'll come back?
Mac, if you could raise your hand again, we'll come back to you.
Okay, I will.
I'll unmute myself and put my hand down.
Fabulous. Thank you. Okay. Next is Pamela Powers.
I think I'm unmuted, but
You are.
okay, good. Good evening, City Council. I just wanted to alert everyone to the fact that the annual street listing has been mailed to Northampton households for 2021. Households can respond by mailing postage free by dropping off the census at 210 Main Street in the drop box located in front of City Hall. And we're asking people to be advised that the voter column on their form may be missing an asterisk, which designates a registered voter. But if your street listing contains the letter A or the letter I, then the household member is a registered voter who is either an active voter or an inactive voter. Additionally, we've been made aware that household resident fields and ward precinct fields on the street listing may have inaccurate information. The problem concerning these two specific fields was as a result of the printer error and does not reflect the information that's contained in our database. So these fields may have been populated inaccurately, but the data in our state database has the correct information. We encourage folks, if they're so inclined, to correct the fields before returning the census to us. Any handwritten notations at all on the form will alert the staff to review the information that's been submitted. And if we have any questions about the response, we will be reaching out to the households directly. So we were asking people if they have any questions to contact the city clerk's office with any questions. So our phone number is 413-587-1089. That's for the board of directors hotline, if you will. So additionally, as a reminder, the annual dog license season has begun. People can return their dog license registration with their appropriate fee along with the annual street listing. And as a reminder, the fee for a non-spayed or non-neutered pet is $20. The fee for an altered dog is $10. And we want to be sure that people include a copy of the pet's rabies vaccine certificate showing that the rabies vaccination is up to date. And we've already gotten a number of calls about this, so I just want to let folks know that cats don't have to be licensed. So finally, this year, we will have our biennial municipal election. So tonight before City Council is in order to set the date for the preliminary election on September 28th. The regular city election will take place on November 2nd. There is an election calendar on the city clerk's website that shows the significant milestones for this year's elections. We encourage people to visit the website to keep up to date as far as what will be happening with this year's election. Those wishing to be nominated for elected positions can get their nomination papers from the city clerk's office beginning April 2nd. And let's see, the open seats, of course, include this year the mayor's office, all the city council positions, all of this at large, all of the school committee positions, in addition to some other positions that are listed on our website. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next is Ray Sylvester.
Thanks. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thanks. So yeah, my name is Ray Sylvester. I'm a resident of Northampton. I'm a white cisgender male, and I wanted to just share a few brief comments with the community in light of the events in Georgia earlier this week. First and foremost, I want to express my support for the Asian American and Asian residents of our town who may be hurting and scared right now. And I also want to ask more white folks in our community and white men in particular to use their voices, to stand up for marginalized and targeted groups of people, and to not blinker ourselves from the obvious truth that it is aggrieved cisgender white men with guns doing almost all of this awful stuff. It's of course important that we all condemn hatred, and especially the acts of violence that stem from that hatred. But it also feels like very often when it's white people who are doing this condemning, that we're willing to identify the targets of these acts of hatred and to express our support for them, which is important for the people who are being targeted. But we also need to identify who's perpetrating that violence and where it's coming from. So I just want to ask and encourage more cisgender white men in Northampton and more broadly, white guys in general, to use your voices to call out the toxic brew of racism, misogyny, and access to guns that is a driving force for these terrible decisions and actions. So thank you.
Thank you for those comments. Okay. Next, Bill Ryan.
Hi, I'm Bill Ryan. I live in Bay State Village. And I just wanted to comment briefly on the two-family package before you tonight for a final vote. I support the provisions for encouraging more two-family houses to be built. I also am greatly concerned about the two single-family homes on one lot use that has been proposed. As you all know, we're seeing a pattern of really aggressive development in Bay State and Florence these days. The number of properties with multiple new houses involved is now up to 5 and growing regularly. It's quickly getting out of control. The provision for letting there be 2 houses on one lot is just going to add fuel to that fire and extend development into the backyards of our neighborhoods as well as the side yards. That's been going on so far. One thing I particularly wanted to comment on was I keep hearing an argument that 2 houses on one lot has been allowed in URB and URC for years, and there haven't been any problems. You want to know why? It's because the existing zoning provisions for URB and URC only allow a second house on a property where one already exists. Let me just say that again. The existing zoning provisions only allow a second house on a property where one already exists in URB and URC. The package repeals the owner-occupied accessory dwelling use provision, which was required that it only be limited to 900 square feet, and adds the new 2 single-family on one lot use. So what this is going to do is take away those restrictions that have been very effective in not allowing things to get out of control, and allow 2 single-family houses in any situation. So now the developers will be able to step in with no restrictions on them. They can buy a deep enough property, demolish any existing house, and we're seeing this happen on a number of properties already, split wide lots into multiple lots, and build 2 new full-size allowed houses on each lot, one at the street and one in the backyard. So a wide and deep property with 1 house will suddenly become or quickly become the site of 2, 4, 6, or even more houses, half in the front and half in the back, a subdivision essentially. So this is about every zone where this new 2 single-family use is allowed, which is basically all the zones, except for maybe one that I could find. And in Bay State and Florence, it's going to mean even more multiple house property developments than we're already seeing, which is already getting out of control. So I urge you, the council, to please amend this package to remove this particular 2 single-family use on one lot and restore the owner-occupied ADU provisions that you're taking away throughout the city. Please say no to more big buildings in Northampton's backyards.
Thank you. Next, I'm going to go back to Claudia and Mac.
Yes.
Or yeah,
Can you hear me?
yes.
Okay, yes, I'm Mac Everett, Claudia's husband. I live at 40 Valley Street in Northampton. And I'm glad that I got a chance to speak right after Bill Ryan because I really support his position that he's outlined both here and in the Gazette. And before I started collecting my thoughts for the meeting, I began to think about backyards as a kind of endangered species in Northampton. And for any of us who have been lucky enough to grow up with a backyard or to have a backyard for our families to use at this point, I thought about the range of activities that take place in these green spaces. And I'm just going to read you a list of things that have happened in our yard over a period of time. Wiffle ball games, sprinklers in the summer with little wading pools for small children, growing flowers, growing vegetables, planting trees that provide shade for the neighborhoods and habitats for the birds and other creatures. Places to socialize with family and friends, to have outdoor meals, to play music, places for kids to go outside and pretend and get exercise and get fresh air. I could go on and on, building playhouses and forts. In the winter, we've seen pictures of people building skating rinks in their yards in Northampton. And of course, snow people. The list goes on. And I just hope that everyone will think about, in this push for densification, which really is going to cut down on those kinds of green spaces in Northampton, what's going to be lost in the quality of life. And I'm particularly concerned about these stories that I'm hearing about relatively affordable houses, let's say in the $250,000 range, with large lots being knocked down and then being crowded. And then not only the affordable housing is lost, but these green spaces that really improve the quality of our lives being lost as well. So I hope you'll all take that into consideration. Thank you for listening.
I couldn't see myself. Sorry, I was muted. Next is John Sears.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. I'm John Sears. I live on Straw Avenue near the corner of Garfield Street. And I strongly support what Bill Ryan said in his remarks. I'm in favor of the provisions that encourage two-family houses. The first house I owned in Poughkeepsie, New York was a two-family house. My wife and I lived in one apartment and we rented out the other apartment, and it was the only way we could get into the housing market at that point in our young life. And so I would like to see more of that in Northampton so that we can have more young families moving in. But I'm very much against the two houses on one lot for the reasons that Bill said. And it may not seem like a big change in the provisions, but it is a big change if you say, under current provisions, you can build a house on the same lot if there's an existing house, one behind it, which is and of a smaller size. So the new one takes away that restriction and allows for a house of any size to be back there, and for a developer to come and where there's no existing house, or where the developer comes in and tears down an existing house, that house is often going to be one that's relatively affordable compared to what's being built, which are like $600,000 houses, which are out of many, many people's range. And it's going to lead to less diversity of income in our communities. So it seems to me there are multiple reasons for opposing this. And I urge the council to vote against that provision and to reconsider it and to listen to what the communities are saying. This is particularly having an impact on Bay State at this point, but it's going to affect other communities as well. There's a lot right behind us on Straw Avenue on Garfield Street, which is being developed probably in this way. And it will spread to other parts of our community and change the character of the wonderful character of Northampton. And I think it's laudable to encourage filling in gaps and encouraging a somewhat more dense building in the city. But I think this is going about it in the wrong way, and in a way that will be destructive to the beauty and peacefulness and community spirit of Northampton. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next is Joe McGann. Oops, you got muted again.
Okay, sorry.
Okay.
I was trying to start my video.
There you go.
Hello, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Joe Migan. I'm a resident of Northampton on Holly Street, 58 Holly Street. I wanted to echo again with, I'm sorry, I can't really remember names. Someone was saying before, also as a white male, the misogyny and racism in this country is horrific. Sympathies with the families and friends of the victims in the shootings in Atlanta, and there need to be stricter measures on access to guns, and more white men need to speak up about these horrific hate crimes that continue to happen. There needs to be more action on these things. I'm also calling in to address support for the resolution to decriminalize controlled substances. And in addition to cultivation and distribution of psychedelic plants, the war on drugs has been going on for more than 50 years, criminalizes issues that need to be treated as mental health issues, such as addiction. Instead of placing these resources as nonviolent crimes, they should go towards harm reduction, education of these substances, and also just accessing psychedelics in general. And some people, including myself, have found therapeutic benefit in these substances in relieving trauma and other issues. And I think more research can be done into the effectiveness of these treatments. And I'm just showing my support for that as well. And thank you so much. I'm yielding my time.
Thank you for your comments. Okay. Next is Johnny Scarborough.
Thank you for allowing me to speak for tonight. I guess I'm in line with Bill Ryan on what is going on. I have been a resident on and off of Northampton since in the 40s, mid 40s, and I have grown up here in Florence. I am on Garfield Street, and what I'm seeing happening here in Northampton right now is basically, if this gets passed through and goes on, is going to be the destruction of the neighborhoods. And I know there has been two-family housing here for years. My neighborhood has it. All of the two-family housing was all owned by families. They were one family, either aunts, uncles, but they were all relatives. And what I see happening is going to be literally a destruction of the neighborhoods. So don't have a problem with two-family homes that fit in with the existing neighborhoods. And I just am very, very concerned about having more big buildings in all of the backyards. I found out that all of a sudden I could have another house behind mine. And that is on a very small lot, but yet I could do it. There would be no more green space back there. And I look at every backyard that my yard faces, and I'm saying there would be destruction of trees. And I know what I grew up in here. That is going to be lost, totally lost. And that will be the legacy if this goes passing through. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
I'm going to take a moment to tell people if they joined later how to raise their hand. I'm getting some messages that people are either don't know how to or are raising their physical hands. If you're raising your physical hand, it's really hard for me to see because I've got 4 pages to scroll through and I don't want to miss you. So if you could use the raise hand feature, that's ideal. And that is either found at the bottom menu bar. There should be something that says reactions. If you click on that, there might be a raise hand feature there. If you don't see it there, then if you click in that same bottom bar on participants, that should open up a column, and down at the bottom of the column, there should be a raise hand feature. So, and if you're having trouble with that, you can send me a chat and then I will know that you want to speak. Okay, thank you. So next up is Megan Peck. Can you unmute Megan?
Hello. Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
I'm here to speak. I'm Megan Peck of Northampton, and I'm here to speak on a topic that's not on your agenda tonight. A year ago, there was already escalation of Asian Americans being spat on, hit by cars, pushed and stabbed in public in many parts of the country. Councilors Foster and Mayuri were moved by counts of random opportunistic attacks on Asians to work on resolution against anti-Asian hate. Although there are no reported incidents in Northampton, they acknowledge the reality of underreporting hate crimes by AAPIs. The long legacy of Asian American hate in America has taught us that with visibility and speaking up comes risk of not being believed and retribution. And I do get the irony of my saying this in a public meeting. I think back to how many acts of aggression, some potentially deadly, many emotionally wounding, by strangers and neighbors alike, that my family sustained before I uploaded our accounts to the 8,000 plus on Stop AAPI Hate. Without the current intensity of this media coverage and many statements from elected officials and community groups condemning anti-Asian violence, I don't know if we would have heard from a Japanese American woman today who wrote directly to Mayor Narkowitz. She's lived here as long as I have and described a series of familiar sounding acts of racial insensitivity, in her words, in going about her daily business in town. She felt that so many of these aggressions could have been avoided if people asked and listened to her rather than make false assumptions and fears of saying the wrong thing or settling for projecting well-intentioned but hurtful stereotypes on her and her kids. She wonders why there isn't more recognition, public support, or cultural differences among her residents. My takeaways from her letter are, yes, this country lumps all of us Asian American Pacific Islanders in one unitary category and is good at erasing categories of people, actual people, when they're inconvenient. And contrary to what many would like to believe, racism is as alive in New York with more than 1 million as it is in suburban Georgia, as it is in our small town. Everyday racism creates an environment in which people do not feel like they belong or safe, leading to their alienation, dehumanization. In time, maybe a short time, public fervor and interest in Asian Americans will subside, as will many performative and truly sincere shows of support. What will not go away easily is white supremacy. I'm going to wrap up with a partial quote from Damon Young today that popped into my social media feed. Whiteness is a public health crisis. It shortens life expectancies. It pollutes air, it constricts equilibrium, it devastates forests, it melts ice caps, it sparks and funds wars, it flattens dialects, infests consciousnesses, and it kills people, white people and people who are not white. there will be people who die in 2050 because of white supremacy-induced decisions from 1850. This may sound uncomfortable, too radical or extreme. In that case, please talk to those who are using their white privilege to expose injustice, advocate loudly, and educate themselves. I'm grateful to you, Councillor Foster. Happy birthday. And Councillor Meyer for your prescience and allyship on behalf of the API community that goes far beyond the writing of the resolution against anti-Asian hate. Thank you to all the council and the mayor for your support of that resolution and your continuing work to challenge racism in every aspect of governance. And thank you also to the two Northamptonites who spoke today to affirm their support and solidarity with us. Thank you.
Thank you, Megan. Before I go to the next person, some people are making comments, what I assume are their public comments in the chat. That's not a feature that we use to receive public comment. It's not shared with the council. So if you're here to provide public comment, it has to be by using your hand and speaking it. As I said at the start of every meeting, we're always happy to receive comment also by email, and that's part of the public record. I understand if you're here to talk about something that's on the agenda today, if you send us an email, we're not going to see it before we get to that agenda item. So if you are here to make a comment, it cannot be done in the chat. It must be done by raising your hand and speaking it to us at this point. Thanks. Okay, next is Jane Myers.
Lower my hand. Hi.
Hi.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Hi. I'm Jane. I'm a resident on Straw Avenue in Florence near Garfield Street, which is in Garfield. There's a property on Garfield which is under development. I want to add my voice to what Bill and others have said. I support having more two-family houses to increase the opportunities for housing for families and others in Northampton, affordable housing or with affordability. But I'm speaking to oppose a proposed revision that allows for 2 single-family dwellings in one lot. The current provision, as Bill has said, allows for a limited application, adding another small house only where one already exists. But the proposed provision takes away that limitation for 2 single-family dwellings and allows us a very different use, which would allow developers to proceed in a way that could be a boon for them. It will allow for 2 larger single-family houses on one lot, which will change the character of our neighborhood, removing green space, backyards, and filling the space with houses so that the properties will look like subdivisions rather than a neighborhood. I urge you to not vote for this provision because it will change the character of our neighborhoods way into the future, and we may regret the loss to Northampton and our communities. Thank you for listening to me.
Sorry, next is Joe Mirabello. Joe?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, sorry about that. I live in the Bay State Village area, and I see, and I've been in some of these meetings about all the new houses that people want to build, and they seem to be close. And I brought up the question that I know the zoning board once about running some of their plans by the fire department because the houses seem to be very close, and they're putting these gas tanks for bottled gas close to each other because they can't get natural gas in the city or anywhere else in Massachusetts. There's no new lines. I have never heard it back, but under this new building multiple houses on top of the lots. One thing that I also came to mind, and Johnny Scarborough might be able to remember some of it, when they built the subdivisions off of Ryan Road and the subdivisions off of Bridge Road, they ran into a lot of problems with the septic system in the city and also getting water through the city. And I could see this coming down the line, that if you start adding multiple houses in a very close area, that the city is going to have to do a lot of upgrades to the sewer systems and also a lot of upgrades to the water supply systems. And I'm just wondering if these developers that are building all these houses are going to chip in and pay for all of that, or they're going to expect the taxpayers to pay for it all. So I'm against this backyard building. That's pretty much what I got to say.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Next is Daniel Bensonoff.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Hi, I'm Dan Bensonoff from 47 Henry Street in town. And I'm here to testify in favor of the resolution to decriminalize entheogenic plants. I'm not generally one to get involved in politics, but I really do feel compelled to speak up about this resolution, mostly because of the many gifts I've received through working with these medicines. I can honestly say that I wouldn't be where I am or doing the work that I do had it not been for my relationship with certain entheogens. Like many, I accidentally stumbled into psychedelics or entheogens, whatever you want to call them, as a young person, not really knowing that much about them or understanding their potential. And even though I really do wish I had been introduced to them in a way that was more respectful and understanding, they had a really profound impact on me as a young adult. And at the time, I was quite unsure of who I was. I was a bit of a nihilist. I was very lost. And those initiatory experiences really changed my understanding of who I was and my sense of reality. I encountered a world that was alive in a way that I hadn't really noticed before. Even years after those experiences, I see that my basic belief in the fundamental aliveness of nature, the interconnectedness of all beings, arose from those experiences. And I can really trace a direct path from those initiation experiences to my current vocation as an agroecologist, an educator, a gardener. And at this point, I really no longer feel the urge to personally work with entheogens, because as a philosopher named Alan Watts once said, once you get the message, you can hang up the phone. But I really do want to repay the favor by ensuring that others have access without fear of punishment to working with these deeply healing medicines. These potent medicines must be treated with respect, and when they are, the reach of their power is astounding. Psilocybin mushrooms, for example, are one of the only medicines that has had positive clinical results for treatment-resistant depression, which is a massive scourge on our society right now. Ibogaine, which is derived from the iboga plant, another entheogen, has helped many people I know to wean themselves from heroin and other opiates. I also know several veterans suffering from PTSD who've turned to some of these medicines, and it's really the only thing that's worked for them. The list goes on, and I won't really get too deep into the research here. It is widely available if anyone's interested. But what I will say on a personal note is that I have a lot of family members and friends who I know could potentially benefit from entheogens, but they would never go near them knowing of the criminal risks and the social stigma attached to them. And it's for them that I really feel the need to speak up today. By passing this resolution, Northampton would join Cambridge and Somerville, Washington, DC, Ann Arbor, and a lot of other cities across the country in decriminalizing entheogens. And this action will also take us closer to rethinking the function of policing in our town and incarceration more generally, which I know has been a really important topic this year. And I think that this is a really important step. I believe the City Council's action on this issue will not only create tremendous benefit and relief for our town, but it's also going to send a really important message to the state that we really need to rethink an antiquated fear-based policy that's had disastrous effects for so many people. And it's also kept such essential medicine from those who really need it. Thank you for listening, and I hope you pass the resolution.
Thank you very much. Okay. Next is Kim Weber.
Hi, I'm Kim Weber and I live in Florence, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak tonight. The first thing that I wanted to say is that I do appreciate what Bill Ryan had to say, and I agree with his conclusions. Although I also heard from my city councilor, Alex, that there is some concern about having people be able to be close enough in that they don't need to use the car to get downtown and to get to places that they want to go to, that they're able to walk. And I just want to say that there is another way of doing that with city planning, because I know we have several city planners here, and that is to have more small neighborhoods that people can walk to. So you might not have to make everything as dense in, you know, the whole city, but you could have more walkable areas with shops and restaurants interspersed throughout the city. I am a little bit concerned about this because I lived in Boulder and I saw this happening in Boulder, and it was a huge stress on the infrastructure. No parking, crowds of cars everywhere. You couldn't get through town. And, you know, the more people you have, the more you have to have the infrastructure that can support that. So the other reason that I'm here, and this is actually really the important reason, is to talk about the small cell antennas that are going up in Northampton in front of people's homes. They're going up on the right-of-ways. And Verizon is building these at this point. We don't actually know if they have the capacity for just 4G or if they also have the capacity for 5G, because when they wrote down what they were looking for, what they asked for was they wanted to install a wireless telecommunication antenna and related equipment. So we don't know what that means. And we don't know if that means that all they have to do is flip a switch and 5G is coming from those antennas or not. It is interesting also to kind of look at the fact that nobody's measuring how much radiation is coming from these towers, let alone what type of radiation. Verizon doesn't need to measure it. The FCC doesn't need to measure it. And I think it would be helpful if this is something that the city could consider. I watched the videos of the work that you did last year on the ordinances around these cell facilities, and you did a lot of work, and it was also clear that you were open to looking at it again in the future. So that's what I'm asking for now, is can we take another look and see if there's a way to address this a little bit more? Right now, there's one neighborhood where they have 5 homes within 150 feet of a small cell facility. There's one family there that actually is going to sell their home because one of the family members is ill from that radiation from that small cell tower. And
At this time, could you finish up your sentence, please?
Okay. So I would like setbacks and measuring of the radiation from the towers. And I want to thank Carolyn for her help in looking at this. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Jose Adastra.
Hello. Can you hear me okay?
Yep, you can.
Great. So I'm here to support the resolution. I would love it if it was to decriminalize everything. That would be ideal. But right now, psychedelics, ethnogens, whatever you want to refer to them as, they have been traditionally used as medicine in indigenous and Black cultures for as long as some people can remember. And I'm glad that some white psychologists are now pushing for them to be decriminalized, because finally it'll happen. What we found in reading why they decriminalized it was coming from Washington. We saw that the less that the police interacted with people, the less Black men and minority in specific ended up incarcerated. So it was, you know, that was a huge drive behind it. Just like the other fellow mentioned, I personally, you know, there's a lot of medicinal value to it. If it wasn't for psychedelics, I don't know if I would be here wanting to be alive and wanting to and working at the stage of recovery that I'm in terms of combating my substance abuse disorder and my history of that. And that unfortunately, those of us that do take this avenue are often really stressed or hiding or don't do it for like the gentleman said, when you get the message, you can hang up the call. But there's a lot of people that it can be beneficial for that can't access it. And I want to speak to some of the things about the comments about the housing resolution. You know, it'll change the character, it'll destroy the neighborhood. And I just want to point your eyes maybe to Springfield and Holyoke, who have much higher populations, and they don't really, unfortunately, the thing that you're saying is characters, your neighborhoods, you want to have gatherings, you don't want to cut trees down. That's it's sort of a private versus public good. As long as we're protecting enough forests, that's where the environment that we really need to be protected is. And I think that making infrastructure and making room for more people to live here will make it more affordable and accessible for everyone. And the age of everyone having big yards is the age of white supremacy. Okay, we don't have room. So I think that those of us that are, sort of saying, what about the good old days where everyone had a big yard? For me, I think, what about the good old days when there weren't colonizers taking up all their public space? So I think maybe a little perspective on how people in Holyoke and Springfield are groups might help you realize what's going on. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Catherine Commodore. Catherine.
Hi there, everybody.
Hi.
Hi, thanks to the City Council. I live at 129 Warner Street in Bay State. And I'm also urging you to support the passage of the two-family provision. I think that would be a great addition to our neighborhood and our city, provided those two-family homes are built in a way that fits in with the character of the neighborhood that they're built in, whichever one neighborhood that is. And I'm also writing to express concern for the two single families on one lot provision and urge you to not vote for that one for all the reasons that have been shared already by many of you from Bill Ryan and others. I've spoken to so many of my neighbors in Bay State about infill, and what I've heard from almost everyone is that when they supported this ordinance being passed, that it was with the understanding that it would allow folks that live here to build a second dwelling on their property, either an attached or a separate dwelling, that would allow extended family members to stay with them, or to allow for rental income and deflect some of the raising property tax costs and allow folks to stay in their homes. And we've actually seen some of that take place right here in our neighborhood. There's a wonderful example of that down the street from us, a house of about 1,000 square foot extended family member built on the lot that actually fits in really beautifully with the neighborhood. It looks like a house that of shape and size and character that fits in with the houses that are around it. That what people weren't expecting, I think, is what this next provision that, if it passes, will start to support, which is for developers to come in and tear down houses. It's just heartbreaking to see the houses that could be bought by people that could, people that might be able to afford a house in the $200,000 range are still here. They need work. But most of us have worked on our houses that bought them here. And to see those houses torn down by a developer, and now with this provision that house can now be replaced by a luxury home, and another luxury home could be put behind it in the backyard. And if the lot's wide enough, another one beside it. So it's not really a hypothetical situation that we have going on here now. It's real. It's happening in real time. There's a developer that's been, New Way Homes has just been buying properties really fast here, and things are changing really fast. He's kind of snapping things up very quickly. So I feel like I really would like the city to take the wheel on the development now and steer us in a more responsible direction, because what's going on right now is it's kind of reckless and out of control. And it's not in line with many of the things that people were hoping that this infill was going to be in line with: affordability and equity and environmental stewardship. It's none of those things. So I would urge the city council to vote no on the 2 single families on 1 lot provision.
Thank you. Next is Robert.
All right. Hey, everyone. My name is Robert. I live in Ward 3. I grew up in Florence. I lived with my mom and my grandfather in a house that my grandfather had built in the early 60s. You know, that part of Florence has modest houses with pretty large yards, and I would guess is probably going to be a prime location for some of this development we're talking about. But I wanted to say that I actually do support the zoning changes. My mother has not been able to afford a house in Northampton. I can barely afford to pay rent, and we know that more housing means more affordable housing in general. I would like to see some more protections for tenants and assistance for first-time home buyers, and to keep some of the development that the previous speaker was talking about out. But you know, I am facing the reality, coupled with my background and the fact that I have a lot of student debt, that I probably will never own a home in Northampton or Florence. And so, you know, it's kind of hard to hear community members and neighbors talk about changing the character of the neighborhood when, you know, there's such a gap in generational wealth here, and that many of the people who were born here and grew up here can't afford to live here anymore. I also wanted to speak in support of the resolution on, I don't think it's decriminalizing, but not enforcing drug laws. I think that is a huge step forward for Northampton. We've come a long way since I was in there in Leeds Elementary School, where we were taught that drugs were done by bad people, by gangs, by poor people. I think it'll go a long way in reducing harm in our community. Obviously, the war on drugs has disproportionately affected people of color and Black and poor people. I would like to say that I don't think it goes far enough. While I think it's an important first step, I hope we can follow the lead of states like Oregon and legalize or decriminalize all drugs, including heroin, methamphetamine, LSD, oxycodone, among others. We know that these are not criminal matters, they are social matters, and police should not be responsible for enforcing those laws. We also know that the greatest way to reduce the harm done by policing is to reduce individual contact with police. And so I hope that's the direction we're going in. I'd also like to bring up one concern that I have with it, which is the police officer's discretion in prioritizing which drug charges they might pursue. I'm just wondering if there are any provisions that prevent police officers from searching an individual's belongings I'm finishing up on the suspicion that they have any of these drugs that will be a low priority. And we know from Chief Casper that individual officers use their discretion in enforcing these. All right, thank you.
Thank you. Next is Patrick Cheney.
Hello, I'm a resident of East Hampton. I live on 99 Ferry Street. And yeah, I just wanted to echo the sentiment that I think it would be a huge step forward to decriminalize entheogenic plants. The use of these plants is likely the oldest religious practice known to man, and it's a little absurd when you think about it to have that be literally a crime. And one aspect I've been thinking about is the effects of these substances are very subjective, and I believe that the context of them being a crime makes adverse reactions and traumatizing reactions much more likely. So yeah, I feel like it'd be a great step forward. And like was just stated, it's definitely issues with substance use should definitely be a mental health issue and a public health issue, and not a criminal issue. You know, we know from history that the roots of the war on drugs is based in racism, and, you know, criminalizes groups of people through criminalizing a substance. And I think it's high time that we move forward and change the laws and change the stigma. And, you know, if people have issues with any of these substances, they'll feel more comfortable coming forward and asking for help instead of isolating themselves. Thanks for your time.
Thank you. Next is Nick Whitridge.
Hi there, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, thank you so much for your time. I would just like to echo what others have said, that I think the City Council should support the resolution to decriminalize all drugs and to legalize entheogenic plants. You know, people have spoken very eloquently to the reasons as to why this is really important for our city to do so, and we would be following a number of other cities. You know, entheogenic plants are now the subject of many peer-reviewed scientific studies that have been published, and you know, the results are not just quite, but I would say extremely promising in terms of the treatment of a variety of psychological illnesses. You know, there are no other treatments for PTSD or for treatment-resistant depression that work in a single dose. And so I think that legalizing them is absolutely the way forward, and something that I think hopefully our whole country will adopt eventually. As to the part of decriminalizing all other drugs that aren't entheogenic plants, I think that's also extremely important, because you know, the other drugs like, you know, heroin and methamphetamine, et cetera, you know, they're not as flashy, and they're certainly far more stigmatized than the entheogenic plants are. But the reality is that incarcerating people who have a substance abuse problem does not help them, and it does not help us. It doesn't help the taxpayer by sending them to jail and putting them through the whole legal rigmarole. And it doesn't help the individual with a substance abuse problem. You know, they're going to have more access to whatever their drug of abuse or drugs of abuse are in prison than they will in regular life. I would agree with someone else who said that this is a great first step, but not enough. I believe that a truly just society will have an even far more progressive drug policy than this. And there are examples around the world, such as Portugal and Spain, that have already implemented this many years ago, that are seeing pretty drastic reductions in drug-related crime, in drug-related overdose, et cetera. So legalization really is the path forwards towards getting the multiplicity of issues that are associated with drug use and abuse under control. And I really hope that the Northampton City Council will vote to approve this resolution today. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next is Sandra Mandel. Sandra, can you unmute?
Yep. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. Thanks so much. And thank you to the City Council. I live in Bay State Village on Liberty Street, and this is the first house I've ever lived in that I own. And that's a big deal if you grew up in a family that never owned a home. It's a big deal to put down roots and feel like you're not gonna, you get to stay. My late husband and I moved to Bay State Village because of affordability, diversity of the community, and a sense of community. I'm speaking today in favor of the position that Bill Ryan articulated, and I hope that the City Council will really give this serious consideration. There's been a lot of development in Bay State Village that's been very positive. There've been, I'm talking about just in the last couple of years, there have been accessory dwelling units. Existing houses have added rental units. New houses that are in character with the neighborhood have been built on small, empty lots. And in my mind, these are all in accordance with what I understood to be the development goals in the city, which was to promote affordability, rental units, diversity, and sustainability. What's happening right now and I've only been able to see the new development that happened on Warner Street, feels to me to be at best predatory. I know that the plan is that a family down the street, right down on Liberty Street, was outbid. They were going to be moving in and they were outbid by a developer who is now planning on, I don't know what all the plans are, but I know that it's to have several units. And developers can outbid virtually any individual family. And if they in fact are feeling that this is what their plan is, money is not going to get in the way. So to folks who think that the two single families on one lot is going to promote affordability and give you the possible foot in the door on being able to own a home, that's not what's going on. My understanding is that the two new houses down on Warner are sale pending, but for $500,000 and $600,000, which is not in the character of this neighborhood. So I'm asking that you continue support of the two family houses and anything that can increase sustainable, affordable housing in our neighborhoods, and that you vote against the two single families. And, we're calling it two single families, but it's really a lot more units than that. It's more like 4 single families. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, Chris Kitzmiller.
Yes, hello. Thank you for hearing me. I would like to echo Daniel Bensonoff's comments about supporting the resolution to decriminalize controlled substances. He made a lot of great points that I wholeheartedly agree with. I'm also here to support affordable housing. I believe that more housing is more housing. Northampton is severely lacking in properties that can be bought at a lower scale. There's been a lot of talk about houses in the $200,000 range, and those don't exist. If they do, they're falling apart. They're not worth buying. And if somebody wants to knock them down, that's great. Like if the only house a person with low income can buy needs so much renovation that it is unaffordable, then it is not affordable. Additionally, the characterization of privately owned lawns as green spaces that would be destroyed when a second unit is built on them is gross. Like those aren't green spaces, that's just your lawn. Green spaces are open to the public. So that's a weird mischaracterization that's being made, I feel, intentionally. I moved to Northampton in 2000 and rented from various apartments for about a decade. And it was always a hassle to try and find a place that was affordable. When I was finally able to buy, the only place I could afford was a condo. And it was even more expensive than what we're talking about now. And that was a decade ago. Prices have only gone up since. We need more housing options in the city, especially closer than Bay State for people who work downtown. I urge the City Council to support both resolutions. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Next is Reese Epich. Sorry if I mispronounced your name.
Yeah, hi, I'm Reese Epic. I live over on Landy Ave. I'll be brief. I think a lot has been said, but I do think that the actual writing of the proposed change for the housing is not meeting the spirit of what the infill is supposed to do. It seems like the unintended consequences, or in this case, very clear consequences to build big, high cost, high profit housing is going to take hold, and it's going to push out affordable housing in all the neighborhoods. So I can't support that change. I totally support two-family houses. I mean, that's how the first house we bought was two-family. We were able to rent the other half and build in some equity. But I don't think you're going to get that opportunity if the house that's being built is a $500,000 house. And I do support the infill in terms of trying to take advantage of the infrastructure that's already there, but there is also, damage to that. There's an additional burden on that infrastructure that also needs to be addressed. So thank you.
Thank you. Next is Lil P. Lil has disappeared. So next is Ryan O'Hara.
Hi, everybody. My name is Ryan O'Hara. I live at 76 Pleasant Street. I'm a proud Northampton resident. I'm here tonight in a personal capacity. I came to observe just the proceedings on the proposed zoning changes. I will also disclose that I am an attorney and I do represent New Way Homes in connection with some of the development that's being talked about. However, I'm here speaking on behalf of myself, and I'm relatively certain in any event, my client might not agree with everything I'm about to say, but I really am just speaking on my own behalf. First, I just want to touch on the resolution concerning the decriminalization of certain controlled substances and just voice my full support of it. I don't think that I can really more eloquently say anything in support of it beyond what's already been raised, except that it's a great start towards undoing the damage that the war on drugs has caused and really taking a step towards not only equity in terms of racial disparities in this country, but also in terms of a more progressive mindset towards public health and really just a multitude of things, even just making people more comfortable seeking help when they are in some crisis point, as can happen when these, I'm going to call them psychedelics or hallucinogens, I don't know how to say the fancy term, are overused to even just seek help in that circumstance. I think it's such a thoughtful, progressive measure, and it would make me proud to be a Northampton resident, even more so to see that go forward. To touch on the proposed zoning changes, and again, this is speaking strictly for myself. One, I'd like to touch on an ordinance that's up for discussion tonight that nobody has referenced, which is the incentivization of allowing for 2 half-size units to count as a single-family dwelling for density purposes. That, I think, is a incredibly thoughtful proposed ordinance that opens up possibilities that traditional zoning just simply wouldn't allow for. And I think we need to be honest about what traditional zoning is and what its legacy and foundation is, and what it has really codified, which is, zoning started with single family, single acre zoning. And what the effect of that was to do was to create a lot of atomized neighborhoods and subdivisions, and not subdivisions, but just developments that are completely unwalkable and were totally price restrictive for individuals that were coming out with no generational wealth, of maybe one generation removed from slavery, 2 generations removed from slavery. I mean, that's the reality of the history of single family, single acre zoning. And I think that there is a tendency people have that because that's how zoning happened, and that's how communities were built after World War II in the post-war building boom, that's just how it always has been and always have to be. But I'm 30 years old, and my grandfather lived in Florence in a very different era. And I face the reality of, despite, having a relatively fortunate circumstance for a member of my generation and having good employment, very realistically, I may not be able to buy a house in the city of Northampton as things currently stand. And I think that what the city council and zoning and city planners should be focused on doing is opening up possibilities, is opening up as many possibilities for further walkable neighborhoods. For someone made a great suggestion about having more neighborhood type cluster developments. And I understand I'm probably running out of time.
That is time. You finish up your sentence.
Yeah, let's create possibilities and not put the burden on private individuals to do what the state really needs to do, and direct your energy towards the actors that can actually make a difference in creating affordable public housing. Thank you
for that comment. Okay, next we have Janava Jenkins. I hope I pronounced your name right. Can you unmute? There you go.
Hi, thank you. I'm a resident of Northampton, and I would like to add my voice about the resolution to decriminalize controlled substances. And I'm here because psychedelic mushrooms saved my life. So I want to try to explain that. I suffered from severe childhood trauma, and going into young adulthood had debilitating PTSD and anxiety and depression, and also dissociative disorder. And psychedelic mushrooms gave me the opportunity for recovery by helping me discover and access new ways of being. And after taking them just once, the benefits are lifelong, because they helped me break free from self-destructive patterns of behavior by letting me experience the possibility and potential for myself to be healthier in so many ways. Severe trauma had made me disconnected from myself and others, and psilocybin mushrooms gave me the experience of receptivity, so I could value the here and now and experience a new mental side of things. And experiencing that and realizing it's possible is incredibly motivating and empowering, and it helped me to be more present and attuned to myself, whereas before I was very distant from my own internal experience and created distant relationships with others. I could move to a whole different way of being more connected and receptive. And the psychedelic mushrooms, just taking them one time, let me know it's possible to change my unhealthy, rigid patterns of behavior and be more present. And the benefits have lasted me for the rest of my life. And I still benefit from that perspective even today, many years later. And it still motivates me and helps me, and without even needing to consume them again. So I feel very strongly about this, that the psychedelic psilocybin mushrooms are a very powerful therapeutic medicine and should certainly not be criminalized. And the psychedelics are not addictive and there's no lethal dose of them. So you'd have to take the dose of thousands of people literally to get anywhere near a lethal dose. And that's totally different from a different category from the other addictive and potentially lethal substances that are also being included in this proposal for decriminalization. And while I do not advocate the use of any addictive substances that are capable of being consumed in lethal doses, I strongly believe that those should also be decriminalized, because this is a health issue, not a criminal issue. And I know people whose deaths from heroin overdose would have been prevented by decriminalization. And I just want to read this quick quote from
That's time. So if it's quick.
It's pretty quick. It's a petition by the Overdose Prevention Network. They say overdose prevention sites are an evidence-based public approach to overdose crisis. In the 60 plus countries around the world where they legally exist, not a single overdose death has ever occurred on a site. We must ensure that overdose prevention sites are not criminalized, which will allow nonprofits to open these sites and save lives. And I'll just end by saying this is a health issue, not a criminal issue. Thank you.
Thank you very much. George Kohout is next. George, you're unmuted.
Okay. Hello, everyone. Good evening, councilors. Thank you very much for this opportunity. So my name's George Kohout. I live on 234 State Street in Northampton. And in full disclosure, I'm also the chair of our planning board here in the city. First, let me say how taken I am by the eloquent young speakers we had on the topic of decriminalization of certain psychedelics and other drugs. I think for someone of my generation, that's such a sea change of thought. Not only do we live in a town with marijuana dispensaries, but now we're talking about decriminalizing hallucinogenics. I think as a city, we also have to consider this a sea change of our housing practices and our land use patterns in much the same way. For people of my generation, times have changed. The mayor and the city council have made a very ambitious goal of being carbon neutral by 2050. How do we get there? One of the ways we get there is by changing some of our zoning around housing for sure. I listened to the very persuasive speakers. Bill Ryan, if you're still there, good job, but I'm not in your fan club, Bill, right now tonight. I think talking about the two houses on one lot as a big house in the backyard is a bit of a misnomer. There are some examples where that has happened, but in many times, because of our open space requirements for houses on a lot, the houses won't be big McMansions. So I think that's a little bit of a fear tactic. We need to continue to try to have housing downtown so there is a great flexibility in the housing, or what we're now referring to as attainable housing. We also certainly want to try to keep the housing developments from out in the forested regions of our city, out in Florence and Leeds. That's where our real impact for good carbon benefits happen. So they do need to be downtown. Again, referring to the young generation who spoke tonight, the use of cars is very different. The use of public transportation and bikes is very different than my generation. And we have to really accept that, encourage that. And that is also one of the big bonuses of living downtown. And I think that's why we see more and more people moving into the downtown. You know, the other issue that I kind of scratch my head about is folks who have a house like me, who think it's affordable. At one time it was affordable, it was $250,000, but anyone selling their house now in the Bay State neighborhood or off of William Street or up in Florence, they're gonna realize a much larger retail sale of that house, 400,000, 500,000. We don't sell houses in Northampton for 250,000 anymore. If we want to continue to attract people to Northampton and a diverse citizenry, we really need to look at our different kinds of housing options. I'm very happy to see that the council will also be looking at other housing ordinances later tonight for a first reading. And I think that whole package of zoning will be very effective in the future. So let me just end up saying I encourage the councilors to move forward on the zoning ordinances as they're proposed. Thank you.
Thank you. Rue Walther.
George, well, let me put my video here. I would just like to state that I don't agree with you at all. I don't agree that it's fear mongering. That I fully support Bill Ryan. I live at 16 Warner Street. I live next to the large development on Warner Street. I actually at the last meeting did hope that the mayor would make a visit over to see it. So I don't know if he did or not, but I'm hoping that he has taken the time to see what we're talking about in person. I totally support the 2-family development as long as it's developed on a lot that's appropriate, not 2 houses squished onto one small lot because there's a 0 lot line that allows those houses to be 10 feet apart. I totally disagree when people think that we're trying to save our backyards. What we're trying to do is save our backyards from becoming compounds. We're not talking about infill. I think the basic concept of infill, the basic concept of infill that George was talking about, where we have a house and someone builds a smaller house in the back of it that fits the scale, is absolutely fine. We have examples in the neighborhood. But we're talking about a developer coming in, knocking down a house with the size lots that will be allowed, literally being able to build now with the depth changes, 2 houses in the front, like the ones next to me, and 2 houses in the back. These houses, for the people that were speaking, having for the legalization of marijuana and of hallucinogenics. I also want you to understand that we totally in Bay State are totally for affordability. We totally agree with you that you should be able to buy in these neighborhoods or in Northampton. Trust me, I trusted and I know what's here now. This is your cautionary tale. Supporting this type of building is only supporting the developers, because the houses next to me literally sold, and the developers here, he can correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure from what I know that both of them sold for over $600,000. They actually sold for more than his asking price. They are 1,800 square feet. They look huge because they're out of scale for our neighborhood. So I really, really, really want the people that are here tonight that are just hearing this for the first time to know that many people at this meeting were in your spot when the first infill zoning law changes came in. And everyone thought it was a great idea. And please understand, we're not talking about affordable housing. This is market value. We're talking about houses people can afford. But affordable housing is a whole nother ball of wax that Northampton needs to look at. This is market value housing. All right, thank you.
Thank you. Next is Ruthie Woodring.
Hi, I'm Ruthie Woodring from Florence. When I think about housing and density, I think about the current houses with extra space. I think the square footage per person in Northampton's like maybe twice what it was in the late 50s. That statistic I think is a little misleading because in that time family size was bigger. So a lot of those people were kids who didn't really have a choice how many people they lived with. But anyway, I would just like to see a cultural shift towards sharing space more in houses that are already built. Thanks.
Thanks, Ruthie. Okay, Lil P.
Hi, I'm here. My name is Lil. I'm from Ward 6 in Northampton, and I'm here to speak in favor of the resolution that decriminalizes controlled substance possession, as well as cultivation and distribution of psychedelic plants. I agree with the points made by other speakers tonight on the importance of this resolution, and I wish for it to be passed to stop the criminalization of many communities who have used these substances for thousands, hundreds, and thousands of years. I would also like to say about the proposed zoning changes that I personally believe in affordable housing being controlled by the city, as private developers have absolutely no accountability to the community. So yeah.
Thanks. Next is Marie Wechter.
Thank you. This is Marie Wechter. I live in Ward 3B. And I'd like to echo some of the comments heard tonight. I myself live close to the downtown, and my neighborhood was rezoned to be urban about 4 years ago. And we saw some of the first infill. I want to point out to a couple of examples. There was a Victorian that was bought across the street, and I think 6 or 7 500,000 condos were built there in its place. None of those $400,000 or $500,000 condos represent affordable or even affordable housing, not for middle class people, not for young professionals, unless there's 2 professionals with $100,000 salaries. So I think that if we're expecting infill to provide lower income housing, I think that's not going to work as a mechanism. I do, however, support that we don't use up extra space and that we use the resources we have. I also just wanted to say that I've heard a couple of unpleasant notes tonight. The shaming of people who have a yard, to be told that that's just their rich privilege. That isn't the case. I think a lot of us would like to see a downtown and a city that still has trees, that has small little patches. My yard's only 20 feet wide, but I'd sure hate to lose that 20 feet because then I wouldn't be able to see something green or the sky. And I think quality of life and maintaining the tree belts and things are really important things to build in. So I just wanted to offer those comments because, while in theory, I am in favor of flexibility and being able to build in-law apartments and take big houses and make them make it affordable, more affordable housing for 2 or 3 apartments is all a good thing. I do think we need to have checks on market rate development. I've got examples across the street from me, and we've got 23 condos going in behind me, which I'm sure will be lovely. But we're already under total stresses of this infill. And I think that the city planners have this plan in place where they've said, okay, we're going to do really high density housing, but there doesn't seem to be a balance. And I haven't been shown how we're going to end up with affordable housing out of this. I think the middle class is getting more and more squeezed out of the equation because market rates really are good for people who have resources already, not for people who don't have deep pockets already to invest. And I also don't know how this bodes for the future of the city because I can't tell from our budget whether or not we're banking on everyone's property tax rate to go up and our values to go up to fuel the city. So it seems to me nothing but growth and growth and growth. And I'm not sure what the end goal is. So thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Kristen Wilmer.
Hi, thank you for the opportunity to say this comment. And I apologize for popping in and out of this meeting, trying to navigate bedtime for our 7-month-old. So I've missed some of the comments, but I was very interested to hear the ones that I did make it for. I live at 96 Florence Road in Florence with my husband and our son, and we share our home with 2 friends who we rent bedrooms to in our home. And just a little bit of background on my experience. When I initially considered the possibility of buying a home a number of years ago, in my 30s, I didn't even consider looking for a home in Northampton because I really didn't think that I was going to be able to afford any home here. When I just came upon this house and ended up biking by it for a number of months, it was right around the corner from where I was living. And I was excited ultimately to discover that the combination of the price of this house, which I paid $225,000 for it, and its size, which was 1,800 square feet, thereabouts, was large enough to allow me to afford it through sharing it with others. And over the last 6 years, house values and rental prices here have obviously, as we're all aware, increased quite a lot from 2015. And as time goes by, I'm increasingly worried that there are, a more and more select group of people who are going to be able to afford to live in my neighborhood going into the future and even at this time. So the issues with affordable housing, I know many of us are very aware of, but because of this, I do strongly support the proposed changes to the zoning regulations. And for me, that does include the potential to build a second unit on an existing lot with or without having one of the units remain owner occupied, because I believe that this does allow a lot of additional flexibility that can be helpful for many homeowners in affording to live here and affording to create other units to share their space. I agree that having more options for infill on existing house lots and being able to share space will benefit our community. I don't think that it will lead primarily to more house teardowns and luxury homes, as some are concerned about. That said, I am well aware that there are no zoning changes that are going to be a complete panacea and preserve and create more affordable housing without any impacts, in both directions. I don't think this is an entirely straightforward issue, but I do think that added flexibility is really beneficial in many ways in creating more options for homeowners. I ultimately believe that our town's character and the accessibility of our town will benefit from having more options for tenants and for homeowners alike to determine how they use their homes and their house lots. So that is my comment. Thank you again for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you. Emma L. Oh, can you unmute? Try again.
Hello, I am Milton Hansel. I'm sharing a home and a computer with Emma Linderman. We live on Riverside Drive in Bay State neighborhood. I'd like to mention that Bay State neighborhood is not downtown Northampton, and what works for downtown Northampton doesn't necessarily work here. I'd like to mention that houses like the new ones on Warner Street, it doesn't have to be a McMansion to be a big house or to be not fitting in the neighborhood. We've seen McMansions when you go driving out in these huge things and they're 3,000 or 5,000 square feet. That's not what we're talking about. I meant to mention that my name is Milton Hansel, no relation to Dan Hansel. I'm sure he's a perfectly wonderful guy. I've got nothing to do with him. I definitely align with what I think it's Bill Ryan is talking about. And I'd like to, the only part that I want to add that I haven't heard tonight is that I've yet to see it demonstrated how doing infill in town somehow magically prevents development of open space in the outlying areas. It seems like there's some kind of an assumption that there's some finite amount of development pressure on our community. That is the number of people who want to move here with the amount of dollars that they want to move here. I deeply suspect that there are way more people want to move here with lots of money than we could ever accommodate. And what that means is that the developmental pressure on Northampton is functionally infinite. It means that if you take away, if you allow development with a higher density in the inner areas, it's not going to have any effect on the number of people who want to buy and develop some kind of a lot out, I don't know, Cardinal Way, Burt's Pit Road, Sylvester Road, all of that stuff. Farmers still need to sell lots. That stuff is going to continue to happen. I don't see how this is going to change it at all. Maybe I'm missing something. I would love to have that demonstrated. And so I will leave it with a question. If someone cares to respond, can you tell me something that demonstrates how increasing infill somehow reduces development pressure on outlying areas? Thank you.
Thank you. If you missed it, we do not respond to public comment as it's your time to speak. Next is Reyes Lazaro.
Yes, thank you very much. And I will try to be very brief. Thank you for listening to all of us. Also, those who have spoken can express themselves in English much better than I can. But I just want to strongly support what Bill Ryan and other people from Bay State have said. I strongly support being allowed to have two-family houses in a yard, but not without restrictions and limitations. So I am encouraging council to vote no and eventually vote yes on a regulation that really makes sure that this is for people and not for developers, against whom I have nothing, but they are moved by profit. It's normal. That's what I request of you, and I strongly support with what most of my neighbors from Bay State have said. I also want to express deep disturbance at the opposition young-old that is being posed here. It's not the first time I see it in this kind of meeting. We have commented that we have perceived a certain ageism that is a little disturbing or very disturbing. Also, to young people, I would say, I absolutely support the decriminalization of substances. I am from Spain, as somebody mentioned. Substances have been decriminalized for a long time. Never criminalization has been a solution. And I say this just to reinstate that this is not about young people and old people. I think what my neighbors from Bay State have said comes from a young mentality. People who think that they can envision Northampton in a progressive way. Just please do not pitch this as a question between young and old, thinking that this is going to solve problems in Northampton. Just allowing a free market of construction without limits is magical thinking, as the previous speaker said. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Before you go, could you state your name and your city or town?
Reyes Lázaro. I live on 172 Federal Street, Bay State.
Thank you so much. Okay, that's the last raised hand, but Amy Jacobson, did I hear that you were perhaps trying to raise your hand? I'm going to unmute you. There you go.
Hi, thank you for letting me speak. I came in late. I am very in favor of affordable housing for Northampton. And when the state hospital area was developed, I actually, was hoping that there would be a lot more affordable housing than what I think is there. I live out of the city on Lady Slipper Lane. I have woods in the back of my yard. I mean, I could probably build a house in the back of my yard. But I guess one of my big issues is that developers always have money. They will outbid anyone who wants to try to live in Northampton, even if affordable two-family houses were built. I'm not sure where. But I am very nervous that areas like Bay State, which I drive through every single day over the Clement Street Bridge and go up around Riverside to get to town. And so I guess I'm in the park with Bill Ryan, because I reread these articles and I did speak to Marianne Labarge, who is in favor of this, but this makes me very, very nervous of what this is going to do to our city and outlying areas where there is space. And I don't think that developers necessarily have a conscience in terms of keeping our community as we might want it. And I'm not sure how you juggle that. I'm not on a city council, I don't really know. But this seems a little short-sighted for the long-term future of a city that I love. I mean, I've lived here for 35 years and I'm a New Yorker and I know about density. And I would like for our city not to just become every out of town, out of Northampton Center green space be bought up and these little houses put everywhere. And who can afford them but New Yorkers trying to get out of Manhattan because of COVID and coming to Northampton? Because there are a lot of them who would love to do that. And I guess my time's up, but I've said my piece. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, I don't see any further hands. I'm going to give a quick scan. Yes. Hold on, let me give a quick look. I don't. Okay, I don't see any further hands. So we will convene the meeting. Thank you. Laura, will you please take the roll? And yes, we're going to turn on the closed captioning. I'm sorry that we've forgotten to do it till now.
Councillor Dwight.
Sorry, here.
Councillor Foster.
Here.
Councillor Jarrett.
Here.
Councillor Labarge.
Councillor Labarge. We can't hear you. Councillor Labarge, you're muted.
Here. Councillor Maori.
Here.
Councillor Nash.
Here.
Councillor Quinlan.
Here.
Councillor Shara.
Here.
And Councillor Thorpe.
Here.
Madam Chair, you have a quorum.
Excellent, thank you. All right, we've got a long agenda, so let's jump right in. We're going to start with two public hearings. First up is a public hearing concerning the Northampton Capital Improvement Program, the CIP, for FY 2022 to FY 2026. In accordance with the Charter of Northampton, Massachusetts, Article 7, Finance and Fiscal Procedures, Section 7-5, Capital Improvement Program, the Northampton City Council will hold a public hearing via remote participation on Thursday, March 18, 2021 at 7:05 p.m. The City Council will consider the Capital Improvement Program for FY 2022 to FY 2026 and hear all persons who wish to be heard thereon. The CIP is available on the city's website and is also linked to this agenda. It is a very large document, so I'm not going to read it, but let's open this hearing, please.
Move to open the hearing, please.
Second.
Motion's been made by Councillor Dwight, seconded by Councillor Jarrett. Roll call, please, on opening the hearing, Laura.
Councillor Dwight.
Yes.
Councillor Foster.
Yes.
Councillor Jarrett.
Yes.
Councillor Labarge.
Yes.
Councillor Maori.
Yes.
Counselor Nash,
Yes.
Counselor Quinlan,
Yes.
Counselor Shara,
Yes.
and Counselor Thorpe.
Yes.
Okay, the hearing is open and Mayor Narcoitz, you should be able to unmute. Welcome.
I am. I have unmuted. Thank you, Council President. Good evening, everyone. I'm proud this evening to present the Capital Improvement Program for FY 2022 through 2026. This is my 10th and final capital improvement program that I'll be presenting to you. And for those that are watching at home, this is a requirement of our city charter that requires the mayor every year to create essentially a 5-year roadmap of all of the potential capital needs of the city across all of our city departments, our schools, and this includes buildings, it includes vehicles, it includes repairs to our infrastructure, it includes technology equipment, particularly in the area of IT and network systems. And the goal of the capital improvement program is to map that out and to be able to show sort of a blueprint for how the city could fund those capital needs over a 5-year period. And so the capital program this year consists of about 101 projects spread out over those 5 years. It totals $76,628,290. And as I said, it contains projects across all of our city departments, as well as our 2 school districts. Probably the best way for me to I'm going to share my screen just so I can show the charts. I think that's an easier way to sort of look at it. So hopefully you'll be able to see that on the screen. This is actually right from the capital program itself. So on page 9, it gives you that sort of overview of all of the number of projects per department and the totals. It's also important to point out that we have multiple sources of funding for these projects, which you'll see in the next slide. This is sort of the various funding sources from which we would project that these capital projects could be funded from. They include everything from cash capital, which is built right into the general fund budget, from free cash or the undesignated fund balance, from our stabilization funds, our regular and capital stabilization. It also includes borrowing in some cases from the general fund. We also have several other particular accounts that pay for capital projects, including receipts reserved for parking, receipts reserved for from the sale of land. Any land that the city sells, the proceeds must be applied towards capital projects. And then we have multiple revolving funds, trust funds, like in this case, the cemetery trust fund. And then often we'll be reprogramming other funds from previous capital projects to fund new capital projects. We also have significant funding of capital projects projected from our enterprise funds, our 3 enterprise funds, in this case, water, sewer, and stormwater. And again, some of those are funded right out of the operating budgets of those particular enterprises. Sometimes it's from stabilization, and often for some of our largest projects, it includes borrowing that the debt service for which would be paid for by the enterprise. So when you move on past page 10 of the document into Appendix A, you get this color-coded summary basically of each of the projects. It's broken down by fiscal year. You can see 22, 23, 24, 25, and 26 with the totals in green. And then it's sort of broken out by basically the department. It's important to note that Central Services seems to have a lot of projects in this particular capital program, but as our facilities department, they're often the leader of many of our projects, not just for city, but also for our schools, as well as parking. So they cross over into pretty much every department whenever there's a facilities project, even if it's for the senior center or for the schools, or even in some cases the Academy of Music. The central services takes the lead because it is a facility. So you sort of see here we have a summary of all of those various projects, going into Smith Vocational, Planning and Sustainability, IT, Parks and Rec, and then we have our fire rescue and then DPW. Then when we get into the third page, you start to see the enterprise fund projects, which are in some cases some of our largest projects that span pretty much the entire 5 years of the project. When you move into Appendix B, you then get a more detailed breakdown. I'm sorry, it's getting a little smaller here. I can try to make it a little bigger, but essentially the way this chart works is it literally breaks out each individual project, and then it actually tells you where the funding is coming from. So here's a proposal to replace a 2011 flatbed truck, and you'll see that it's being paid out of parking receipt reserve fund, and you can kind of follow that along throughout the project. But again, this is even broken down more by department, by individual project, and then continuing on to this third page. And then basically that was for FY 2022, and then basically each year after that, 2023, 2024, again showing you where the funding is coming from. Here's some cash capital projects. Over here we've got a series that are coming from the enterprise funds because they're from water enterprise. So basically, year by year gives you a breakdown of those projects. And then finally, when you get to Appendix C of the document, each project that's on those charts, each of those 101 projects, we ask all of our departments to prepare a CIP sheet form, which basically gives you a breakdown of what the project is. This is one of the replacement of a 30-passenger wheelchair bus for the schools. And it gives you kind of a breakdown of what the project is and some of the reasons for the project. So basically each one of those 101 projects are identified in an individual sheet. Some of these projects are continuations of projects where I'll just I don't know why I'm scrolling up here. Some of these are continuations of projects that we've been working on over several years. Things like the upgrades to the sewage treatment plant, for example. One project that we've been working on for several years that is part of our efforts around climate resiliency is a review that's been ongoing of all of our city and school buildings. Essentially, you'll see a project here in central services. This is a facilities assessment for greenhouse gas emissions reductions. I issued an executive order a couple of years ago that essentially said that we needed to, as part of our efforts to become carbon neutral, needed to work towards getting all of our city buildings assessed and looking to lower greenhouse gas emissions. So you'll see one of the projects happening over 2022 and 2023 are these assessments of bridge leads in Jackson, and then the high school, JFK and Ryan Road. And Chris Mason's been working with those consultants to do assessments of city buildings in FY 2021, which was something that was part of that program. So we've got a number of projects, many of them in some cases are, things like, just replacing critical, HVAC components of a building. In many cases, it's the building envelope that we're working on, roof replacements, repairs to windows, chimney repairs. We've got some, repairs related to some of the recreation fields, as well as the tennis courts at JFK, which are beginning to degrade, and a series of other projects. So the capital program is important. It's important that, you know, while we focus on the operating budget of the city, it's also important for the city to maintain its capital infrastructure, which is obviously critical to carrying out the operating mission of the city. So the capital program is an important tool for making sure that we're constantly assessing our capital infrastructure, and we're planning for the future, and we're making planning for future investments, which are also part of our budgeting process. And so that's the capital improvement program in a nutshell. Obviously, as always, I want to thank all of our department heads and all of our staff that have pulled together these narratives and submitted the program and helped formulate the program. Obviously, want to thank Susan Wright. This will be her 10th capital improvement program as well, and obviously working with the staff in our office to sort of compile all this and put it together for the council. So I think we've got some significant projects across a lot of different departments. Some of them are, part of our efforts to preserve open space, to work on our rail trail network, to work on sustainability, our commitment to our critical infrastructure, our commitment to our schools, and making sure that our children are learning in sound buildings that have good infrastructure and good facilities, and also making sure that we're providing the men and women who work in our city and provide critical services, modern equipment that's functional and that does the work, and ultimately that we're not spending thousands of dollars trying to keep repaired. So it's important that we also look at regular replacement of capital, especially in the area of vehicles. So you'll note throughout the plan, we have vehicle replacement programs that show you, the age of vehicles that are being replaced, and the reasons why we're replacing them, and then what we're replacing them with. So that is the capital improvement program for FY22 through FY 2026. And I would ask the council to adopt it. And that concludes my remarks. And I'll stop sharing at this point.
Thank you. And thank you, as always, for the very detailed explanation of the program that comes with it, but also the funding sources. It's so helpful for, for the public to understand what the program is in addition to us. So this is a public hearing. I'm going to see if there's anybody from the public who first wants to speak in favor of the CIP, and then we'll go on. The council will be taking this up a little bit later, but if councilors have questions, we'll go to the council in a minute. I'm not seeing any hands, but again, this is a public hearing. So if anyone wants to weigh in on the capital improvement program, now would be the time. And I'll give it a minute to see if I see any hands raised. Again, if you joined late, to raise your hand, you either go to reactions at the bottom of the screen, and there should be a raise hand button there, or open up the participant column by hitting participants, and raise hand might be at the bottom there. All right. I am not seeing any comments from the public.
I just wanted to add, if I could, Council President.
Yes, please.
One thing I meant to add, and just again, more for the public than the council, that this is not an actual spending order or a borrowing order or anything like that. It's a planning document, and then the actual spending or borrowing or transfers to fund these projects would come later. We actually bring those, to the city council. So what the council is voting on tonight is really a planning document, and it does not authorize borrowing or spending. So just wanted to make sure people understood that I'm not asking for $76 million of spending tonight.
Thank you. Okay, I still don't see anyone from the public. So, we say they're proponents and then opponents of in a public hearing. So just to be clear, if you are an opponent and would like to speak also, or now would be the time. I'm not seeing anybody. So counselors, any questions or comments now, or you could wait till we get to the adoption part as well. Counselor Nash.
Yeah, I just want to ask while the mayor's here, that in the capital improvement plan, there's something about a UPS for both the NPD and for the fire department. And I wasn't quite sure what that was.
So that's what's called an uninterrupted power supply. And it's essentially a backup for primarily for IT systems. And so it's important when we have power outages or power surges. It keeps our equipment running. We have them throughout our city IT infrastructure. They have about a 10-year shelf life, and it's very important that you replace them on a regular schedule. Sort of like, kind of like having a backup generator and making sure you're testing it. And then obviously you don't want it to find out that it's not working when it doesn't work, when you have a power outage. So that's what UPS is. It's an uninterrupted power supply. And so that's an IT project that Mr. Pagan is working on. And again, he has a schedule for the replacement of those throughout the city's IT network.
Thank you.
Anybody else? Counselor Jarrett.
Thank you, Mayor, for this presentation. I'm really appreciating the energy efficiency improvements that we're seeing in this. One note, so first in central services, I was seeing that for one of the school buildings, there will be a replacement boiler, but they're also looking at like mini splits, or it wouldn't be that, it would be heat pumps, larger heat pumps in this case, but not for the Smith vocational boiler, which also will need to be replaced. So I wondered, are they thinking about alternatives as well?
Yeah, that's the narrative is slightly different there. I believe they will be looking at other alternatives. We don't have a shared facilities department for Smith Voc. But certainly Smith Voc, will be working with them and talking to them about looking at energy efficient and potentially all electric systems for their boiler. Theirs is they have sort of an immediate problem with one of their boilers that they're trying to address. But we did do an energy analysis for Smith Voc as part of the Con Edison evaluation. So that will also be part of their analysis as well.
Mm-hmm.
It just didn't, we sort of used the generic, well, not generic, but the central service narrative was written by central services and not by, and SVHS wrote their narrative. So we can clarify that with them.
Great. Another question was about lighting. I know we have guidelines when we do outdoor lighting, but when upgrading indoor lighting, which I think a lot of this was with central services, is there thought to public health recommendations around like the color temperature of lighting and such? Do you know?
Yeah, I mean, we definitely we definitely focus on that, like we did with our outdoor lighting as well. Our outdoor lighting, when it was dark sky rated, and we tried to follow the American Medical Association guidance at the time, and we will be doing similar indoors. I don't really know if there's dark sky rating of indoor, but certainly we'll be looking as part of the LED replacement to make sure that we're using the most up to date, and that includes making sure that we're using the right temperature and tone of lighting, which has become obviously a medical issue. So that will certainly be a part of that.
Great. Moving on to planning and sustainability, there's some money for multi-use trails. And I know that many of these do need to be resurfaced, and I don't think there's enough allocated for that. And I wondered, can grants be leveraged for repair? My understanding is often grants are only used for establishing, new trails or making upgrades, but not for just ongoing maintenance. And I wondered, do we treat these as we would any other road and kind of grade it based on condition and how many people are using it and put that into our spreadsheet, or are they just totally separate?
No, I mean, we do look at the condition of our trails, and we have gone back and done some repairs to some of our oldest trails in the city. And I know that Wayne has used in the past some of this money. He's also, these are also CPA eligible projects. CPA, you can do repairs to recreation and maintenance fields now, which is sort of a new thing. It used to be you could only use it to build new things. So we definitely are monitoring the age and condition of our rail trails, and we definitely have been investing. I think the last project, I know we did some sections out near Earl Street, some sections of the trail heading out to East Hampton, where we had some heaving and some damage there, and so I know that's definitely part of Wayne's process in terms of monitoring the trail, not just expanding the trail, but also making repairs as it ages. And there's definitely, there's grant money, but we also can build it into the capital program as well when projects arise.
Yeah. A big ticket item, the public safety dispatch, and 6 million for the radio communication systems upgrade. And 3 million was listed as other. And I was wondering if you could describe that project, and then
sure,
what.
So this has been a long, sort of slow developing project, actually funded in the capital program about, 2 or 3 years ago. We have a lot of aging radio, both radio equipment as well as radio kind of networks and systems throughout the city. Depending on where towers are located and where our equipment is attached to towers. So one of the goals of the project was, as we look at investing in new radios or changing radios, and it's not only police, it's dispatch, it's fire rescue, it's our schools are on these same radio frequencies. It's also our parking division, it's central services. So all of our many of our departments communicate via radio. So we wanted to make sure that we were building a system that would be compatible for all these departments. And the new challenge that we found is that many of these older systems, we find that there are dead spots in the city where we have problems maintaining radio communication because of older equipment, including sometimes in school buildings or places like that where there's not good coverage. So the earlier capital program, we basically commissioned a study, hired, there are people that are experts in sort of radios and building radio networks for a city. And so that study actually recommended a series of investments, both in equipment as well as the actual communication infrastructure. And the project estimate is $6 million. It's actually going to be broken up into 3 million over 2 years, and we'll probably be bringing it as a borrowing over 2 years. So borrowing 3 million 1 year and then borrowing the next year. We actually have the bids have been received for the project, but the price bids haven't been opened yet because we're still evaluating all of the submissions. So we're thinking that by the time we get to the point where we're bringing you actual orders, we'll have a clearer understanding of the cost. But maybe the other 3 was just reflecting that it's being broken up into 2 $3 million chunks that's going to be spread out over 2 years, because it's not going to be a quick 1-year project. It's going to take time. So we thought it would be better to break it up into over 2 fiscal years.
Great, thanks for that explanation. My next question is about, so I noticed the parking department uses electric vehicles, and there'll be replacement of those, and then the building department is buying hybrid vehicles or replacing them. Do those vehicles see enough mileage, or like I wonder, would an electric vehicle be appropriate for the building department as well, or is there a concern about like that they would need to go too many miles and not be able to charge?
Yeah, they put a lot of miles on their vehicles, and then the other piece of it at this point is, we used to have big sort of SUV type vehicles, sort of Ford Explorer type vehicles, because the other aspect is the building commissioner and the building inspectors often have to respond sort of 24/7 during emergencies, especially in the wintertime when, and actually this year is a great example. We've had a number of issues of either house fires, or we've had sprinkler systems erupt, or we've had a number of things. And so our building inspectors often have to go out in the middle of the night, and they have to go, whether it's snowing or whatever the situation is. So one of the reasons why I think we moved towards the Subarus is because they were, more fuel efficient, and they were, and these are the hybrids, so they're even more fuel efficient, but they did have that all-wheel drive capability. So that's sort of the thought process. I know it's sort of funny when you go by the building department, because it looks like a little Subaru lot there, because there are all these little Subarus. But if you'd gone there, 10 years ago, you would have seen, giant, SUVs and Ford Broncos and, those kinds of vehicles. So we've slowly moved in that direction. And I guess the question will be when Subaru, or we start to see some vehicles like that are electric. I know there are some vehicles that do well on the snow. They might be a little out of our price range at this point, but definitely the Leafs are great. They're perfect for our parking folks. But I don't think they, also the inspectors carry equipment and carry stuff around with them. So they kind of like the Subarus at this point, but I could certainly see us moving to an all electric at some point in the future.
Great. And then I just have one more question. Moving on to the DPW section about sidewalks and traffic calming. I know last year, I think due to the pandemic, we didn't allocate anything in the capital improvement directly for that, although I know some of that happened through some of the projects. But I'm wondering if that means, there's more deferred maintenance and that more might be needed there to kind of catch us up on sidewalks and traffic calming. I just think, that with traffic calming and it's a public, I'm just asking questions right now. I won't say my opinion, but go ahead.
Yeah, we did. I know last year we took a break because we felt we could, because we felt we had some funds that were built up in that capital improvement, encumbered funds for projects. And we did do spending we did do traffic calming projects this year, even during the pandemic. North Farms Road was an example. As part of that project, we did some installations with using traffic calming monies, and we've done some other traffic calming projects. So I don't think we've fallen behind. And again, we're restoring our commitment to that this year and going forward. I don't think we have to double it this year because we didn't fund it in last year's capital plan. I think the DPW director felt she had enough funds that had built up over time that she would have enough to handle projects. It's true we didn't do, projects were a little bit less this year just because of the pandemic. But I think we have sufficient funds in there to be able to handle all the related projects that will be happening in this construction season.
Great. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Councilor Labarge, did I see your hand before?
Yes, thank you, Councilor President. Mayor, just a question. About a year ago, I was with two teachers at Ryan Road School, and they had brought it to my attention in regards to the bathroom on the first floor, coming in the entranceway to the right. They brought me down there to look. And it's a very small bathroom. And apparently we do have a couple of very young youths who are in wheelchairs and have to use a Hoyer lift. So the question was, you have to have two staff for the safety of that child. I saw Superintendent Provost in the hall, and I asked him of great concerns of the safety of the children and also of the two staff. And he said that they had applied for the capital improvements of, I think, like $40,000 to go ahead. The nurses unit was a bigger room, and she only had a cot in there, and they put the Hoyer lift in there to keep it there for storage and only take it out when they need it. So I was wondering if you had an update. It had something to do with that one room that the nurse was using, and it was the plumbing issue, so that they could convert and put the bathroom toilet in there and so forth, so that the Hoyer lift would be there and there would be adequate safety for both the two staff or any child going in with a wheelchair to be used with the Hoyer lift. So do you know if anything has been done?
Yeah, I know we talked about this project last year as well. I know you asked about it. You know, this was a project that the school had been looking at among all the other projects. I know that when they did some initial engineering and design work with Central Services, it was actually over $200,000. The renovations were going to be substantial. Because of the complications around the plumbing and the masonry walls that would have to be altered. And so they ultimately, it didn't make the program that year, and the schools have not resubmitted it to us. So it was not resubmitted to us. So I don't know what they may be looking at. Obviously, the schools have been in a different posture for the last year. They've been closed mostly. And so it may be that they are looking at some other alternative, but they did not resubmit it as part of this capital program. So I don't know what the status of that project is, but I know, David Pomerantz and his team was working with the schools to try to come up with a solution. The initial try was going to be quite significant, and I know they were looking at some other alternatives, but they did not resubmit a project this year.
Okay, thank you very much for that information.
You're welcome.
Other counselors? Questions or comments on the CIP? Okay. Seeing none, thank you very much, Mayor Narcoitz.
Move to close the public hearing.
Second it.
Motion made by Councilor Dwight, seconded by Councilor Labarge to close the public hearing. Any discussion on closing? Seeing none, roll call, please, Laura.
Councilor Foster,
Yes.
Councilor Jarrett,
Yes.
Councilor Labarge,
Yes.
Councilor Maori,
Yes.
Councilor Nash,
Yes.
Councilor Quinlan,
Yes.
Councilor Shara,
Yes.
Councilor Thorpe,
Yes.
and Councilor Dwight.
Yes.
Okay, the hearing is closed and we will pick this back up under resolutions. Next up, we have our second public hearing. This is to consider FY 2022 water and sewer rates. The Northampton City Council will hold a public hearing by remote participation on Thursday, March 18th, 2021 at 7:15 p.m. City Council will consider the proposed FY 2022 water and sewer rates and hear all persons who wish to be heard thereon.
Move to open the public hearing. Wow.
Motion is made by Counselor Jared, seconded by Counselor Dwight to open the hearing. Any discussion? Roll call, please, on opening.
Counselor Jarrett,
Yes.
Counselor Labarge,
Yes.
Counselor Maori,
Yes.
Counselor Nash,
Yes.
Counselor Quinlan,
Yes.
Counselor Shara,
Yes.
Counselor Thorpe,
Yes.
Counselor Dwight,
Yes.
and Counselor Foster.
Yes.
Okay, the hearing is opened, and I know that Director LaScalia.
I can kick it off and then turn it over to Director LaScalia. So you have an order before you that would basically essentially maintain the water and sewer rates at the FY 2021 level. This is a recommendation that we've developed and worked with the DPW on. So I would turn it over to DPW Director LaScalia to provide some additional background on it.
Welcome, Director LaScalia.
Hi, good evening. Thank you. So the DPW has forecast and analyzed personnel and operating expenses, capital expenses, and proposed capital projects inclusive of existing and anticipated debt service in the water and sewer enterprises as part of our FY22 budgeting process. So our analysis and subsequent recommendations are predicated upon a commitment to ensuring consistent and appropriate investment in infrastructure, maintaining adequate stabilization balances, and establishing long-term rate stability. So if we start with the water enterprise, we operate, maintain, and improve 160 miles of water mains, including 2 transmission mains that carry drinking water from Williamsburg to the city limits. We also operate, maintain, and improve a 6.5 million gallon per day water treatment plant, 3 active surface drinking water reservoirs and dams, 2 active wells, 2 pump stations, the 200,000 gallon Audubon Road storage tank, a corrosion control facility, and over 3,000 acres of watershed land. And all of our operations are closely monitored and regulated by the EPA, Environmental Protection Agency, at the federal level, and by the Massachusetts Department of Environmental Protection at the state level. We have requested $4.5 million through the FY22 to 26 capital improvement program to continue water line replacement in locations that were identified in the 2013 Water Asset Management Plan, among others. And this includes work on Atwood Drive, Winter Street, where we have had 2 catastrophic water main breaks in 5 years, the Masonic Street parking lot, and Damon Road and North King Street, which are non-participating, which means they're city, not TIP-funded components of Mass DOT TIP projects. And I'll also add that the proposed Main Street TIP reconstruction, which is currently slated for FY 2025, will require extensive non-participating water main work the entire length of the road, which is going to total around $2.5 million. We have 2 water mains that run down Main Street from 1871 and 1914. So we can't engage in any sort of reconstruction of Main Street without dealing with some very aged water infrastructure there. We've also requested $14.1 million to fund drinking water reservoir, dam, and spillway repairs, and a relocation of one of our transmission mains, which is from 1901 and runs cross-country through a swamp into the city, with the understanding that these projects will be very long duration and require extensive permitting and design work before any construction is going to be possible. In FY22, the debt service in the water enterprise will be nearly $2 million, and that represents more than 30% of total revenue within the enterprise. This debt service is the result of a $25.8 million bond issuance for the construction of the water treatment plant in 2006. And it does not clear the debt schedule until FY 28. So what this means is that the amount of existing debt service does not allow for the assumption of additional debt to support remedying the currently known infrastructure deficiencies, many of which I just mentioned. So the pandemic has disrupted our consumption levels with revenue down roughly 6% over the last 8 months. Given the difficult economic environment in which we are operating, we are recommending water rates be unchanged for FY22, with the caveat that we will need to continue to carefully manage the enterprise as we have been, and carefully plan and execute capital projects given the unknown and ongoing revenue impacts and the continued operating and capital demands, which continue regardless of the pandemic. So that's a summary of where we are in water. And I have a few comments about sewer. The city operates, maintains, and improves more than 110 miles of sewer lines, 7 pump stations, and a 15 million gallon per day wastewater treatment plant. All of our operations are closely monitored and regulated, again, just as in water, by both EPA and Massachusetts Department of Environmental Protection at the state level. We've requested $4.3 million through 2026 for sewer line replacement. This funding will most immediately support the reconstruction of the Masonic Street parking lot cross-country sewer main, which serves many Main Street residents and businesses, and which is in very poor condition. And moving to the wastewater plant, in 2017 and 2018, projects were completed there to replace sludge pumps and to convert the plant's effluent disinfection process from chlorine gas to sodium hypochlorite. These projects together represented a capital investment of more than $1 million, which was funded through borrowing in prior years. As required by Mass General Law, the city retained an owner's project manager and designer for the next phase of upgrades, which are focused on upgrading the plant's electrical infrastructure and emergency power and treatment processes. So contracts for these services total about $2.5 million. And in June of 2020, we signed a construction contract for more than $10 million, and work to construct these upgrades is ongoing right now. Funds for this project were borrowed through the Massachusetts Clean Water Trust, and in FY23, we will see debt service in this enterprise swell to $1 million each year. We've requested $12.2 million over the next 5 years for design of the next phase of the wastewater treatment plant upgrades, and also for upgrades to remote pump stations. Based on planning level estimates from the 2015 Comprehensive Wastewater Management Plan, we anticipate more than $50 million in needed funds to support future capital plans beyond FY26 for both treatment and collection. So as in water, the COVID-19 pandemic has disrupted our consumption levels. Our revenue is down roughly 8% over the last 8 months. Given the difficult economic environment in which we are operating, as I said, with water, we are recommending that rates be unchanged for FY22. And again, as in water, this will require us to continue to carefully manage this enterprise, carefully plan and execute the capital projects which I have described. We again have unknown and ongoing revenue impacts, but we continue to have operating and capital demands. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Okay, so again, this is a public hearing, so I'm gonna see if there's anyone from the public who would like to comment on the water and sewer rates, which again are being recommended to be unchanged this year from last year. And actually, Laura, would you be able to put them up on the screen? So they're not, they're linked later on in the agenda.
The order itself, sure, 1 second.
That way we can just.
I can, but no.
Okay.
Oh.
That way we can just, people can see what the rates are that we're saying will be unchanged. Okay.
Here we go. Oh, need.
I can stop it. You can.
Oh, okay. Oh, do you have it? I'm not looking at the screen.
It's there.
Okay.
We can see it.
So I can cancel my action
Yeah.
here. Thanks.
And all right, I'm just taking a second to see if there's anyone. I don't see any raised hands. So if you want to comment on this, raise your Zoom hand. I'm not seeing any in the list. So Councilor Maori.
Yeah, so whenever the director speaks of the breadth of the DPW jobs and projects, I sleep a little lighter that night. And so I appreciate it. I really appreciate the rates remaining unchanged in this difficult economic time. And I just wanted to clarify, did you say water consumption and sewer consumption rates went down this year? I'm just surprised by that.
They did, yes. But I mean, we don't have a full year, like a full calendar year of to examine exactly what the pandemic has done. But we can look at the last 8 months, which gives us a pretty good idea. And we are down, we're definitely down with both consumption and revenue in both, a little bit more in sewer than in water.
I would just think with everyone being home, but maybe it doesn't work that way.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Counselor. I was going to say our residential use is definitely up, but overall we are still down.
Oh, okay. Thank you. That makes sense.
And that you would attribute probably to some of our larger institutional users like Smith College and and large restaurants and so that, I know that the town of Amherst, their water usage is down, I think, over 20% because UMass was closed for so much of the year. So this is actually common in communities that have large institutions that have been closed by COVID.
Got it. That makes sense. I was just concerned that the residents were getting dehydrated if they were just about ready.
Well, I think maybe
we're
not taking enough showers in summer.
That's true.
Councilor Labarge and Councilor Jarrett.
Thank you, Council President. Donna, I want to thank you very much for the great explanation that you gave tonight about not going up on the rates of the water and sewer. And I know last time when it went up, the mayor had a hearing in the hearing room, and he listened to what the people were saying of how bad some of them were off. And I saw the mayor, I saw him listening, I saw the concerns he had. Now we just went through something very, very, very critical throughout our country and in the state of Massachusetts and Northampton, where people lost their jobs, the COVID, many families almost losing their homes, and the mayor stepping up and putting extensions on bills and so forth like that. Correct, Mayor? And people appreciated that. He listened to them. And I want to thank you and your department for all the hard work that you have done throughout the COVID and working very tirelessly in our city. And seeing something like this, I really respect this because I know I have many people I know in the city and in my ward who have lost their jobs and we're really and still are struggling. So thank you for doing your presentation tonight. And when I saw this in our packet, I got on the phone and started calling some of my people and they were so happy about that. So thank you and all your employees.
Thank you for your comments, Counselor, and I'll make sure my employees know what you said. Thanks.
Thank you.
Councilor Jarrett.
I'll absolutely second what Councilor Labarge has said. I have a question. One concern we hear is whether the city can handle increased water and sewer use with building of more homes. Are we prepared for additional homes?
I think, I mean, that's sort of a general question, and, you know, we review the plans that we receive on a case-by-case basis. So if the question is about capacity in a certain area, in a certain neighborhood, on a certain street, if we were approached with a project or a proposed project, we would have to review the area and determine, you know, can we maintain fire flows? You know, can the infrastructure we have in place handle what is proposed for this area? So, you know, that is our standard practice. Anytime any level of development is proposed anywhere, we have a review process that we go through with whoever the developer is or whoever wants to build the house. So that's kind of a general answer.
Okay, but in terms of, I mean, a lot of the development we're seeing is not larger planned developments, but a house here, a house there. So is that just a general review that's done as far as looking at, you know, can this neighborhood, which had 10 new houses, can that support it?
Yes, and generally, you know, what you just described is not problematic for our infrastructure, but again, it's something we review on a case-by-case basis. You know, the addition of multiple units is something we have to look more closely at than the addition of one house, for example. But a lot depends on geographically where we are and where we are in the system. You know, are we on the edge of the system, or are we in the middle? So, you know, there are a lot of factors that go into if this could potentially be a problem for us, but generally it's not.
Okay, thank you.
Other counselors? Okay, seeing none. And I don't see any other comments from the public.
Move to close the public hearing, please.
Motion was made by Councilor Dwight. Was it seconded by Councilor Labarge? Let's say yes.
Yep.
Okay, any discussion on closing the hearing? Roll call, please, on closing.
Councilor Labarge,
Yes.
Councilor Maori,
Yes.
Councilor Nash,
Yes.
Councilor Quinlan,
Yes.
Councilor Shara,
Yes.
Councilor Thorpe,
Yes.
Councilor Dwight,
Yes.
Councilor Foster,
Oh,
Councilor Foster,
Councilor Foster, we can't hear you.
Oh,
Yes.
and Councilor Jarrett.
Yes.
Okay, the hearing is closed. Thank you so much, Director LaScalia. It's a pleasure to see you as always. Okay, so we will pick that back up in financial orders in a little bit. Moving on, I have a update, which is to say that we received the Northampton Policing Review Commission's final report this afternoon. A special joint meeting with the mayor and the city council and the full commission has been scheduled for Tuesday, March 30th at 6 p.m. for their presentation of the report. I am deeply grateful for the time and the energy that's gone into the commission's work, and I look forward to taking the time to carefully read it, as I'm sure we all will be doing before March 30th. The Zoom link for that meeting will be available on the agenda for the city's website, as will the link for the report. And the report will also be posted on the city's website on the Policing Review Commission's page, which is under committees and boards. So if you look under committees and boards for the Policing Review Commission, that's where their page is, and you'll be able to find that the report, which will be linked there and also elsewhere on the city's site. So that is my update, and I'm Councilor Labarge.
Yes, thank you, Council President. I have an announcement for City Service Committee meeting. The City Service Committee will hold its next regular meeting on Monday, April 5th at 4:00 p.m. In addition to taking up 2 reappointments to the Planning Board, members will be having a general conversation with our mayor, David Narkowitz, about his selection and appointment process for volunteer boards and committees. And as always, other counselors are welcome to attend. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other committee chairs? Okay, how about 1 minute announcements? Counselor Foster.
I was looking for my notes, but I can do it without. I just wanted to take a minute to acknowledge the Asian American community living in Northampton following the hate crimes yesterday in Georgia. It's been a year of increasing xenophobia targeted at Asians living in the United States. And as we heard poignantly in public comment earlier, I think sometimes we want to think it's an out there problem, but it's in Northampton as well. It's everywhere. And just wanted to say strongly that I stand with our Asian community here in Northampton. There will be a vigil put on by the Women's March, or sponsored by the Women's March tomorrow at Pulaski Park at 6 o'clock, as well as next Thursday, March 25th. There's going to be a sort of statewide town hall from 6 to 7:30, where the Asian American Caucus will be sharing their efforts to combat anti-Asian racism. And it's an opportunity for all people to hear what's being Asian-led and to sign on as allies. The link is complicated, so I will share that on my Facebook page, which is Karen Foster, Ward 2 City Councilor. I'll share that event there.
Thank you so much for expressing that. Councilor Maori.
Yeah, I just wanted to, I really appreciate what Councilor Foster said in the comment we received tonight. And I just really wanted to take a moment as well to feel like I'm being faithful to the City Council resolution that we passed unanimously last year, denouncing anti-Asian, anti-Asian American, and xenophobic discrimination, which calls on our community to condemn and denounce all manifestations of anti-Asian racism, xenophobia, discrimination, and scapegoating. And just as importantly, to show solidarity to our Asian and Asian American family, friends, and community members. And to me, that means really listening to their stories, including here in Northampton. The horrific murders this week of 8 people in Atlanta, the majority of whom were Asian American and women, were no doubt racist, misogynist acts of hate. And as were the enraging comments made by some that followed. Sadly, all of this is part of a terrible rise in anti-Asian hate crimes across our nation. I'm so glad you mentioned the vigil tomorrow at 6 p.m. And I just really want to say to all of our Asian American and Pacific Islander community members, I am confident that I speak for the council in saying our hearts are with you and we hold space for your pain, and we are unequivocally standing with you. Thank you.
Thank you for expressing that. I share those sentiments. Any other announcements? Okay, seeing none, let's move into resolutions. First up, we have a resolution on second reading. This is 21.201, a resolution in opposition to state incentives for biomass plants.
Move approval, please.
Second.
Motion is made by Councilor Dwight, seconded by Councilor Labarge. Any discussion on second reading? Seeing none, roll call, please, Laura.
Councilor Maori.
She's muted.
Yes.
Councilor Nash.
Yes.
Councilor Quinlan.
Yes.
Councilor Shara.
Yes.
Councilor Thorpe.
Yes.
Councilor Dwight.
Yes.
Councilor Foster.
Yes.
Councilor Jarrett.
Yes.
And Councilor Labarge.
Yes.
Okay, that passes in second reading. Moving on to 21.207, a resolution decriminalizing controlled substance possession, as well as cultivation and distribution of psychedelic plants. This is on first reading. If you can't hear, I have a cold, and I'm wondering if one of the sponsors would read this.
I'll read it.
Yeah, thank you. I'm not sure how long this is a long agenda. I want my voice to hold out. Thank you.
Is Councilor Dwight reading it?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yep. Yeah,
No,
sure.
I didn't, there was a jag, so I didn't see who, either one of us. Go for it. You've got that great radio voice. Go for it.
Oh, there we go. Hey, let me call it up here. Hang on a second. I function on my phone. Well, that's a generous description about what I do, but I actually do this on my phone. So come on, here we go. So in the City Council, March 18th, 2021, this is upon the recommendation of Councilor William Dwight and Councilor Rachel Maori. This is a resolution decriminalizing controlled substance possession as well as cultivation and distribution of psychedelic plants. Whereas entheogenic plants, a term that's originally classified by anthropologists and ethnobotanists in 1979, are herein defined as the full spectrum of psychedelic plants, fungi, and the natural materials contained in indolamines, tryptamines,
Doing good, Bill.
We got it, phenethylamines, including psilocybin mushrooms, ayahuasca, cacti, and iboga. And that's the tough part there, by the way. So, and whereas the substance abuse addiction, post-traumatic stress disorder, PTSD, persistent traumatic stress environment, PTSE, chronic depression, end-of-life anxiety, grief, cluster headaches, tendencies towards recidivism, and other ailments are plaguing our community, and the use of entheogenic plants has been shown to be beneficial for treating these ailments via scientific and clinical studies. And within a continued traditional religious and indigenous practices that catalyze profound experiences of personal and spiritual growth. And whereas the COVID-19 pandemic has led to a resurgence of heroin and opioid overdose deaths and severe depression in Massachusetts communities, two ailments that entheogenic plants have been shown to have particularly strong utility in treating, according to Polish peer-reviewed medical research. And whereas the so-called war on drugs has led to unnecessary penalization, arrest, and incarceration of vulnerable people, particularly people of color and people of limited financial means, rather than prioritizing harm reduction policies to treat drug abuse as an issue of public health. And whereas American cities have long possessed an inferred constitutional right to regulate commerce and public safety within their jurisdictions, a principle acknowledged by the U.S. Department of Justice Cole memorandum that permitted states and localities to deprioritize law enforcement of cannabis charges. And whereas organizations in Northampton such as Tapestry, ServiceNet Shelter, Manna Soup Kitchen, Hampshire Hope, Northampton Recovery Center, Nothing But Kindness, HRH 413, and others have long offered services to people struggling with substance abuse by providing resources, administering syringe exchange programs, distributing Noxalone, and providing education on safer drug practices to save lives in our community, which the city profoundly appreciates. And whereas the City Council of Somerville, in a 9-0 vote, and the City Council of Cambridge 8-1 passed similar resolutions following approval of their legal departments, as well as decriminalization by Oakland, Denver, Ann Arbor, Santa Cruz, Washington, D.C., Oregon, and around 6 other countries. So now therefore be resolved that the City Council of Northampton hereby maintains that no City of Northampton department, agency, board, commission, officer, or employee of the city, including without limitation Northampton Police Department personnel, should use any city funds or resources to assist in the enforcement of laws imposing criminal penalties for the use and possession of entheogenic plants by adults. And be it further resolved that the City Council hereby maintains that the use and possession of all controlled substances should be understood first and primarily as an issue of public health by city departments, agencies, boards, commissions, and all employees of the city. And be it further resolved that the City Council hereby maintains that it should be the policy of the City of Northampton that the arrest of adult persons for using or possessing controlled substances shall be amongst the lowest law enforcement priority for the City of Northampton. And be it further resolved that the City Council hereby maintains it should be the policy of the City of Northampton that an investigation and arrest of adult persons for planting, cultivating, purchasing, transporting, distributing, engaging in practices with and/or possessing ethnogenetic plants listed in classes A to E of Chapter 94C, Section 31 of Massachusetts law, or Schedules I-5 of 21 USC United States Code, Section 812 of the Controlled Substance Act, shall be amongst the lowest law enforcement priority for the City of Northampton. And be it further resolved that this resolution does not authorize or enable any of the following activities: commercial sale of ethnogenetic plants and fungi, possessing or distributing these materials on school grounds, driving under the influence of these materials, or public disturbance. And be it further resolved that the Northampton City Council calls upon the city's officials work in support of decriminalizing ethnogenetic plants and approaching all controlled substances first and primarily through the lens of public health and restorative racial justice initiatives when representing the city in conversations with state and federal agencies, as well as state and federal lawmakers. And be it further resolved, the City Council calls upon the Hampshire County District Attorney to cease prosecution of persons involved in the use of possession or distribution of entheogenic plants and the use or possession without the intent to distribute of any controlled substance. And be it further resolved, the City Council expresses support for HD 3439, that's an act relative to harm reduction and racial justice, which will replace criminal penalties for controlled substance possession with the choice of a $50 fine or a health and wellness screening to refer the person with economic and health services. And be it further resolved, the City Council expresses support for HD 3439, an act establishing a task force to study equitable access to ethnogenetic plants, which will convene 21 experts in science, drug policy, economic and racial justice, and state government to recommend legislation to legalize entheogenic plants, as well as expunge records and create equity initiatives for victims of the entire war on drugs. The task force requires a study to be done through the lens of racial justice, sustainability, and consideration for BPIOC, veterans, and people with disabilities. And be it further resolved that the administrative assistant to the City Council should send a copy of this resolution to Representative Lindsay Sabadosa and Senator Joe Comerford, Governor Charles Baker, Attorney General Maura Healey, Hamden District Attorney Anthony DiGiuluni, Secretaries of Veterans Services Cheryl Lucier Pope, and the Board of Registration of Allied Mental Health Human Services Professions. And my little caveat there is my mind-altering experience that I'm having right now is I'm on the COVID vaccine, so I apologize for any bumbling and stumbling, and I pre-apologize for my testimony on this to come.
Well done, thank you. And I promise I'm not faking this cold just so I didn't have to read those words. We need a motion, yes?
Move to approve, please.
Motion made by Councilor Dwight, seconded by Councilor Labarge, and I will let the sponsors start.
I would like to defer to Councilor Maori. She's actually the principal author and solicited my sponsorship, which I was very grateful for. So I would, you're up first.
There you go.
Yeah, well, no, I had forgotten about the COVID shot, so I did give you a tough job. Thank you, co-sponsor. Yeah, so first of all, I want to thank the residents who brought this to our attention, Dan Bensonoff, Nikki Whitridge, as well as James Davis from Bay Staters for Natural Medicine. They brought it to our attention and made it happen. And also I want to acknowledge that I know that Dan Bensonoff, who's a resident expert, is here, and possibly Nikki if we need any deep dive questions. But I'll just unpack this. The resolution has two related parts. So Northampton, like cities across the country, is in the process of examining and reimagining our public safety system. So I think it's the ideal time actually to finally cast off the burden of a drug policy, the war on drugs, that offers nothing towards our health, safety, or community well-being, and by design disproportionately harms people of color, people of limited financial means, and other marginalized and targeted communities. To me, this is a racial justice issue. Black Americans make up only 15% of drug users in the US, but account for 37% of those arrested for drug offenses. Black defendants will serve on average the same amount of time for federal drug offenses as white defendants do for violent crimes. Of those in federal prison for drug-related offenses, nearly 80% are Black or Latinx. It's time to discard what is not working and lead with what we know does. Therapeutic and harm reduction programs that treat drug use as the public health issue that it is. Decriminalization actually eases the load of law enforcement, who we all know is overworked from our preliminary report. And you know, Portugal, which did decriminalize in 2000, has seen that no surge of drug use happening, and drug deaths, in fact, fell, while the number of people being treated for drug addiction in that country rose 20%. So what if here we used our resources on providing addiction treatment instead of paying for jail cells? It's also time to get out of the way of breakthrough treatments currently made inaccessible by criminalization. Psychedelic plant therapies, and actually other ones like MDMA and ketamine, actually offer lifelines to those suffering with opioid addiction, depression, trauma, and other diseases plaguing our communities. That's why many veterans organizations support their study and legalization. A 2017 study of 44,000 Americans found that psychedelic use is associated with a 40% reduced risk of opioid abuse. A November 2020 study in the Journal of the American Medical Association found 1 in 2 patients put their major depression in remission after only 2 psilocybin therapy sessions, making it 4 times more effective than standard depression medications. Don't we want every therapeutic option available to our loved ones and our community? Drugs like psilocybin are in a catch-22 because they're classified as a Schedule I drug because they allegedly have no medical use that's accepted. But Schedule I status means that researchers are prevented from fully investigating psilocybin for their medical therapeutic value. As Vermont Rep. Brian Cena puts it, it's long past time to allow science and lived experience experts to lead on substance abuse disorder. It is time to heal our communities and save lives. It is time to value all people, including those who use drugs, as part of our community. We don't need to police each other more. We need to take care of each other better. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Dwight.
So this is actually, and once again, I'm going to say how grateful I am to Council Maori approaching me on this, so I can sort of include this in my swan song package, because actually this has been an issue that's been close to my heart since before I first ran. I've been studying for years. I've been studying the development and creation of drug laws, or this culture's understanding and approach to drugs, and I have a sense of context that is frequently missing, and I can appreciate people having a visceral reaction to this. This is, I can't wait to hear all the jokes that will be prompted by the presentation of this. But the fact is that all of us, since we became sentient creatures, seek out mind-altering behavior. If you're a kid spinning around in a circle multiple times just to get dizzy, this is something that we do. And something that, for the most part, historically, we didn't always try to manage or control. That started the management and control of drugs, and then something that eventually evolved into the drug war, was actually predicated principally all the laws in the United States that are drug laws, drug prohibitions, and including originally the alcohol prohibition, was predicated on racism. They were based and built and argued and debated and moved forward on racism. And then subsequently, the way we started dealing with drugs is depending on which area of the nation we were currently had troops embedded. The Golden Triangle gave us the heroin epidemic during the Vietnam War that introduced heroin cheaply. That was success because we were in the Golden Triangle. Cocaine, of course, during the 80s and marked the Reagan era, of course, was translated directly to our adventures in South America, overthrowing democratically elected governments. But it's always been political. And in fact, the marijuana prohibition literally was argued on the Senate floor with racist, overt, unabashed racist testimony, which I invite you to see because I will not repeat here. It is that obscene. But it actually stood as a debate point by the senators. Now, alcohol and tobacco are drugs. They're allowed. They do, in varying degrees, mind-altering or mood behavior modification. They're ones that are allowed. Yet they're also the two most lethal drugs you can consume, period. Psychoactive drugs, by and large, do not kill you. The fact that they're, in fact, actually, as has been noted repeatedly, they have benefits. And if you, I recommend to anyone to read Michael Pollan's book, Changing Your Mind, which gives you describes this historic arc about how we treated hallucinogens and how they were developed and what the cultural response was. In the 1970s, it was Richard Nixon, as a political move of oppression, made the consumption of LSD illegal. And then subsequently, psilocybin, peyote, all of these, of course, are all directly linked with indigenous peoples who use it for their religions. We need to understand that actually taking punitive measures to deal with these mind-altering substances clearly doesn't work. It hasn't worked. It creates essentially a criminal industry that actually is the best free market you can find around. It's a completely unregulated free market that can function. Many of my libertarian friends would think it's an ideal, but I think it is actually a profound, perverse distortion that results in the destruction, the systematic and systemic structure of hundreds and thousands and millions of people. And that is allowed to flourish because we've created this really dysfunctional and oppressive structure and response to what happens with these substances and their consumption. Now, it should be noted, this is a resolution. I really want to emphasize this. So, in that, and unfortunately, a lot of people testifying thought this was kind of a panacea. It was an order. It's not. We don't have the authority to direct the police department to these policies. That's why the word should is there. We don't say they shall. Mm-hmm. And the fact is that we cannot create a law in this respect. We're trumped, no pun intended, by state and federal laws. But as we all notice, we can see now, legalization of marijuana, which was originally dreaded by a great large portion of our population as being essentially the signal of end times, was not realized. And the same thing ultimately with the prohibition of alcohol, which was eliminated, which also, by the way, was originally based on racism. It was based on a response by white Americans opposing other Europeans who were coming to this country, the Irish particularly, and the Germans. And we created prohibition to basically target those communities. But when the prohibition was lifted, then we did what was called harm reduction, how we deal with that. Now, certainly behaviors that are committed while under the influence driving, for instance, violence and abuse, which, by the way, alcohol is much more likely to inspire than any of these other drugs we're talking about. But those things are actionable. The mere possession and consumption of alcohol is not. It's regulated and monitored and controlled, and it's considered a social experience. It's not considered a medical thing. But the fact is that these, particularly the psychoactive drugs, that were in the process of being studied and analyzed until such time that Richard Nixon decided to amp up the war on drugs, but they were being analyzed and studied for their efficacy for treatment of any number of identified psychological disorders that were present then, and that certainly exist now that weren't even diagnoses before. But that was all arrested. That was all stopped. In fact, actually, the federal government, not all that long ago, made it against the law to study the impacts and effects of any of these drugs, which is a little ludicrous because everyone always advanced the notion that these were lethal and deadly and they were going to wipe out whole communities, but without any predicate or established science to prove otherwise. So now the hope is that there is a cultural shift. And that is, this is basically, this resolution is an appeal for a cultural shift, an understanding of how we can best treat each other and how we can respect each other, how we can diminish the pressures that this puts on law enforcement, but more importantly on the communities that have experienced a great imbalance in enforcement. The communities actually are, it depends on where you are financially in this country, where you are as a ethnic or racial culture. And if we're going to continue to lobby for the things that we've been saying that we care about, and that includes every conversation about almost every item that we're addressing tonight, even the sewer and water fees, we have to understand that we need some serious work and some serious movement to take this forward and become more enlightened, with or without any substance, but to become more enlightened about how we treat the use and consumption and distribution of these very varied items that the fact that marijuana is scheduled along with methamphetamine was patently absurd, given what happens with the consumption, but it didn't matter. Whereas you could smoke all you wanted until you died, but the likelihood of it killing you was much higher than any other product you could consume. So with that, as I said, I'm really grateful this is being advanced. I'm really grateful to actually send this off and to hope that we actually advance it. And I do hope the House bills actually do start to come out of committee and actually be debated and discussed and voted on. Mm-hmm. And barring that, then I think a referendum is called for at some point, and maybe there's the energy for that. But these things get started here. Absolutely, as everyone said, this is not enough, not even close. But this is the first step on the journey. So I really do hope that we can get people to back us up on this.
Thank you. Councilor Nash.
Yeah, I want to thank the sponsors for taking the lead on this. That clearly, I had discussions with my neighbor, Dan, and clearly you are the folks that are better to sponsor this with your knowledge and expertise. So to Councilor Maori and Dwight, I really thank you for sponsoring this. That it's been an education for me. Both Dan and Joe, who are Ward 3 residents, had been reaching out to me to discuss this. I'm completely on board with supporting this tonight, and that and so thank you to the sponsors and thank you to those two constituents.
Thank you, Councilor Jarrett.
Yeah, thank you also to the sponsors for taking this up. Constituents had also asked me to work on it, and I was interested but didn't have the time. So thank you for taking that time. And yeah, the war on drugs is a failed approach, and it's time for a public health approach. So very much in favor.
Councillor Quinlan, then Councillor Labarge.
Well, I'll just echo my colleagues' thoughts. Thank you to the sponsors. When I read the resolution, I just thought, well, there's just so much here that I agree with. I was moved in one thought that was mentioned in public comment. There was a little bit of a queasy feeling about leaving discretion to the police at this time. I'm not sure that it's fair to the police to charge them with enforcing laws and then saying, but not all of them as harshly or whatever. I think it's unfair to the community to not know when they might be arrested if they're doing something that is technically illegal. That said, this is also a resolution, so I understand where we stand, and I'm in support of this because I think further study is a great idea. I think legalization of this is a good idea, especially for medical use. And then I do believe that in 3 to 5 years down the road, probably doctors will be prescribing these non-addictive medicines for people's relief. So thank you again.
Councillor Labarge, I saw your hand.
Yes, thank you. I want to thank the two councilors, Councilor Rachel Miori and Councilor Bill Dwight. I agree with everything that I have heard from Councilor Dwight, big time, and Rachel Muir. I fully support this resolution 100%. Reading the language on it, this should have been done, I don't know how long ago. And using what is described here is plants that help many, many people with different types of medical problems. And I'm just so happy. I'm happy to see this as a resolution. Hopefully with this resolution, it's non-binding, and let it go to the State House. I really would love to see this go to the State House. And we really forcibly show our strong voices, and let's do something and let this make it happen. Let's make it happen. And Councilor Dwight, you're so correct. You wanted this a long time ago also. And I think now we're going to go ahead and do it. So it's going to take up all of us in the city to come together and make sure that it goes to that State House. And we're there to talk about it. And hopefully I'll see Councilor Dwight there because he has a great voice of showing how much he cares about this resolution. And we'll be right there with you. But I am very, very proud of the two councilors who brought this forth, because there are people out there who really need to have this done. And I thank you both.
Councilor Thorpe, then Councilor Quinlan.
Thank you, Council President. I just want to say to Councilor Bill Dwight and to Councilor Maori, thank you very much for doing this. And I appreciate the words you said. I also want to give a thanks to Dan, who I had a nice conversation with, and he provided a lot of information to me about this. I also explained to Dan at the same time that with my employment and my employer, I would probably have to abstain from this, which is what I'm going to do tonight. But I do thank everyone for this, but with the way things are, even if it is a resolution, I will be abstaining. Thank you.
Thank you for sharing that. Councilor Quinlan, you said your hand.
Yeah, I was a little confused by two things in the resolution, just technical. The same number for the two House Acts is applied. So I assume one of them is different. I actually just Googled it now. And I noted that the act establishing a task force to study is actually House number 3829, not 3439, but on the resolution, both are there. And then the other question I had was in the final, be it further resolved, if it should say Hampshire District Attorney and not Hamden.
I would accept both of those as friendly amendments, and you're absolutely right.
Councilor Mayor, are you raising your hand
Yes,
to respond?
Yes, I deeply appreciate that. I actually have a friendly amendment for our own resolution, which is an oversight I noticed after I already submitted it was I didn't, I'm not having a copy sent to DA David Sullivan or the Northampton Police, which I believe we should, if you all agree, because we reference them.
So, yeah, so Laura, if you could add Northwest District Attorney David Sullivan and Northampton Police Chief Jody Casper. Council President.
Yes.
Is someone else not spoken? Because I would.
I haven't, but you go ahead. And also Councilor Maori was raising her hand again.
I just quickly want to acknowledge the fact that Northampton has been at the forefront of harm reduction for the Commonwealth. For over 2.5 decades, we've actually passed without too much some problem and pushback, a needle exchange that I worked for, that I volunteered for. And that dimension of enlightenment and the proof positive of the benefits of treating these systems as harm reduction as opposed to a reactive system of crime, but a prophylactic and proactive system of trying to cure people who are addicted or who want help, and then otherwise not aggressively going after people who are users. So Northampton, this is nothing new for this community. And I would like for anyone who has any hesitancy about this to understand we've been doing this for 2.5 decades in cooperation with the Northampton Police Department. In fact, at the initiative of the Northampton Police Department, should be said, and that this is just a continuum of something that we've already committed to.
Councilor Maori, you had your hand, and then Councilor Labarge.
Mine's a technical thing. If you would like to go first, President, that's fine. Just a little thing, but.
Okay, I'll take. Is that okay, Councilor Labarge?
Yeah.
I just wanted to also thank the sponsors and say that I support harm reduction strategies in general and this and strongly agree that this is a racial and economic justice issue, and also appreciate Councilor Dwight's call for a cultural shift, which I think is also an important component of this. And I want to note that the statistics that Councilor Maori stated of the positive therapeutic impact that these substances can have on depression and opioid addiction are really quite remarkable and quite hopeful. So thank you for bringing that to people's attention. And I also wanted to note that some of the public comment tonight, I appreciated one speaker noting that these are substances that Indigenous people have used for forever, and that should be remembered and recognized. So thank you to the sponsors, and that's it for me. So Councilor Labarge, but Councilor Maori, did you have something that you wanted to say as well?
Yes, first of all, I think I just did thank Councilor Quinlan. Thank you for having a sharp eye, because I've had tired eyes for last week. But I also would like to make a friendly amendment to change adults to individuals, because in theory, if we make asking.
You're frozen, Councilor Maori.
To lowest priority enforcement determination about someone's. Oh shoot.
Councilor Mayor, yeah, turn off your camera.
Let me.
Oh, no, she's
okay.
still there.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. I was just going to say I would like to make the friendly amendment to change where it says adult, wherever it says adult individuals, because that was language in the state bill. But I believe if we're asking, even in theory, for the police to make it a lowest priority of enforcement, we can't ask them to determine someone's age. So I think individuals works better than adult. It's interesting when you have something read out loud, you notice things about it. But I would take thoughts on that as well.
Should we consider that an amendment and get a second on it?
I'll second that.
Okay. discussion on that amendment of changing it from adult to individual. Counselor Jarrett.
I think that works grammatically in the first instance.
Okay.
But in the second one, it says that the arrest of adult persons for using. So the arrest of individuals persons wouldn't work. So should we just strike adult in that case? The arrest of persons for using, and then in the third instance, it's also the same.
That works for me.
I'm good with that.
Did you get that, Laura?
I think so.
Okay. Any further discussion on this amendment? Councilor Jarrett.
Are all the amendments bundled together? So like the addition of Hampshire.
We could do that. I actually accept them as friendly amendments, which wouldn't necessarily require a vote as a sponsor, but why don't we combine them all? Why don't we do that? The two additional, the DA and the chief, and then, and I've already forgotten what the other one was, Michael, what was it?
Changing the number to 3829. Yep.
Right, thank you. So those would be the combined amendments that we should be discussing. Yeah.
And Hampshire to Hamden or Hamden to Hampshire.
Yeah.
Correct.
Yes.
Yeah.
Councilor Jarrett.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to clarify. We're removing Hampton District Attorney Anthony D. Gallooni and adding David Sullivan.
Oh, gotcha.
Just clarify that.
Thank you.
Yes. Okay. Any further discussion on this amendment package? Seeing none, roll call please, Laura, on these amendments.
Councilor Nash,
Yes.
Councilor Quinlan,
Yes.
Councilor Shara,
Yes.
Councilor Thorpe,
Abstain.
thank you. Councilor Dwight,
Yes.
Councilor Foster,
Yes.
Councilor Jarrett,
Yes.
Councilor Labarge,
Yes.
and Councilor Maori.
Yes.
Okay. So further discussion as amended. I have a quick question. The last whereas, where it talks about Somerville and Cambridge, it says they passed similar resolutions following approval of their legal departments. I'm just curious if this was checked by our legal department or solicitor, and perhaps not, because as has been stated, it's a resolution, so it holds no weight of law. But I just thought I would ask since it's in the resolution. Councilor Dwight.
Right. Well, you know that Somerville and Cambridge, of course, have a different structure of government from us, so they can actually create policy for their police department and have. That's not the case here. We have a strong mayor weak council structure, and the executive sets policy for the police department. So, yeah, in that respect, he required being vetted because it was enacting law essentially, or policy, and had to be vetted through their solicitor. That's not the case here. I mean, as you said, it is a resolution, so it has no legal binding strength. But you know, I have no problem referring this to the solicitor in the intervening 2 weeks for subject to his review.
Okay. Any other discussions? Okay. Seeing none, roll call please, Laura, on a first reading.
Councilor Quinlan,
Yes.
Councilor Shara,
Yes.
Councilor Thorpe, I know, is abstained. Councilor Dwight,
Yes.
Councilor Foster,
Yes.
Councilor Jarrett,
Yes.
Councilor Labarge,
Yes.
Councilor Maori,
Yes.
and Councilor Nash.
Yes.
Okay, that passes in first reading. We'll see it again in 2 weeks. Up to 21.208. A resolution to adopt the capital improvement program for FY 2022 to FY 2026, submitted to the City Council on February 24th, 2021. I'm not going to read it, as I said, because as we saw, it's a very, very big document. But we got a good look at it in the hearing. So I'm looking for a motion right now.
Move to approve, please.
Second.
Motion is made by Councilor Quinlan, seconded by Councilor Labarge. Discussion. Okay. Oh, Councilor Dwight.
Just to remind folks that what this is, anyone who's reading this document or attempting to read this document, it is a plan. It is not a budget. It is a long-term plan that evolves even over the years. It's been modified from last year, but it provides a road marker, if you will. And it lays out what issues that we need to address going down the line, and how much it will cost, and what we need to do to raise the money to make it work. And so, anyone who has any particular objections to the capital improvement plan, you're welcome to share it with the mayor and with your city councilor. But as it stands, it is not. This too is not law, but it is required by law.
Thank you. Something about that just triggered something for me, made me realize that while I'm not going to read the CIP to you all, I can read the resolution. So I'm going to do that. This is upon the recommendation of Mayor David J. Narkowitz, 21.208, a resolution to adopt the capital improvement program for FY 2022-2026, submitted to City Council February 24th, 2021. Resolved that the City Council hereby adopts the capital improvement program for FY 2022 to FY 2026, submitted by the Mayor on February 21st, 2021, in accordance with the Charter of Northampton, Massachusetts, Article 7, Finance and Fiscal Procedures, Section 7-5, Capital Improvement Program. Okay. That feels better now that we've done that. Any discussion? Seeing none, roll call, please, Laura.
Councilor Shara.
Yes.
Councilor Thorpe.
Yes.
Councilor Dwight.
Yes.
Councilor Foster.
Yes.
Councilor Jarrett.
Yes.
Councilor Labarge.
Yes.
Councilor Maori.
Yes.
Councilor Nash.
Yes.
And Councilor Quinlan.
Yes.
Okay, that passes on first reading. Next up, we have 21.209, a resolution expressing gratitude to the Northampton Health Department, first responders, ancillary staff, and volunteers for efforts to vaccinate our community. And this is on first reading. Upon the recommendation of Councilor Marianne Labarge, Councilor Jean-Louise Shara, and Councilor Michael Quinlan. Whereas Northampton Health Director Meredith O'Leary and Fire Chief John Davitt appeared before the City Council Committee on City Services on March 4th, 2020, and described efforts underway by Northampton's emergency management team at that time to prepare to combat the COVID-19 pandemic in Northampton. And whereas Northampton had its first positive COVID-19 case on March 16th, 2020, and since that time, more than 1,150 Northampton residents have contracted COVID-19. And whereas Northampton has lost 43 people to the pandemic, including our 5 residents who died at the Holyoke Soldiers Home. And whereas Mayor David J. Narkowitz and Health Director Meredith O'Leary, following Commonwealth of Massachusetts guidelines, designed and advocated for a vaccination site at our senior center, which opened and began vaccinating our community on January 11th, 2021. And whereas when vaccination clinic requirements were changed by the state in February 2021, cutting supply to many municipal clinics, Mayor Narkowitz and Health Director O'Leary quickly worked to meet the new requirements, and with collaboration with the town of Amherst, Northampton was approved as a regional vaccination clinic, ensuring that our clinic would stay in operation to provide vaccines for Northampton and other Massachusetts residents. And whereas vaccinating our community will provide immunity and therefore save lives by preventing the further spread of COVID-19. And whereas Health Director Meredith O'Leary, Public Health Nurse Kate Kelly, Public Health Nurse Vivian Franklin, Inspector Amy Hutchins, Dr. Jasmine Ward, COVID compliance agents Ben O'Connor and Kelly Constantine, and 10 to 12 health ambassadors have been working countless hours, 7 days per week, to operate an effective and safe vaccination clinic in Northampton. And whereas volunteer coordinator and operations manager Lauren Davin and an estimated 40 volunteers per day have worked in support of the vaccination clinic. Whereas Fire Chief John Davin, Deputy EMS Chief John Greppi, and an additional 7 or so members of Northampton Fire Rescue per day have worked at the vaccination clinic with assistance from the East Hampton Fire Department and Highland Ambulance Service, including joining the volunteer corps on days off. And whereas Northampton Central Services Department, led by Director David Pomerantz, and with special recognition of City Maintenance Foreman Warren Jones, has been vital to the success of the clinic by opening and closing the senior center and taking on many additional tasks for its operation. And whereas the Northampton Information Technology Services Department, led by Director Antonio Pagan, has provided support to the health department at all hours of the day throughout the pandemic. And whereas the Northampton Senior Center, led by Director Marie Westford, has been of great support and cooperation in creating an effective and safe vaccination clinic at the Senior Center. And whereas the dedication, effort, and outstanding public service of these many people is contributing to the recovery and safety of our community, therefore be it resolved that the Northampton City Council commends these many people for their tremendous efforts throughout the COVID-19 pandemic, and in special recognition of their work to operate a safe and effective COVID-19 vaccination clinic in Northampton. Be it further resolved that the administrative assistants of the City Council will cause a copy of this resolution to be sent to the following Northampton departments: Office of the Mayor, the Health Department, Northampton Fire Rescue, Central Services, Information Technology Services, and the Senior Center, with our collective gratitude.
Move
approval, please.
Motion has been made by Councilor Dwight and seconded by Councilor Quinlan. Would one of my co-sponsors like to speak? Councilor Labarge.
Yes. When my husband and I went to get our first shot, we both were talking to a couple of the firemen from the Northampton Fire Department. And they were telling us how they work 4 on and 3 off and not on city time. And it's just amazing how well that our mayor and Meredith and the whole team had that entire senior center running very, very smoothly. And many people that I know who also went to have their vaccines there were very, very happy. I have to say, with our health director, Meredith O'Leary, she has done an incredible job. And all the people, if you looked on Facebook, were upset because of the websites coming down and all that. She just stood strong. They all did. And it wasn't their fault at all. But she still continued on making it a smooth road for everybody. And working together like this is showing you that many volunteers, even from East Hampton that came in, were there to help to save many lives in our community and in our city. And yes, we did lose some in our city and also some veterans. But I want to thank Councilor Gina Louise Shera when I asked her if she also would like to be a sponsor. And I knew Michael Quinlan right off the bat because he's right into what I believe in also. And we all 3 of us worked together, put our heads on, making calls, getting the research done. And I want to thank the 2 counselors, because to me, this is a huge shout out to all the volunteers here in the city, who have worked so tirelessly, and they still are, of helping save lives. That's what it's all about. We're working together in our community, together, of saving lives. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Quinlan, do you want to speak?
Sure. Thank you very much. And thank you, Councilor Labarge, and to our council president for working together on this resolution. I was really thrilled to participate because, as Councilor Labarge mentioned, the email messages and social media, you saw some negativity directed towards our health department, when really in the face of, I'll be polite, a lack of support from the state, put them in a very difficult position to do this work. And they've just worked very, very hard at it. And I think they deserve our commendation at the very least, because the volunteers are there and the Northampton staff is there. And again, I think great gratitude is deserved to be paid to our mayor as well as to our health director. So I thank them. And once again, thanks to the co-sponsors.
Thank you. I'll speak and say that hopefully the gratitude in the resolution speaks for itself. But in addition to that expressed in the resolution, I also want to say that I'm very grateful to Councilor Quinlan for all of his work on this, and to Councilor Labarge, whose idea it was to use the council tool of a resolution to publicly acknowledge the tremendous work of Mayor Narkowitz in his office, of course, of Public Health Director Meredith O'Leary and the staff of the health department, a staff that has grown to meet the need this year. Fire Rescue and Chief Gavin and the other departments that are named in the resolution. I'm sorry if we left anyone out, because I know that all city departments and staff have played vital roles in our response to the pandemic. And whether it's keeping normal operations going while also stretching in so many ways to stand up shelters, vaccine clinics, and other services for all of Northampton, and often the region. And particularly services for those most vulnerable and in need during this time. So thank you to my co-sponsors, and thank you to the council for allowing us this time to acknowledge that effort. Councilor Dwight.
As I said, I'm a little addled from my COVID shot administered by Matt Lemberg. But at the senior center, the senior center runs so well, I have to say. I mean, this is not entirely a knock, but my wife had to get her shot at UMass. The difference between the experiences is vast, and the same I've heard for people who've had to go to Enfield Mall or even CVS. The senior center actually moves very smoothly, but more importantly, all the volunteers who were working there were just so humane. And so, it's unimaginable that we would have been, a year ago discussing about the massive vaccination of every citizen that would be willing to comply. And, and to think that could even be possible. And the fact that Northampton's actually stepping up and saying, we're committed to doing 800 people a day, even though the state doesn't quite understand that that's the agreement they made with us and don't provide the proper amount of shots to administer. The fact remains is every one of those persons is prepared to do that in something that should be an intensely stressful situation, because people are very anxious. But you have a lot of anxious people coming in very strange circumstances. You have to wear masks, you have to be separated, hand sanitizing. Every single person, every human that I contacted, and they didn't know I was a city councilor. They just thought I was just another fat guy wandering in for a shot, treated me with decency and respect. Yeah. And I think, that speaks volumes to the volunteers, of course, but again, talking about a culture that was established by the health department, by the city leadership, by every department head who functions in this city, and every person who works under them. All of them are working to create an environment that allows us to not be further stressed by something that was unimaginable a year ago. So thank the sponsors again. If I could vote for this 6 times, I would.
Thank you.
Other comments? Councilor Foster.
Yeah, I'd like to also thank the sponsors for bringing this forward. When I saw this on the agenda tonight, I thought what a wonderful use of a resolution to publicly recognize the many dedicated people who have gone into, this incredible public health push. And, as Councilor Dwight mentioned, I've gotten, more questions and phone calls from constituents regarding vaccination efforts than any issue except last year's budget. People are incredibly anxious and incredibly stressed. But at the same time, I've also gotten a number of emails to pass on how well their vaccination experience at the senior center went. That's something that to a person, I've heard similar upset around the challenges of scheduling the vaccines and the vaccine availability, but people have been incredibly grateful for how their experience was. And, I know that it's taken a tremendous effort from many, many people to make it happen. And I look forward to supporting this resolution to publicly acknowledge that.
Thank you.
Councilor Jarrett.
I just wanted to thank the health director for reaching out to us and giving us information so that we can pass that along to our constituents. That was very helpful, and people were very appreciative of whenever I would be able to send something, and that was because of the communication that I was receiving.
Thank you. Councilor Maori. You're muted.
I wanted to say glad I was just as well on the agenda. It's a real bright spot. I might turn my camera off. It's a real bright spot, and because in this pandemic time when we're all kind of hyper vigilant, it's easy not to thank people. Actually, just be overwhelmed. I've actually been individually, for example, writing teachers because so much heroic stuff is going on, and so much is happening that it's really important we take the time to officially thank people. And I'm really proud of our city for the quality of care at the senior center, and really glad to see this. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Any further discussion? Seeing none, roll call, please, Laura.
Councilor Thorpe,
Yes.
Councilor Dwight,
Yes.
Councilor Foster,
Yes.
Councilor Jarrett,
Yes.
Councilor Labarge,
Yes.
Councilor Maori,
Yes.
Councilor Nash,
Yes.
Councilor Quinlan,
Yes.
and Councilor Shara.
Yes. Okay, that passes in first reading. Councilor Dwight.
With apologies to Tom Scanlon, is it possible to have a break at this point and then come back? I think we need to be very collected for his exhaustive presentation. So
I was gonna do a check-in and see how we all were doing. So let's try and do 5 minutes because we got a ways to go, friends. Okay.
Yeah.
Laura, are you sticking with midnight?
Okay, we are back from recess, and we are going to have the annual presentation of the previous fiscal year's independent audit this evening. And we have Tom Scanlon joining us. Here he is. I'm going to unmute you, Tom. I don't see you. You there, Tom?
Yeah, I'm here.
Oh.
I can see myself. I don't know if that matters.
Oh, there you are. You're on for some reason you're on a different page for me. Welcome. Nice to see you.
See you too.
Thanks. So, talk to us about the audit.
Okay.
Thanks for waiting this long. I'm sorry. I know it's late.
That's no, yeah, it's past my bedtime. I don't think I saw 11 o'clock before. Been a long time anyways. But the audit, it went very well. Needless to say, it was kind of a difficult year, trying times. We tried to remain focused in the same consistency that we did all the other prior years. And I just like to thank the staff of the city of Northampton. There's been we put a lot of pressure on them because we did a hybrid of half remote, half on site, where we usually were on site pulling our own invoices. So we had a lot of cooperation from the city staff. I think that should be noted. So I was going to go, you should have 3 reports in front of you. I was going to try to keep it short and simple and get to the point on a lot of things.
Would you like us to put them on the screen?
That's up to you. It doesn't matter. What was I? So what exactly an audit is? It's a financial audit. I know there's always an expectation gap between, okay, a lot of people hear the term audit. Right away they expect the sole purpose is to find fraud, and that's not the sole purpose. One of the main objectives is to opine on your financial statements. And we use risk-based on your financial statements to design our audit procedures. So for instance, there's a planning process as we go into it. So you have specific controls over your major areas, like for cash, receivables. So one of the controls on receivables is that you're balancing out the real estate and personal property accounts receivable to the general ledger. on a monthly basis. So we'll go in there, make sure the controls are working. Say like if they weren't working, we design more procedures in that area. I know from our firm approach, we put a lot of emphasis on the bank reconciliations and accounts receivable reconciliations. So we deem those areas substantial, and we do really a lot more detailed procedures in those areas. Like we focus on the bank statements. That's kind of our approach to it. So the city received a clean audit opinion, which is on the thick financial statements on page 3 and 4. That's where the bond companies will look at the first thing. So when you go into the bond market, you'll have a good bond rating. And the granting agencies will first look at it. So that should be commended on the city. And then I just want to touch base on your financial policies. They are working. And really on pages 18 and 19 of the report, those are your fund financial statements. Those are really what you can relate to as management. That this is where your free cash is coming from. You can see under the general fund, the unassigned fund balance in the general fund, that $23 million number, that is your free cash and your stabilization funds. That's kind of the key number when bond rating agencies look at you and the health wise of the city. And it's from a current perspective approach. So your free cash was certified about 5.7 million for 2020. And you have 4 stabilization funds that have approximately 15 million in there. So your financial policies are working. You're building up reserves. And in page 19, you'll see that your general fund increased 2.7 million. That's another component that bond rating agencies will look at to see how you're doing. And if your policies are working. So as we look at the balance sheet, we can see it's going across it from an audit perspective, what we designed. So when we look at your cash, for the funds going across, you have 52 million in the governmental funds. So we'll design our procedures from there, look at the bank recons. We'll look at your receivables. You can see on property taxes, you have 1.5 million outstanding at the end of June 30th, 2020. And we'll go and make sure the collector is keeping detailed records, and they'll match the general of the city, which they are working. The controls over your significant areas are definitely working. And I think it's always good to know where your free cash comes from, and that's really on page 22 of the financial statements. Like I said, where your free cash was 5.7 million. And as we look at on page 22, all the way out, the column all the way out is really telling you where you're getting your free cash from. You can see on the receipt side, it's about 464,000. And then on turn back for appropriations is about 2.7 million. So between the two factors of your budget generated about 3.7 in free cash of the 5.7. So it was kind of an unusual year. Seeing on the revenue side that communities are taking a hit from that perspective, and free cash is coming back from really a turn of appropriations. But fiscal year 2021, I think, is going to be the big year that we're going to see downturns from this COVID, really from the effects, because it was the last kind of quarter of the fiscal year 20. So 21, I think, is going to be the numbers that are going to be coming in. That's where you want your sound financial policies really working for you. So I don't know if anyone had any questions on the financial end of things. It kind of.
Councilor Jarrett.
Thank you for that report. I had a question about OPEB, other post-employment benefits.
Yeah.
And, this is something that like the Massachusetts Municipal Association flags as something that could be a very significant liability for us in the future, and that we haven't, that and other municipalities and other places haven't funded these fully yet. And so how are we doing in terms of getting to where we need to be?
So if you look at page 16 of the audit report, so pages 16 and 17 on the financial, that's considered your entity-wide statements. So government is very unique. They actually have two sets of financial statements. They have full accrual, which is entity-wide, and then they have fund financials, which I touched based on first go around. So on pages 16 and 17, that's your entity-wide statements. And on there, you can see the OPEB liability. When you look at the governmental activities, and you look under net position, it says unrestricted, and you'll see 180 million that's in deficit with brackets around there. You really don't want to see deficits in your net position, but the main drivers of that, if you look under liabilities, you'll see net OPEB liability under non-current of 125 million. And then you did adopt an OPEB trust, and at June 30th, you had just about 2.5 million in there at June 30th. So you can see the two are quite wide apart compared to your liability, but I always tell people OPEB is long-term thinking. And that's really how you have to, it should be in your thought process when you're developing future budgets. Because there is, every time you hire someone, there's a hard cost, I'll call it, which is actually payroll, actual money going out. But then you made this promise to them that you're going to pay their portion of their health insurance when they retire. And that's what this is tracking. So although the liability is 125 million, there's a lot of factors that goes into that with discount rates, projections on health insurance trends. And the only really way for OPEB to go down, or when it goes away, is through the, I usually say, the expiration of people. So it's really long-term thinking is how I'm going to put money away now to pay for some costs in the future. But it's got to factor into as you're setting budgets now and the way you're setting them and the way you're hiring people. A good way to look at it is we have a town out east that actually has one position that has 8 health insurance costs associated with it. They have 7 retirees and 1 active. It was a position where everyone took a turn being in the position for 3 years, then retired, and they had some above 50 people that were aging out. So that's basically health insurance. So one position is causing 8 costs of health insurance. And that's really how you have to think with it. So it is definitely a huge liability. I wouldn't get too focused on the 125 million, but it's more the theory behind it and very long-term thinking.
Thank you.
Yep.
Councilor Labarge.
Yes, Mr. Scanlon, on page 5, and it says the basis for qualified opinion on coronavirus relief fund, number 21.019. And on the bottom, it says, maybe you can explain this to me, as described in the accompanying schedule of findings in question costs, the city of Northampton, Massachusetts, did not comply with requirements regarding CFDA number 21.019 coronavirus relief fund, as described in finding number 2020-001 for allowable cost/cost principles. Compliance with such requirement is necessary, in our opinion, for the city of Northampton, Mass, to comply with the requirements applicable to that program. Could you explain that?
Yeah. So that's in the single audit report. So the single audit is if you expend over 750,000 in federal funds, there's certain compliance requirements we have to test. A certain percentage of your grants you have to test. You did receive some the CARES Act funding, and we listed as a high risk program. It's new, obviously, these COVID monies, a lot of money's flowing through. And when we tested it, you had some hazard pay in there, and the hazard pay is disallowed under the CARES Act, and that's something, when the CARES Act first came out, there was a lot of, I guess the rules have changed between when it came out to is now, and it's a constantly changing environment, which from an audit perspective and from a finance director perspective, it's very frustrating. So you had hazard pay, but when we tested it, we felt it didn't meet the definition of hazard pay under that was brought by the Department of Labor. And I know we had a conference call with Susan and people from A&F and discussed it. And that's what you took the vote on, I believe, a couple of weeks ago, to fund that from free cash.
Right.
The wording sounds scarier than it actually is, but you did have a finding under the Single Audit Act for charging disallowed expenses to the CARES Act funding.
Susan?
I just want to add that, yes, that is the money that we talked about at the last meeting that you transferred from free cash. And I do want to add, we do have a letter with a decision from them disallowing the hazard pay. However, they do admit in the letter that they gave us guidance that it was permissible at the beginning. So yes, the things are shifting, and they admit that they gave, they gave advice based on what they thought at that time, and things are shifting for them. So, and I just want to say again that when COVID is done and all of the grant programs that have been provided to the city for COVID relief, when this is all done, there will be expenses that are disallowed. The city will need to true up these expenses at the end of this event. Because there will be things that FEMA will reject. There'll be more things that CARES may reject. And, we're just going on the best guidance that we have at this time as to what's eligible. And again, what we're using as our guiding principle is, would we do this? Would we incur this expense, whether we were getting grant funds or not? And if the answer is yes, then that is the response the mayor is making to protect the city and to respond to COVID. So.
You were correct, because I recall the mayor saying that it was not guaranteed that we would get any kind of relief money help on this COVID-19. Thank you.
I'm sure that these ever shifting sands of this are just like a fun extra part of this really great year for you all.
It's a very tough environment. I mean, I know I've talked to Susan a bunch of times about it. I've talked to my other clients about it. Is you have to make decisions on the information you have now. I have given advice to clients about the accounting of COVID-19 monies at the time, and they have since changed since that. So it's a very tough environment to operate in. Especially there's a lot of, in the management letter, we do have a generic find that we put all our finding to comment number 1 about it is this COVID environment. There's a lot of grants being funded from a lot of different funding sources. The city does have controls in place to properly account for grants and identify grants. There's just a lot of monies that are coming through. For instance, the ambulance had a provider relief funds that just came out of nowhere. Basically, we found it in one other community, and then also find out it's just coming in. So that got identified as a federal grant. And again, no compliance stuff went on it. So it's an ever-changing environment, and it's really important. I can't stress enough is like the controls you have in place. You've got to stick to them to get through times like this. I know it's easy to override a control just to say, hey, we're in a COVID environment. But it's times like this, you want your controls working and depend on them. And that's from getting reimbursed as an employee for expenses incurred. You have controls, advise to them. A lot of equipment is being purchased to do remote work. And it's inventory that equipment. It's going to be another control that you're going to have to put in place. And then a lot with what comes with a crisis like this is, the fraudsters come out, and there's been a lot of fraud on unemployment end, which has created an administrative, just a nightmare at the city and town level, that you're getting invoices of people, fraudulent claims that are on there, and you have to make sure you're getting credited back. So logistically, that is creating just an administrative burden. So yeah, the environment's not fun.
Thank you.
I might think about retiring like Suzanne.
No. Councilor Nash.
Thank you, Council President. Mr. Scanlon,
Yeah.
so what you're describing is that through we've been dealing with crisis, but we've been dealing with pressures in the way we run the city, the way the finances are done, and that our city has really stuck to its guns and followed the procedures. That you're saying that under circumstances like this, it's tempting to just to break your rules or your controls, as you say, and that the city really has done a terrific job through all of this. Am I getting that?
Yes, absolutely. Yes.
I know with these audit reports, you don't give A's, you give reports of like, well, there's nothing bad.
Exactly. You understand the auditor's mentality now.
Yes, I know. So that's why I have to ask that question every year. It's just like, so we basically got an A, right? Under the very trying circumstances.
Yes.
Thank you.
You for that very positive spin, Councilor Nash. Yes.
And that's really, and you should have a management letter, and there's not a lot in there. One thing I would emphasize is really reviewing your special revenue funds, which we've talked to Joyce and Susan about, is, making sure over time, especially now, is there a lot of funds out there that are being, not used, especially revolving funds that the lack of, during this time, a lot of weren't being used, because for instance, I can't think of one off the top of my head, but like the program I got suspended because of COVID. So it might be a good time to review all your special revenue funds to see if they're, hey, is this what we want to have out of a special revenue fund? Are they being, or so we can close it to the general fund? So I know they were going to start that this summer, I believe.
Okay. Any other questions? Susan, do you have anything to add on your last audit?
Nope, we're good.
Got an A.
All right, shall we let Miss Councilor Nash?
I just want to congratulate Susan on her A.
Well done, another A. Okay, shall we let Mr. Scanlon go to bed?
Yeah. My wife and kids are probably wondering where I am. They're probably like, "I've never been out this late."
All right. Thank you so much for that presentation. We really appreciate it. Have a good night.
Yeah, everyone, good night.
Night.
Not for nothing, we have a AAA. Just saying.
That's a good one. Okay. I don't think we are in a rush to do the consent agenda, so that's okay. Let's skip it for now. And Donna's not still here, right?
Pamela.
Yes. I'm just making sure that Donna's not still here, because in that case, we will skip over finance for a little bit and let's go to, if with your permission, 14B. Is everyone okay with that?
Yep.
14B, 21.212, in order to set preliminary municipal election date. This is on first reading and upon the recommendation of City Clerk Pamela L. Powers. Whereas the City of Northampton Charter Chapter C, Article 8, Section 8-1 requires that a preliminary election take place on the third Tuesday in September in each odd-numbered year in which candidates are to be elected. Whereas the provisions of the section allow the city clerk, with the approval of City Council, to reschedule the preliminary election to the fourth Tuesday in September to avoid a conflict with any civil or religious holiday. Whereas the third Tuesday of September in 2021 marks the observance of Sukkot by members of the Jewish community, and ordered that a preliminary election to nominate candidates for mayor, council at large, school committee member at large, city clerk, ward city councilor, board school committee member, trustees under the will of Charles E. Forbes, elector under the Oliver Smith will, superintendents of Smith's Agricultural School shall be held on the Tuesday, September 28th, 2021.
Move to approve.
Second.
Motion made by Councilor Barge, seconded by Councilor Foster, and Pam is still here, bless her. Any discussion on this? I think we're probably pretty clear on what this means. Is there any discussion? Or would anyone like to hear from City Clerk Pam Powers? Okay. Seeing no discussion, let's have a roll call on moving that date to the fourth Tuesday of September.
Councilor Dwight?
Yes.
Councilor Foster?
Yes.
Councilor Jarrett?
Yes.
Councilor Labarge?
Yes.
Councilor Maori?
Yes.
Councilor Nash?
Yes.
Councilor Quinlan?
Yes.
Councilor Shara?
Yes.
Councilor Thorpe?
Yes.
Okay, that passes in first reading. And Laura, I'm correct that there's no need to do to suspend rules for a second reading tonight, right?
That's correct. She
Okay,
said it's fine.
that passes in first reading, and Pam, you may now go to bed as well. Since we are skipping around, and since there are people that were here at public comment for an item that's later on the agenda, with your permission, what I would like to do is, so we're going to skip over ordinances right now on first reading, and one on second reading, and let's go to item number 17, which is a package of zoning amendments to allow two families by right in all residential zoning districts. This is on second reading. And we went through the history of it last time, and it passed in first reading. So is there a motion?
Please.
Second.
Motion made by Councilor Dwight and seconded by Councilor Thorpe. Let me ask for clarification. Is this a motion to move this package as a group?
Yes, as a group. I'm sorry. Yes.
Okay. And seconded by Councilor Thorpe. Okay. And I know that Carolyn is here. Okay. Second reading. Discussion. Would anyone like Carolyn to start, or where would we like to start? Councilor Dwight.
Yes, I would prefer if Carolyn started. Actually, Carolyn, I don't know if you heard the raft of public comment, but they were particularly focused on one area, the issues that Bill Ryan brought up. And I was wondering if you have an opportunity in the context. I understand that those comments covered the breadth of all of the zoning issues that we're going to be discussing, but if you could frame it that way, please.
Sure. Yeah, I'd be happy to. One of the things that might be helpful is to show again sort of some data about the housing size. And I know that came up the last from your last council meeting on first reading. You had asked for some additional information about median and mean house size for single family homes and two family homes. So Laura, could I do a screen share? Would that be okay?
Sure.
I just made you should be able to, Carolyn. Give it a try.
Okay. All right, sure. Let's try this. All right. Can you see the screen? Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. So sort of taking a step back and particularly for folks who haven't been involved in the conversation previously, there's a package of changes above and beyond just this two-family package of changes. And it's all about different strategies to encourage different housing types to meet the needs at different levels. So in total, we're talking about a strategy to create attainable housing. So one of those packages is about two-family housing. Another one, which we'll talk about later, deals specifically with affordable housing, which has a different definition, and then incentives for smaller units. And at the last meeting, the counselors asked for information. We had presented this matrix of information about sort of the rationale behind doing the two-family housing as well as the bonus density and affordable housing. And we had presented to the council data about the median home size because that issue had come up through the public hearing process. And counselors had asked about the median size and whether that had changed over time. So what this table now has, it's been updated. So we know that overall throughout the city, the median single family house size is about 1,600 square feet. The mean house size for a single family home is about 1,800 square feet, 1,779 to be exact, as shown in this chart. And for two families, it's much smaller. And this is an extrapolation of understanding the total structure size of a two family. But if you break that down, we're estimating that unit sizes, the median is about 1,175 square feet, and the mean is slightly higher at 1,240 square feet. So that's overall throughout the city. And we did look at the numbers for over units built in the last 10 years, and they have gone up for single family homes. They have not gone up much for two family units. So the median is 22,160 square feet. The mean is 2,300 square feet for single family homes. And so that does show us an increase of a couple of hundred square feet. So that I think is relates to the conversation and the concern about large units being built as part of the two family. We're not really seeing that as a trend so far anyway. In the last 10 years, it doesn't look that way. And then to answer some of the other questions related to affordability and size and sort of where those units can be built. I can stop my screen share now. I might pull it up later if it's necessary. It has been to as it relates to issues of creating or building into backyards and large scale units in the backyards of properties. First of all, where this concern is originating is from the urban residential B and C districts, where we already allow detached units by site plan review. There was a comment that it's only allowed as an addition to a property that has a single family home on it already. The reality is that it's actually, there's multiple ways to develop units on a property, and you can have two principal structures on a parcel. We have townhouses that are clearly spelled out as an allowed building type, which can be multiple structures on a property. And there's still minimum open space requirements and setback requirements in the context of all the districts, but in particular, where there is more flexibility to have multiple structures on a property in the urban residential B and C districts, those open space and setback requirements would be the constraining factor for where buildings go and the scale of those buildings. And I just as well to point out that we have seen since this is already allowed in the urban residential B and C districts, what we're talking about is expanding into the allowing this into the urban residential A, rural residential, water supply protection, and suburban residential districts. And for the most part, these will be opportunities for people who currently own homes to add a second unit. Right now, we have an accessory dwelling provision in the ordinance throughout all of these districts, wherein a homeowner could add an accessory dwelling. This really just creates more flexibility. Instead of having a constraint of a 900 square foot unit, it could be larger. That doesn't mean it will be larger, because it obviously depends upon the homeowner and what their interests or needs are, for both providing potential income, but also providing opportunities for family members, or whatever the need might be. I have a couple of examples actually of how this has played out already, or examples where this might help property owners in the new jurisdiction, which only accessory dwellings are currently allowed. And so I just wanted to put that up on the screen to show this. There's some examples here. The upper picture in the upper corner is a detached accessory dwelling that was approved several years ago by zoning board special permit. I believe it's in the water supply protection district. So that's an example of a structure that came in under the existing ordinance. It's capped out right at 900 square feet. I know during the time of review, the applicant was really sort of pushing the envelope in how to create the space that would actually meet the 900 square foot cap, with all the possible permutations of angling the floor area so that wouldn't count as livable space, because they were really trying to capture as much space as they could for their intended use of that space. The bottom picture is a large house on Florence Road that technically has an accessory dwelling unit, but it's a very big house. I don't remember what the square footage is, but I know that the property owner was interested in determining how they could expand that maximum 900 square foot cap, because the space was too large for them as a residence, and they really wanted the capacity to have more space than the 900 square foot cap that's currently on the accessory dwelling unit. So those are just two examples of how a change in the this zoning would help property owners who already own homes in these districts. And I know there's a lot of question about affordability and that these large homes are going to be very expensive. And as I mentioned previously, you know, we have a definition of affordable housing. This is not intended to be affordable housing as defined in our zoning, which is targeted at to people who are meeting 80% or less of the area median income. But it's part of the overall attainable housing strategy. And the more opportunities we provide for flexibility for people to either rent or purchase units throughout the city, and not just in the areas where we allow multifamily housing, but provide options for people who might want to live farther out from town. And we know those units typically tend to be smaller than large, expansive single-family homes. That this is one of those ways that we might be able to provide some opportunity for lower cost housing for people. We also have included in the design, there's a question about trees and loss of open space and backyards. Of course, this would only, new units with single family homes is an option. We're not requiring people to go and build two-family or a second unit on their property. And the built-in design requirements in 611 do require tree replacement. I know there's been a discussion back and forth, and I've had a discussion with Councilor Jarrett about how to address some of the tree replacement requirements, but that came up early on in the public hearing process because we knew that neighborhoods had concerns about what happens when development takes place on a property. And even though as a single family homeowner can cut trees at any point, at any time for any development, we wanted to make sure that there was some ability to address the loss of trees on property. And that's what this ordinance does. So I think if there are other questions that councilors want me to address from public comment or from the last meeting, I'd be happy to do that.
Okay, let's start with Councilor Jarrett, then Councilor Dwight, then Councilor Foster, then Councilor Labarge.
Actually, I couldn't really make out what you just said. So,
Oh no, really?
Who's first? I just
It's a little fuzzy,
I don't know.
Yeah, let's
Is
hear
this not
Councilor
working?
Brown, Councilor.
but I think it was Councilor Jarrett first. Was that correct?
Councilor Jarrett first.
Okay, thank you. Carolyn, so I'm getting a lot of questions from my constituents, specifically around an element of the URB zoning and the change that will occur there with this, which is it's removing in site plan, the addition of a principal structure to a parcel where one already exists, and then changing that to 2 single-family dwellings per lot. Now, if you literally interpreted that, it could mean that, well, you have to have a principal structure there already before you can add another one, which I guess would just mean you have to build one and then you could immediately build another. Versus, what are we changing it to, where you can just build 2 single-family dwellings from scratch if you had an empty lot? Is that accurate, or what's your reading of that?
So there isn't a change from the existing provisions in the zoning, wherein someone currently could come in for site plan review and build 2 principal structures on a property, or 3 that they could be all detached, or 2 attached and 1 detached. So that's allowed now. We also allow now by Zoning Board of Appeals, if someone just had a small sized lot that could only accommodate a single family house, the minimum lot size was of such a size that a second unit would not be allowed, or a third unit would not be allowed. There's still a provision that allows us an accessory apartment, and that can be either detached or attached. So there's no change to the current condition. So that is misreading of how all the components fit together in the zoning to allow different variables, primarily in the urban residential B and C districts, because that's where we allow multifamily housing to begin with. So really, this is about the adding the ability to create a second unit in the rest of the city, where it's now currently only allowed in the B&C district, unfettered as to size. There's no size cap. Except for except for the minimum lot size creates that cap now, essentially. Creates the total density cap.
Right, and the setbacks, and the open space requirements. Oh, but I'm sorry, if you could walk me through this. So I'm looking at the URB regulations, and we see the addition of a principal structure to a parcel where one already exists. So you start with a lot that has nothing on it under the current regulations. How do you build two principal structures at once? Where is that enabled?
So there could, what's interesting is we haven't really had too many of those proposals. Usually it's more than, it's 3 or more units that come in at once on a parcel. But we have a provision that, so further down in site plan, it says you can do townhouse units or other multifamily of up to 6 units. So that's the line that's also allowed by site plan review. So that's where someone would, if someone were proposing that scenario, they would do that. Or if they're proposing a new single family home with a detached accessory dwelling, same thing. We look at it at the first step and say, okay, this is your path to approval.
So a townhouse, they don't all have to be attached?
Right, either clusters, they could be between 2 to 8 units attached in a block, and then another block, and then another block.
Okay. So yeah, I just want to be clear that we're not changing that for URB and URC. Yeah. That is remaining the same. What we were talking about for that in terms of these detached structures, because I think that's rightly very important to my constituents that we be very careful about what's going on in these districts. So thank you for clarifying that.
Okay, does this sound better? Yeah, okay.
You're fuzzy, but
give a girl a break. Okay, Councillor Dwight, I think, was next, then Councillor Foster, then Councillor Labarge. That's all right.
And thank you to Councillor Jarrett. Actually, that was actually my front-loaded question to some degree, and he actually expanded on it. That's brilliant. Carolyn, and because these conditions exist already, has there been a demonstrated land rush that has been described or projected or prophesized that essentially mad developers coming and rapaciously taking up and buying up whole swaths of neighborhoods and then converting them to multiple townhouses, for instance?
No, I mean, we've seen a few projects here and there that have come forward for townhouse development. So I think there was one referenced in public comment on Holly Street. So that's the redevelopment of the church property. That's in Central Business District, actually. But and then the Shaw's Motel was redeveloped. And then recently there was a permit approved for a 1+ acre property on William Street. Then there was a project in Hinckley Street with, so it's over time. There's, maybe 1 or 2 projects scattered through the city maybe every other year or so, every year, depending. And so it sort of depends on the opportunity, what the property owner, how much land there is, obviously, and of course this is what was anticipated. We the goal was to allow for more efficient use of land and provide opportunities for people as they saw fit for their property or as properties sold. And periodically there are single family home lots that are created. I think I said one of the hearings that maybe we have about 11 A&Rs a year or something like that, wherein someone's creating an additional single family house lot. And depending on the size of that lot, it's going to dictate how many units are allowed to be built under the zoning provisions.
I mean, currently we are now in what is described as a very super white hot housing market. Basically, if you want to sell your property or your house, there's an opportunity to sell it much above original asking price and realize a big profit. So this one would presume, given where we are now, this is the peak of this type of speculative development that people were very concerned about. Since there already is existing zoning for developers to come in and take advantage of. It's interesting what you described. Does not sound like it doesn't sound like Filene's basements. I unfortunately, these conversations are always driven with passions, and that's usually inspired by the fact that things that are beyond your control, things that you consider to be your environment, your territory, your backyard. When you describe someone else's backyard changing, it would in me, it would in anybody inspire concern and distress. But I think that's honestly what's driving the bulk of this. But I did want to know if there was any evidence that as of now, during this really very active period in housing and development, that if we were seeing evidence of this, some of the things that were being projected. So thank you.
What's going on?
Councilor Shara, you're muted.
That's why. Sorry, Councilor Foster.
Thank you. Carolyn, I apologize. I didn't have a chance to call you before the meeting tonight, but I just wanted to sort of lift up the concerns, some of the concerns that I've heard regarding demolition of existing structures in order to take advantage of zoning that would allow larger structures to be in the place where maybe one smaller unit that was, I think, accessible is the wording you're using, for people who can't afford, the market rate housing that we're seeing right now, but a smaller, older structure that maybe needs quite a bit of maintenance, that kind of thing. It often lets people get into them. And I am sympathetic to the concerns around seeing some of those torn down and new larger structures put in. And so that one of the concerns that I've heard from constituents mostly today, which is why I didn't have a chance to call you, is around that concept of a smaller house coming down and two bigger houses taking advantage of two single families on the same lot, a provision there. And I'm just wondering if there's anything that zoning can address for that situation. And I understand it's the market and the city can't control the market. And I think that this package of amendments, I see how it works together to create more opportunities for different types of housing and a different mix of development, and different entry points, financial entry points. But I'm just wondering, I guess really around that concept of is there any answer in zoning regarding the the concern around tearing down existing structures in order to take advantage of the opportunity to put two larger structures on the same lot?
Yeah. Well, I guess I would first say I don't I don't think we're in a position as this community where there's so much demand that it's more cost efficient to demolish a structure in order to build new units. You know, there's not a tear down craze in Northampton. I think that there are some structures sometimes that you know, do need significant amounts of investment in order to make them livable or move-in condition. And so I think that becomes part of the calculation for anyone who's looking at a property. And I think that it's something that we might, you know, look at in the future if it appears that we're at a point where the property value or the demand for housing is so high and we're not meeting that demand that it tips the scales and makes it more cost effective to demolish a perfectly good structure in order to create space. But I don't think we're there yet. And I think the other piece of that is with these other zoning packages, I think part of the issue that's driving up the cost is that we don't have enough supply at different levels, and so you know, because the demand for people moving here has increased, and we're going through another, you know, peak in that demand that we've seen at various times over the last 20 years. You know, it's waxed and waned. So I think that I mean, I'm hopeful that creating different ways of allowing people to build housing sort of helps to address that demand and maybe, you know, relieve some of that pressure.
Thank you.
Unit again.
Next was Councilor Labarge.
Thank you, Council President. Carolyn, I had talked with you on Wednesday with the amount of calls that I was getting about the article in the Gazette. And I just want to clarify, reading and I think George Kohart from the Planning Department did talk about people's properties, their backyards right down the line. But I think the big question is here, seeing something written that says more big buildings in Northampton backyards, okay? Isn't there a specific zoning limit on how high a building can be? Like you got Con Street, you've got the apartment buildings down there. Don't we have a certain limit that a building only can be?
Yes, so this ordinance doesn't make any amendments to the heights or the setbacks or the open space or the parking requirements for properties. You know, when we're talking about adding one additional unit to a property, it means there's more structure on a property, but it still has to be built within this constraints of those other zoning requirements. And of course, we don't have any constraints or restrictions on the massing or size of a single family home. So person could also fill up to the maximum extent possible their single family house setback to setback, as long as they're meeting the minimum open space requirements. And so we don't see that, as you can see, the data show that the 2 family units per the size per structure is smaller than a single family home. So we don't think that this would necessarily generate all of a sudden a change or a shift in that number that we've been seeing over all these years with single family house size compared to 2 family.
Okay, so as an example, on West Stanton Road, through Habitat several years ago, about probably, I don't know how big the property is as far as acreage, maybe you might know, Carolyn. We have with Habitat, and it has 2 condos in one unit. And set off back from that, we have 2 more condos. And then off to the right, we have another 2 more condos, and that have been there for a long time. So we haven't had any complaints about that. They look like typical homes, but they're condos. And you're looking at 6 units separately, 2 each. And they have a nice parking lot that they can park their cars and everything in it to access onto West Stanton Road. So I don't know. I think there so many people saw this article and the calls that I got, so worried about the size of what can happen if somebody sold their property and the size of the buildings that could be placed in a backyard. So there's concerns about the size of it. So there is a speculation as how high you can go. The White House that you showed a little while ago that's my friend's house, okay? And basically it's a lot of garages on it, which is the L-shaped. And then the house, then there's another garage attached to the house. There's an apartment upstairs and a living area downstairs. Okay, so that makes the house look huge because of the garages that were added on. I want to know about the size. How big can say you can go in a backyard to bring the height up? That's what's happening here. Reading about big buildings in your backyard. And I think Councilor Dwight, if you can remember, off of South Street, people were very concerned about not the McDonald's house, but on Con Street, about is it gonna look the height of that building? So I think this is what the problem is here, of reading about big buildings in Northampton backyards. And I'm really sure that we do have a zoning requirement on heights.
Yes, we do. And in that the neighborhood.
How high can it go, Carolyn?
So in the your ward, the heights are the same as most as all the residential districts, basically, except for URC, and it's 35 feet.
Figures.
So that's 3 stories approximately.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Thank you very, very much, Carolyn.
And just to clarify even more, nothing in any of, let's say what we have on the agenda tonight changes those changes the height requirement.
Correct. Yeah.
Okay, I see Councilor Jarrett, but I know I'd seen Councilor Maori. I have it so I can't see you right now, Councilor Maori, but I know you're there.
Mine is specifically about height, if that's.
Okay, let's go to Councilor Jarrett, and then I'm going to try. There's Councilor Maori. Okay, Councilor Jarrett, then Councilor Maori.
So one thing I noticed in the suburban residential.
Can you hear me? Oh, sorry. No, sorry.
In the suburban residential table is right now, it says there's a maximum height of 20 feet for a detached accessory structure, but this would remove, and also in rural residential, this would remove that whole definition, right, of a detached accessory structure. So we are talking about a different height limit for right now for a detached accessory structure there, or is accessory the same as an accessory dwelling unit? Okay, maybe you can explain.
So, yeah, so it would be, it is a change in that regard because we're saying we want to equalize the playing field and allow two-family dwellings to function just like a single-family dwelling in that district. So we want to allow it to become a principal use as opposed to an accessory. So from that perspective, there is a height change, but it's bringing it up to the same height as a single-family home.
Right.
Well, so, oh, Councilor Maori's back. She had left, but she's back. Councilor Maori. Oh.
She's got to unmute herself.
Hold on. Okay. Councilor Maori.
Thank you. Right. Oh boy.
Yeah. Can you tell from my face?
This is the worst internet I've had. Yes, you can?
No, every like fourth word.
Okay.
So choose carefully.
Wondering about data about developers outbidding on property to put 2 units in versus being, the property being bought by someone who uses it as a resident. Does that data exist? Do we have a lot of that?
I can't hear Carolyn.
Oh, Carolyn, I can't hear you either. Oh, the system's breaking down.
It is.
Carolyn, we can't hear you, and I don't know why, because you're not muted.
Hold on.
Oh, I heard that.
Municipal broadband.
Okay. Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. Sorry about that. Actually, I'd like to blame it on Comcast, but in this case, my earbuds dropped. So they were working for too many hours. Okay. So the short answer is no. I mean, we anecdotally hear about people getting outbid for all sorts of reasons on properties, just like anybody else would hear it.
Did someone else have their hand? Councilor Nash.
Thank you, Council President. Hello, Carolyn. So people have been talking about, this issue with properties with 2 houses on it. And I'm trying to picture, so I can picture having a principal residence with an accessory building, an additional house, but I can't imagine wanting to have 2 principal residents on the same property. And I'm just not, I think that's what people are concerned about under this provision, that that a developer would come in and say, okay, I've got a lot where I can now put 2 houses on it, and I'm going to build 2 full-size houses. And the thing is that when you have 2 full-size houses, you get into this situation, you can't divide the property. So if you're going to have 2 property owners, one, you're going to have to come up with some sort of condo association, or where there's somebody who owns one house and then the other is, maybe they rent it out to folks or something like that. I'm just trying to imagine how often it doesn't seem like something there would be a high demand for, right? That's the thing I'm trying to figure out. I can see having an accessory dwelling, 1,000 square feet, 1,200 square feet, you're renting it out to somebody. But to have another principal residence, it just doesn't compute for me. So that's my question. Does it compute? Are there examples of that in the city where people actually want that?
So, maybe it's the term principal. We use that so that it's clear that they both have equal status, but it doesn't necessarily mean that the units will be the same size. And it's not just about developers building this, it's about individuals who might already have a single family house and want to add another unit. And it's going to be entirely up to them as to how big that second unit is. But the idea is really just to say we're treating them equally. We're not going to say one's an accessory and one's the principal. Yes, if you're going to create if you're going to have these as individually owned properties, yes, you'd have to set up a condominium, and that's been done many times in the city for, small numbers of units, even 2 units or even 2 attached units. You'd have a condex or whatever you want to call it. It becomes, it's harder to have, a 2-unit condominium because you'd have to figure out how you're going to split, divide the labor and the decision making and all of that. But it does happen. We do have that. We have some examples in your ward with more than one structure on a property, and I don't know if I'd have to pull up, which ones of those are condominiums and which ones are rentals.
But it's actually what's being described is kind of an unusual situation then, where somebody's going to all right, I have a 1,800 square foot house. Now I'm going to build a 1,900 square foot house on the property. I mean, that doesn't happen a lot, right? I think that's addressing that worry that people are focusing on. We're not, if somebody's got a big home and they're subdividing it a little, the 2-family, I don't think anybody has a problem with. I think it's just this image of another, principal structure going in the backyard. But it doesn't, I can't think of this. I know there's scenarios where there are two-family condos, but I can't think of a situation where there's 2 separate structures. So anyway, that's my thought, and and you seem to be confirming that it's not something that's just popping up all over the city. No. And in fact, here's what it is. It's not something a developer actually would want to do unless they were asked to do that by a property owner. That for a developer to develop a 2-principal structure, 2-house condo association is probably not an ideal. Like you're saying, that you usually want to have, odd numbers and multiple units to make that actually work.
Yeah.
Okay. There we go. All right. Thank you.
Councillor Quinlan, then Councillor Dwight.
Well, we've heard in public comment, we're reading, I'm sure the other councilors are reading emails as well about, about developers having it easy in Northampton to turn big profit. And as Councillor Dwight mentioned before, we're in a white hot market here. And I think from what I'm getting for emails, it's not just about, two units and one piece of property. It's about the fact that, our cityscape, our streetscapes are sometimes being, run over by a larger house, which is increasing the value. And I think, to me, a lot of what I'm getting from residents that reach out to me has more to do with the feeling that the zoning laws are being used to raise property value in the area. And as a result, they're feeling run over by the city sometimes. I think, we've heard specifically the name of one developer here in the city that's using the city, that's, investing a lot here. I don't think it's important to pinpoint it on one person, because I think if our zoning laws are in place here and they're making this work, then it's not just one developer. Right across the street from me, there was one house, it's gone, and there are 8 condos there now. And every one of those condos is selling for more money than any house on the street has sold for in the last 25 years. So it's raising our property taxes here. And the question is just where are the people of Northampton? When do you think that we would see some relief for the people of Northampton in terms of attainably priced housing, as you were saying before, but also in terms of the infill creating a relief in property taxes?
I think that those are both difficult questions to predict. I think that what we know is that we have these gaps in housing needs and trying to create opportunities for people who can't get into the market. You heard from some people who were on the call on the Zoom earlier, that's an issue for them, but we've also seen that in our reports that have come in, the housing studies that have been done. And we also know that the cost of construction has gone up incredibly steeply, particularly through this COVID year. So that has obviously a direct effect on the ultimate cost of a new house to someone. And I think the construction costs have been high already. So for example, the houses across from you that were built, that's directly related to what was put into them and those costs. So I think what we know is that we don't have enough housing stock to meet the need. And so that's keeping those prices elevated. I don't know how that relates to tax relief, though. So if we do allow sort of all different opportunities for people to come in and achieve housing, either through rental or ownership, I still I can't predict, whether that'll help existing homeowners with their, tax bills and see those tax bills change at all. My guess is that typically tax bills don't go down over time, no matter what happens in the market.
Sure. I think we all understand that part. The question is not about a tax bill going down, but more about at some point, if the tax base grows enough, is there relief coming? Is there the opportunity for the residents of this city who live here now, and some of who are struggling to age in place, and see houses that are sometimes 3 and 4 times more in value than their house being built on their street? What's the strategy to somehow allow this all to work for everyone?
Yeah. I think that, again, I think trying to create these different, one of the issues is people who want to stay in their neighborhoods and want to be able to age in place don't have a place to go because there isn't new housing of different configurations that meets their needs. Maybe they're in a 3-story or a house that has stairs and they want to go to a single level living situation. By creating zoning that allows shared land, it's less expensive for people to have more 2 or 3 units on a single piece of property than having to afford to buy a single detached house on its own lot. So all of those things are an attempt to try to create opportunities so people can move and shift things around as their life situations change.
Right. Thanks, Carolyn. Thanks especially for putting these answers together at midnight.
Councilor Dwight.
Actually, on the tax issue, it's worth noting that, of course, the tax is a regressive tax structure that was because the state decided to abdicate from income tax. And so, unfortunately, for better or for worse, as people's valuations go up, that also means their asset increases. It's unfair that you are being forced out of your house because your taxes are now higher than your mortgage was when you originally worked, and now you're on a fixed income. And this is a cycle that plays out everywhere. And actually, zoning can't cope with it. Zoning is essentially, it's not surgery. It isn't precise. It doesn't go with the scalpel. It's more like preventative maintenance, medicine. It's basically you create a system that promotes in your best hopes, not always realized, but hoping that it does at least translate and address a larger problem. And part of the pressures here, of course, that we're describing is a housing shortage that increases pricing pressures, thus increasing valuations. These poor folks are sitting in their house and the valuation on their house is going up, which is great on one level because if they actually do want to sell, then that's a fair amount of money, or they can get loans that will back them up. But if you're retired, the last thing you want to do is do that. But more importantly, I mean, holistically, when we talk about this, one of the things that struck me, of course, during the conversation, during the many portions of testimony that we've had on this, is someone noted it in the public comment tonight, was the age disparity. There's a marked difference between the pros and cons who are advocating in age. And another unique thing is that virtually everyone testifying, with few exceptions, very few exceptions, everyone moved here. They weren't born or raised here, most of the people talked tonight. They all came, like me, I think, like virtually everyone here, except for Michael, I think, all came here because it was a desirable place to live. It's the same things that compelled us to want to move here. And when I came here, an entry-level house was around $160,000, which sounds really great in this market. But back in 1985, that was a hellish price. That was horrifying. It was equivalent to what a $400,000, $500,000 house is now. And we see this trend that's moving up. But there were no entry options. You either rented or you found a house that was, in Bay State, that maybe listed at $200,000, which was still a pretty big chunk of change. And you bought into what has been described as a working class neighborhood. But by and large, that's not the case anymore. All of our neighborhoods, all of our community has changed and evolved, and they will continue to change and evolve. The building structures, the shape of the neighborhoods, they will change. One of the things, of course, is you heard a lot of people concerned about what's going to happen to their backyard. Well, nothing's going to happen to your backyard unless you do something to it or sell it. In which case, if you sold it, then pretty much, then whoever buys it, then it's their backyard to do within the parameters of zoning and strictures to do what they want. And I've always said that every political conversation, everything that we ever debate or deliberate is a territorial conflict. It's an issue of trying to manage and maintain, the desire to manage and maintain that which you know and are comfortable with, and really dreading the possibility of things beyond your control changing that. And that's why these are emotional discussions. That's why they're excruciating for a lot of people. My neighborhood has not changed significantly in structures, particularly. It's a dense neighborhood. It's close to downtown. It's former worker housing for the railroad. My house looks exactly like my neighbor's house down the row. And my neighbor 2 doors down listed their house in the middle of a blizzard. There was a line down the block to go into it for the one day of showing, and it sold about $50,000 over their original asking price in cash. That's what we're talking about. If we're talking about, and it is true, as someone noted, it's inspired by COVID flight. It's also by really favorable interest rates, 2.8%. You can get a mortgage. But we're talking about trying to provide opportunities for entry level, and not a particularly sexy entry level purchasing or renting here in this community. And what you saw was a younger cohort, including Robert, who had pointed out he grew up here. He was born here and raised here, but he can't move back here to live here, other than live in an apartment that's far more tenuous and has no value to him in the main. This zoning is a comprehensive package, and when we hear people debating it one way or another, it depends. They use terms. Everyone uses terms that are malleable and not appropriate. When we talk about affordability, and then we're talking about the term attainability, but we're talking about a comprehensive package that creates opportunity and provides opportunity for people who are currently excluded. Wealthy people have always been able to come here and buy, including developers, always. And we're not the only community in the entire state of the Commonwealth or even the Northeast that has the same desirability. I mean, I like to flatter myself by saying I live in the best community on this green orb. But that's delusional. That's not true. But the fact is that part of what would compel people to move here, really wealthy people, this valley doesn't have the economy that would, for instance, provide housing opportunities like you would see in the Berkshires, where that disparity is huge, where you have people in deep poverty and then people in obscene wealth. And we had this same fight some years back about changing the setback requirements to promote more development of ADUs and provide more affordability. The resistance was pretty much, the comments were very much the same. It was a concern about a massive land grab by rapacious developers intent on basically doing a quick flip and making a quick buck. That's not what's happening. It's not likely to happen. As Councilor Nash had pointed out, the scenario that's described, no developer is going to build something like that on spec. It doesn't make any sense. You could sit there and not sell those units. You have a legal nightmare trying to parse out who owns what. And you not only trying to sell to one person, you're trying to sell to two people something identical. So we know that there are fights to come. There will be these same type of concerns. They're legitimate concerns. They're I don't discount them. They are absolutely legitimate. That you are talking about the place where people live, but they didn't always live there. And there was a resistance put up one day. I would use, for example, well, I won't name a specific development, but I know that there was one development that was built not long ago that had enormous resentment by the butters and the neighbors. Very, very upset. It was built, people moved in, they've been living there for several years now. And now some of those people are complaining about prospective development near them. And so it goes. And so it will continue to go. And it's because it's very visceral. It speaks to a very primitive trigger in all of us. It's controlling and managing the places that we hold dear and that we cherish. And so it requires sensitivity and conversation, but at the same time, we kind of get lost in the hyperbole and the very dramatic processes and the what ifs. And that's not the case here. I think George Kohout framed it perfectly. And I'm so grateful that he's the chair of the planning board. I cannot tell you. And so, I mean, it is my hope that that we study not only this package that we're debating right now, but the comprehensive, in the context of the comprehensive package that we're going to advance, and hopefully the other portions with less controversy.
Thank you, Councilor Dwight. Councilor Jarrett.
Thank you, Councilor Dwight. I wanted to expand a little bit on that and the point I call rich people win. So, you know, we see right now new moderately sized homes are $600,000, and older ones range from the mid 250s to 500,000. It does cost a lot to build new construction, as we've heard, but these older homes would certainly cost less if a lot of people didn't want to buy here. And of those people who want to buy here, the rich people win. And so a couple of points about that. So one, I mean, it's absolutely not fair. There is extreme wealth inequality, and but that's currently our system. So we've talked about supply and demand, and it's illogical that increasing supply will reduce demand, but the demand is so much higher than the supply, and it's not just our problem. We're actually doing pretty well at trying to make opportunities, but there's so much more. There is also something of the signaling effect, which is where people with money go somewhere, and that attracts more people with money. And the question is whether building more buildings causes that to overcome, and that then attracts people with that signaling. Does that overcome the supply and demand question? And in studies I've seen, it's in general, it's not shown to be true. In some cases, temporarily, it is that way. And then, as we've already talked about, there are the least expensive buildings that are in really bad shape. And it's generally people who can pay cash for the whole thing that are getting them, which is usually developers or people with money. I'll say rich people again. And developers will fix that up and sell it for 500 or 600,000. So, I mean, I don't like demolitions for sure. And we're in my ward, you know, we have one that happened and two that are very likely to happen very shortly. But the argument that if we had zoning that prevented more housing, that would make it more affordable, I don't think holds true, because of there's just the extreme demand and who's actually getting these houses that are in bad shape. Second is that some of us have won the lottery. Those of us basically who bought our homes before the current rise in demand, and now our homes are worth more. And it's not because we put more work into them. And then when we change zoning, it can also make our properties more valuable because we can do more things with them, which is basically another lottery win. It's interesting that a lot of us who've won the lottery are the most people who are most concerned about both rich people winning and then also the zoning changes. But I would say we have an obligation as homeowners, because we're the ones who can decide to rent or sell at a lower price. So we have a role in this gentrification. It's not just developers. And there are ways to put systems in place where we can create more permanently affordable things. And I know it's very hard to do when someone's offering a lot, or you have a room or a house that you could rent for a lot more money. But that can make we can make a huge difference in someone's life there. And then I wanted to just talk about neighborhood character and how neighborhood character changes. And so prior to zoning, more buildings were built close together as more people wanted to live in an area, and that the neighborhood changed to reflect the need. And people needed to live close together because most of them didn't use cars back then. And all of the traditional neighborhoods we see went through this process. And then zoning came along with larger lots, and that stopped it. So that pushed the development out. It prevented things like small neighborhood retail stores they could exist for a while until they went out of business, but then you could never start another one because the zoning wouldn't allow it. and then created supermarkets and big box stores where those things were allowed. They had lower prices, but you had to have expensive transportation requirements, basically a car, in order to get there. And so I think what we're trying to do in this whole package, one of the things is to bring back the ability to have neighborhoods where we can meet our needs more locally and in an updated fashion. And things we have to think about are, how much do we want to legislate? How much yard people are required to have? And we have open space requirements, and it sounds like there are people who think they're not high enough, but what would the cost of that be given the development patterns? And then attainable housing, what Carolyn was talking about, and that is that worth it? And I think so. I think the multifamilies, whether they're attached or detached, are cheaper to build per unit than single families. As we've seen, they'll likely be smaller, more energy efficient. So these will be attainable to people who certainly will be making more than the legal definition of affordable, but who couldn't afford a single family. And and then affordable housing, true legal affordable housing, which is people making 80% of the area median income or less. I think that that's only going to come from subsidy or goodwill at this point. And that one of the measures we'll be taking up later will create actually the legal affordable housing. And we've seen that subsidies at all levels of government are sorely lacking, but that subsidy is probably the only way to create it, unless, and this, a homeowner wants to build a second unit and chooses to rent or sell it at an affordable price, which is just barely possible. But they can probably get more, and most will. The only other option is if fewer people want to live here, then prices would go down. So lastly, does this zoning and the things we're now considering, does that make for a more livable city? Are we attached to large lot sizes and concerns about traffic that we'll never actually get to the sufficient density to support living without cars for most trips? And as someone, I've done a lot of research on this issue, and the urbanism makes much more sense to me than suburbanism, and that fits in with our city's goals. Even though, it hurts every time a tree comes down or we have less open space around here, it's so much better than the suburban sprawl alternative that I believe that basic form is correct. And we will get new neighbors who are probably wonderful. So piecing all those together and looking at how the URA and the water supply protection zones, they're close enough to our downtowns, Florence and Northampton and Leeds, that adding more units meets all of our sustainability goals there. And then in the suburban residential and rural residential, it meets our affordability and energy efficiency goals, as it doesn't create new streets or fragment habitat that the way that a sprawling subdivision. So, weighing all of these options, I think it's worth supporting this ordinance.
Thank you. Okay. Any further comment on this package? Councillor Nash.
Thank you, Councillor Shara. I just want to say that that what I like about this package is the range of options that, we're around the 2 single families and the 2 family by right. There's that piece. We have the other things that we're going to be looking at, hopefully sooner than later. But the fact that what we're doing is we're really allowing for a lot of flexibility, and that, right now we can only hope that, by allowing smaller units or attached units or housing elsewhere on properties, that we're actually going to end up with more affordability. And that, but I do think in terms of for families that these options are really great. These are the sort of things that keep families together, allow people to age in place, allow people to have, children live with them or on their property. It allows for, investment income at some point. It takes all of our structures and just makes them more flexible. And that I think that in itself is very worthy. And so based on that, I'm going to be supporting this.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Jarrett, I saw your hand pop back up. Okay.
I have an amendment to propose, but if there are general comments or questions for Carolyn, I can wait to do that.
Any other questions or comments for Carolyn? It'd be great if we could get to the actual affordable housing ordinance on this agenda. That's just my editorial comment. Okay, I don't see any. Councilor Jarrett.
Okay, so you probably saw this earlier, but then Carolyn and I talked and we made some updates to it. I believe Laura has the updated version. Actually, I think Laura sent the updated version as well earlier, but Laura, are you able to screen share that?
Yeah. I think. There we go.
Okay, so this is section 4 of 20.166, and it's a section of screening. And so A and B are the same. All the amendments are in C. And so for every tree over strike 3, add 5. So for every tree over 5 inches in caliper removed for construction, a replacement strike shade, replacement tree of at least 1 inch caliper selected from the city's tree list and planting guidelines must be planted on the property. And then we're striking when more than 3 trees are required for replacement, a variety of shade trees selected from the planning board's tree planting list. There's multiple revisions here, but all this is being struck. City's tree and planting guidelines must be selected. Then adding, the planning board may waive the total number of required trees to be planted on site if it finds that it is infeasible to replace all removed trees on site, and when 1, at least one 1-inch tree is planted on site, and 2, planting and spacing requirements for the replacement trees would be hindered by constraints of the lot in combination with the planned usable space of the lot. And 3, the remainder of the required 1-inch trees, in consultation with the city's tree warden, are planted on public property with preference given to the public right-of-way as close to the site as feasible. And so I will note that the Urban Forestry Commission has weighed in on this amendment as well. And most of the the sections, for example, striking shade and just saying tree, were from them selected from the city's tree list and planting guidelines rather than the planning board's tree list, and making it sort of simpler, not having a special requirement if you had 3 trees was also, they would they believe that the 3-inch threshold is preferred. Carolyn and I decided together that we both agreed upon a 5-inch threshold, though I would certainly support a 3-inch as well, but I feel like a 5-inch is also fair. The concern about the 3-inch is that there could be a large number of 3-inch trees in some cases, and without a way to, with this proposal, it does require the replacement trees to be planted, if not on the property, then in the public right of way, hopefully nearby. And so 5-inch seems like there won't be as many 5-inch trees, and getting a 1-inch tree from a nursery and planting it yourself is not that extreme. $200 would probably be the maximum. So given the likelihood of the number of 5-inch trees that would need to come down, this doesn't seem too onerous to me. And Carolyn, if you want to speak to this as well, I would welcome that. I guess I have to make a motion too. Sorry. I guess I should make a motion first so we can discuss it on the floor. So I move this amendment as written.
Second.
Do you want me to respond? Yeah, so just quickly, I don't have anything to add. I think there was a lot of debate back and forth about trying to make sure that we weren't being overly burdensome to property owners and putting this tree planting requirement where other property owners, particularly single family homeowners, don't have any restrictions about, cutting or to create deck space or a pool or just cutting for cutting's purpose. So I'm fine with that. I did also have a couple of other sort of housekeeping items on this one that I thought I could go over, but whenever you're ready for those.
Mute yourself.
Not pertaining to this amendment, Carolyn?
Just not pertaining to the particular subsection that Councilor Jarrett just was speaking about, but other subsections within 166 and 167.
Okay. So any further discussion on this amendment? All right. Councilor Labarge.
Yeah. I had talked with Carolyn about that today. Very concerned. I can see on public way. I don't have a problem with that. But I think on people's private property, when you're trying to tell them what they can't plant and what they cannot plant is not right. And it is not right. I don't have a problem, but when you have septic systems and that, which I told Carolyn, that's a problem. Trees, if they're planted near septic systems, you're looking at problems. We've had problems because of the trees that we had planted out in back of our home, tons of them. And they had to come in and undo all the root area around that septic system. So to me, when you're saying, well, you own property, here you are, you're building a home, you might gonna have a long driveway, and you're telling people, well, whatever you've taken off, you gotta replace. I don't think there should be a number at all. I could see one, that's fine. But to tell people what they're gonna do, there's a lot of problems going on with that. And a lot of people are saying they have had it with the city telling them what to do with their property. And this, I went to Carolina. I don't mind doing one tree, but when you're saying a certain width and how many trees, I don't think that's right. I really don't. Whatever.
Councilor Jarrett, do you want to respond?
Sure, yeah. I think that in this case, we're allowing something that normally is not allowed, and that in this, we're allowing for a 2-family housing. And so we're asking that that there be more tree, that we not have a net loss of trees, and we still will have a net loss of trees in the short term. But given our climate goals, given all the benefits that trees provide in terms of public, in terms of shade, in terms of cooling, that it's necessary that we think about the long-term the future of Northampton. And I think that
understand that.
there's
Councilor Jarrett has the floor.
And so I think that this is a good compromise. And if someone really isn't able to plant on their property, that's why we have the option to plant them, on the street near them. We're not, they can ask the planning board for that. And I think the planning board would give that waiver. They do have to plant one tree. But other than that, it's just a matter of, if you're removing trees, then you're giving back to the public in some way if you don't want to plant them on your property.
Councilor Labarge?
Well, like I said, I talked with Carolyn about this and the concerns about it. And even Carolyn said, Carolyn, you told me, you said you agree if there's problems on a piece of property, you're saying you cut down whatever for a long driveway. It could be 5, 6, 7, 8 trees. And a driveway is going to go in there. And then you don't have any other area to put all these trees back. And that's when Carolyn told me, right, Carolyn, that there was going to be a change here, okay, to make sure that a property owner would have a choice of putting that one tree versus how many you take down.
Correct. And that's what this is, sort of this relief valve to accommodate property owners who can't plant on their because they have driveway or yard area that wouldn't accommodate a tree or a septic system that would be in the way. So this does address that.
Thank you.
Okay, any further discussion on this amendment? Roll call, Laura, on the amendment, please.
Councilor Foster,
Yes.
Councilor Jarrett,
Yes.
Councilor Labarge, Councilor Maori,
Yes.
Councilor Nash,
Yes.
Councilor Quinlan,
Yes.
Councilor Shara,
Yes.
Councilor Thorpe,
Yes.
and Councilor Dwight.
Yes.
Okay.
What was the question on the
Carolyn had,
her
Carolyn
amendments? Take it back.
had amendments, yeah.
Right.
So Carolyn, do you want to go through those?
Yeah. So 20.166 which is section 611A1. This relates to the a heating system that must be fossil fuel free. I think to circle back to the concerns that were discussed at the first meeting, and Alan Sewell talked about the differences between the zoning ordinance being able to address heating systems versus the building code. He recommends that we strike the term building code in that paragraph and replace that the heating system shall be shown through the site plan review process. So instead of building permit, it should be site plan. And then also to clarify what fossil fuel free means, strike the term fossil fuel free and state that all space heating must be powered by wood, wind, solar, or grid sourced electricity.
Okay. Someone want to move those amendments?
Yeah, I move those amendments.
Second.
Motion made by Councilor Dwight, seconded, I think, by Councilor Maori. Any discussion on those amendments? Seeing none, roll call, please, Laura.
Was the second Councilor Maori?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Councilor Jarrett,
Yes.
okay. Councilor Labarge,
Yes.
Councilor Maori,
Yes.
Councilor Nash,
Yes.
Councilor Quinlan,
Yes.
Councilor Shara,
Yes.
Councilor Thorpe,
Yes.
Councilor Dwight,
Yes.
and Councilor Foster.
Yes.
Okay. So as amended, Any further discussion? Seeing Councilor Jarrett?
Didn't Carolyn have another amendment
Oh.
to 20.167?
Yes, I'm sorry. I didn't know if it was the right time.
Oh.
Just to, there was one term still included in the Water Supply Protection District that showed detached accessory dwellings as not being extracted, and it should have been. I think there were two different versions going around, but just to clarify that we're getting rid of the term detached accessory dwellings throughout the table of uses. And so that wasn't shown on even though that was the intention.
Okay, so do we need to move that amendment, or is there a version where that's the case?
I think to be safe, you can just move that amendment, because in particular, it's in 20.167.
Okay, is there a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Seconded by Councilor Barge. Motion made by Councilor Dwight. Any discussion? Roll call, please, Laura.
Councilor Labarge,
Yes.
Councilor Maori,
Yes.
Councilor Nash,
Yes.
Councilor Quinlan,
Yes.
Councilor Shara,
Yes.
Councilor Thorpe,
Yes.
Councilor Dwight,
Yes.
Councilor Foster,
Yes.
and Councilor Jarrett.
Yes.
Okay, any further discussion as amended? Seeing none, Councilor Jared.
Didn't Councilor Maori send a amendment? Councilor Maori, are you?
He's waving over there.
I can't see Councilor Maori.
Oh, okay.
Where are you? Why are you over there? How'd you get there?
It has been a night with the internet, I'll have to tell you. Yes.
You're
I've sent in
recognized.
an amendment. Oh, I'm sorry. Yes. Laura, do you have that that you could show?
Just give me one moment.
Do I need to move to, wait. Do I need to move to?
Okay, I think I've got it here.
I can't hear you.
Okay, thank you.
So I know it's a late hour, but I wanted to, you want me to read it through? Or can we look at it?
Whatever is the easiest way for us to understand it.
Well, it's just exploring the idea of a cap size on the second unit at 1,800 square feet, because it doesn't prevent units bigger than that from being built. It just would require a special permit, and it seemed like a reasonable size that would allow for a full family house, but would trigger a special permit if it went beyond that on the second unit in URA.
In URA. Okay.
Well, I'm assuming, yeah, because in the areas that will be newly affected by the two-family by right is what I meant.
Okay.
Maybe that part's not true. But in any case, it's what we explored earlier on, and I kind of wish I had hashed out a little bit more, because I'd like to hear what folks think, because I think if the fear is like a 3,000 square foot second unit, I think this would prevent that without preventing it actually even being built. Bigger than 1,800 square feet being built, it would simply trigger, the special permit process.
Okay, do you want to make a motion and we'll see if there's a second?
Sure.
Discussion?
Move to approve.
Move
Second.
to amend.
Excuse me. Move to amend.
I seconded it.
Okay. So go ahead, discussion. I can't see anybody anymore, or it's hard for me to see you all, so let me know who wants to talk.
Or you could take down,
Councilor Jarrett.
I would just ask Carolyn about what is this special permit, like, what would the implications of this be in terms of requiring a special permit for this circumstance?
Well, it would be difficult for the planning board, I think, to sort of have not a defined slate of reasons why they would grant a special permit. Leaving it open-ended sort of allows them the interpretation. What a special permit does is it creates potentially additional voting requirements, although this is for increased housing. So the issue would really be more, they could say no for whatever reasons they might determine are inappropriate. And we do have some standard special permit review criteria, but they don't speak specifically to this issue about a large unit. I think the other piece of it is, we don't have a cap on single family homes, and we also don't have, I think the data show that we don't have units that are the second units that are even 1,800 square feet from mean or median. So that's all I have to say about that.
Okay.
And could you describe what those special permit criteria are?
Sure.
The general ones?
Yeah. So the general criteria that are applicable to all uses are that they have to so the board would go through a sort of checklist from the zoning the project, the board needs to find that the project protects adjacent properties from serious detriment, essentially, and that would be related to surface water drainage, sound or sight buffers, preservation of views, light and air. The requested use promotes convenience and safety of vehicular and pedestrian movement on the site and to the site and on adjacent streets. There's a harmonious relationship evaluation to structures and the adjoining open spaces or the natural landscape. The project must be found not to overload any services from the city or by the city or mitigates for those impacts, and that the project is consistent with the city's adopted plans and objectives in those plan documents. So in this case, it would be the resilience and regeneration plan, so that the project would be evaluated against those goals and objectives.
Okay. Any other discussion on this amendment?
Oh, sorry, wait, sorry.
So Councilor Maori, then Councilor Dwight.
Right, so I mean, to me, that does sound like there is, some parameters for it, for the permitting for the planning board. And I don't know how you feel about that number, if you feel like, a different number would be more appropriate. And I think that does sound to me like kind of a clear guideline for the planning board, and they could certainly grant it. But if it wasn't harmonious and if it was, this 3,000, square foot house that was a second unit that was causing some serious issues, there at least would be a permit process. That's all I'm kind of looking to avoid.
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely permit review. It's helpful often to have targeted. One of the other criteria is that the use meets special regulations that are set forth for specific uses. I'm sorry, I'm losing my words. So that's the only piece that isn't there, but you're absolutely right. There's still criteria, just not targeted for second units. And, yes, so if there's a 3,000 square foot unit added to a property that was small and still could meet all the open spaces, maybe it overwhelmed the rest of the property. I mean, sure, there would be scenarios that the planning board would look at, for sure.
Right, but they wouldn't look at it without having to go to the permit process. Is that correct, Karen?
Otherwise, it would just be site plan and not special
Right.
permit.
Counselor Dwight?
So, Carolyn, you haven't said outright, but I get the sense that this is not something you're really enthusiastic about. Actually, the pressures on the infrastructure, which of course came up in public comment and everything else, and emergency response systems and all that, that's already built in. Those permits need to be required regardless whether special permit or site plan approval or anything. You can't build a house, even if the planning board signs off on it, if the DPW says we don't have the infrastructure that can sustain that. But so the one criteria on special permit that seems to be most salient is whether it conforms with the neighborhood or whether it's considered to be, which is, I mean, talk about amorphous. I really don't understand that, because the variety that we're describing, there's a number of things that don't conform depending on what you describe as a neighborhood. I would use the lumberyard project as a perfect example. The resistance to that was it didn't look like a one-story white cinder block parking garage, gas station. So thereby it didn't conform with the rest of the neighborhood. No, instead it was a residential house providing subsidized housing for families that was actually much more elegant and important. I don't suggest that that's what we're going to have here as an opportunity for the discussion, but maybe you could expand on what your feelings are relative to this suggestion.
Yeah, I mean, I think it certainly it did not, from the beginning, we weren't recommending a cap of any kind. We're recommending lifting the 800 square foot cap. This is obviously much bigger than what was existing. So I think the ordinance would be fine. It would stand just fine with this amendment. And I think also, given that we're not getting huge two families, I think it would be a rarity where we'd see a special permit criteria or special permit application for something like that. It's not, a deal breaker by any means. The other piece to note, I think just in general, we think pretty hard about setting a special permit threshold for any use. We want to make sure it makes sense, because that does become a barrier for people. It's an additional burden above and beyond a site plan, just because of the level of review and the ability for the board to say no. So it just, when an applicant sees I need a special permit versus I need a site plan, there's a different reaction to that. And it could have some chilling effect. However, I'm not sure how often it would come up.
And I would imagine anyone who's considering a 3,000 square foot second unit on a property has lots of other considerations to absorb, that, like the fact that it would make absolutely no sense in many respects. But if what I'm hearing you say is that this is not particularly harmful or deleterious to any other dimension of the proposal, then I'm fine with living with that. I think my concern is that when we make these stipulations, we're making law, so we have to be pretty clear how we make law and why we're making law. And I understand the reason that this is being proposed is the expressed concerns of people who have suggested that was a possibility. Although, and I think we've all acknowledged extremely unlikely. But if we wanted to nail it shut, then let's do it.
Councilor Maori? You're frozen.
Frozen.
You hear me? Darn it.
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Darn it. Okay, great. Glad I didn't swear then. My internet. I was just gonna say, this actually is, you know where this comes up is actually in the Leeds area where you have really large properties, and it's actually coming up that someone wants to build a second home that large. So that's why I thought of it. I don't want to actually make things more difficult. I'm hoping it would be a rarity. And if there's a number, you know, if councilors were more comfortable with another number, I just think for those, it actually might in my ward actually come up that you'd have a second home, even a family, part of the family, you know, home that was 3,000 square feet put in. It's possible. So, and it's a fear. And I thought, you know, maybe, well, it's an actuality, but it's also a fear. And if it wasn't too much of a detriment, I thought it could add to this. But I'm willing to listen to my counselors as well on this late hour.
Counselors? Counselor Nash, then Counselor Jarrett.
Yeah, my one thought on this is that why don't we just go for a hard cap rather than discuss that rather than a special permit? Because my fear is around a special permit is we're inviting a meeting where people are going to show up to, say things about the structure, and that I think we're kind of handing the discussion off to the planning board. And that if we really don't want 3,000 square foot type structures, let's create that cap. And also with one other thought, and this with a question for Carolyn. So Carolyn, if we did create like a cap of 2,000 square feet on the second unit, then that we could always lift it in the, here's the other way. We can't go from, unlimited to limiting it, right? In other words, like if we approve tonight, like build whatever you want, but we can't come back and then say, you can only build 2,000 square feet. We can't.
You could.
We could do that.
Yeah, if you felt like there was all of a sudden a rush and everyone's building 3,000 square foot second units on their property,
right.
Sure, you could come back and say, you know what, this is too much.
Yeah, I just have this fear of planning board just getting hit with the, with multiple meetings around, a particular, development. That's my one concern here. Whereas if it's, site plan or by, if it's site plan, you have one meeting, it meets the regulations or it doesn't, and then it's over with. So I guess I'm being protective of the planning board.
Councilor Jarrett.
Thank you. Yeah, so this is double the current ADU size that we're getting rid of. So it allows for double the size of a second unit that we currently allow, and it's just about the average for a single family. And I think there's a question of large buildings are likely to not be in line with our goals, and the fact that it will be considered in terms of the resilience regeneration plan, and that there's been quite a expression from neighbors, although most of the people who expressed it were in urban residential B and not in these other areas. But I certainly have received input from urban residential and urban residential A and suburban residential residents. I have a few of those, but I think other councilors have a lot more. I feel comfortable establishing this level of review and listening to people who are concerned about what might happen. And if in a couple of years we see, well, it's not happening, we're not even getting a special permit, we're not getting inquiries, we can always remove that.
Okay. Counselor Foster.
Yeah, I think, one of the requests that I've heard resoundingly as people have come through to public hearings, regarding zoning changes as well, is that we take a big picture approach. And so to me, this amendment makes sense, looking at, as we mentioned, our climate goals, our goals to provide housing options that may be more financially in reach for people. And Carolyn, I really hear what you're saying. Like, there probably won't be a rush on developing really huge second units. And at the same time, if that does happen, and then we're revisiting zoning in a reactionary way, I think that's harder than putting a limit in and then down the road saying, okay, maybe we don't need it. But that's an approach that I would be more comfortable taking.
Other comments? Councilor Murray, I'm going to ask you to clarify what districts this pertains to, because I feel like that wasn't clear in the motion, and I want to make sure that we know exactly what amendment we're voting on. Councilor Maori?
I was assuming because it was part of the, it was part of the, it was amendment to the ordinance, it would be, I mean, I assumed it was all the new URA, because that's where this is going to be a new, sorry, I'm very tired.
Carolyn, is it clear to you what it pertains to?
I think, yes, the text had different paragraphs for RR, SR, WSP, and URA.
Okay,
And
I was confused by the only mentioning URA.
Yeah.
Oh,
But the
no, I'm
text that
sorry.
Laura
Right,
had,
all right, yes.
correct, Laura?
Not your.
Yeah.
Sorry.
All
Not
right.
your B.
Okay, everyone's on the same page? Okay, all right. Any further discussion on this amendment? Roll call, please, Laura.
Counselor Maori,
Yes.
Counselor Nash,
Yes.
Counselor Quinlan,
Yes.
Counselor Shara,
Yes.
Counselor Thorpe,
Yes.
Counselor Dwight,
Yes.
Counselor Foster,
Yes.
Counselor Jarrett,
Yes.
and Counselor Labarge.
Yes.
Okay, any further discussion as amended? Seeing none, roll call on the package.
Counselor
As amended.
Nash,
Yes.
Counselor Quinlan,
Yes.
Counselor Shara,
Yes.
Counselor Thorpe,
Yes.
Counselor Dwight,
Yes.
Counselor Foster,
Yes.
Counselor Jarrett,
Yes.
Counselor Labarge,
Counselor
was that a yes? Yes. Okay, and Counselor Maori.
Yes.
Okay, that passes second reading as amended. Carolyn, I want to have a conversation real quick. I think these other zoning ordinances are really important and would like us to be able to have a real substantial conversation about them when we're not at this state at 1 o'clock in the morning. Do you have any concerns about continuing them to April 1st? And are we at all, is there a time clock on them that we should be worried about?
No and no. These came out of public hearing more recently than the two-family. So there's still time. So that would be fine.
Okay, great. So I want to continue. So just so we know what we're talking about. This is continuing 20.181, an ordinance relative to affordable housing on first reading, and 21.189, an ordinance to create an incentive for smaller houses by allowing 2 half-scale units to count as a single family or for density purposes on first reading. Those will be continued to our April 1st meeting. Okay.
I don't know if that requires a motion and a vote, though. I'm sorry. But I would move to continue till April 1st.
Second.
Motion is made by Counselor Dwight, seconded by Counselor Foster. Roll call on continuing, please.
Counselor Quinlan,
Yes.
Counselor Shara.
Yes.
Give me one second. Okay. Counselor Thorpe,
Yes.
Counselor Dwight,
Yes.
Counselor Foster,
Yes.
Counselor Jarrett,
Yes.
Counselor Labarge.
Yes.
Counselor Maori,
Yes.
and Counselor Nash.
Yes.
Okay, those have moved to April 1st. Let's do, Carolyn, do you feel like you need to stay for the other second readings? Because we'll do those now.
There are no zoning ones, I don't think.
Oh, you're right, there's the demo one.
Yeah, no, I don't need to say.
All right, good night, thank you.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. For
In that case, since, okay, there's nobody here waiting for anything else, right? So I'm going to bring us back up, and that brings us to the consent agenda. I'm going to read it, ask for removals, and then there'll be a motion. On the consent agenda, minutes of February 18th, 2021. And the other item is the appointment to the planning board. This is for referral to city services. This is Samuel Taylor, full member, 245 North Street, for the term July 2020 to June 2023. This is a reappointment. Those are the items on the consent agenda. Any removals? Seeing none.
Move
Motion.
approval. Move approval.
Second.
Motion's made by Counselor Dwight, seconded by Counselor Jarrett. Roll call, please, on the consent agenda.
Counselor Shara,
Yes.
Counselor Thorpe,
Yes.
Counselor Dwight,
Yes.
Counselor Foster,
Yes.
Counselor Jarrett,
Yes.
Counselor Labarge,
yes.
Counselor Maori,
Yes.
Counselor Nash,
Yes.
and Counselor Quinlan.
Yes.
Okay, we are now recessing for finance. And Laura, will you please call the roll on finance?
Counselor Labarge,
Yes.
Counselor Quinlan,
Here.
Counselor Shara,
Here.
and Counselor Thorpe.
Here.
First item are the minutes of February 18th, 2021. Is there a motion on those?
Move to approve the minutes.
Second.
Motion is made by Counselor Quinlan, seconded by Counselor Labarge. Any discussion? Roll call, please, Laura.
Counselor Labarge,
Yes.
Counselor Quinlan,
Yes.
Counselor Shara,
Yes.
and Counselor Thorpe.
Yes.
Okay, those pass, and we're at 21.205. These are to establish the water and sewer rates for FY 2022. Ordered that effective July 1st, 2021. The per 100 cubic foot CCF rates for water and sewer for fiscal year 2022 will remain unchanged from fiscal year 2021. Rates will remain as follows. Water, where's that coming from? Customers with 1 inch meter or smaller, tier 1 consumption 0 to 16 CCF, $4.51 per CCF. Tier 2 consumption greater than 16 CCF. Whoever's unmuted, mute yourself. Greater than 16 CCF, $6.09 per CCF. Customers with meter larger than 1 inch, all consumption $5.99 per CCF. Sewer non-metered $7.86 per CCF based on 80% of metered water consumption. Metered $7.86 per CCF. Good morning, Mayor Narkowitz.
I have nothing to add. I mean, I think we hashed it out. I think we hashed it out during the public hearing. So unless there's specific questions, I hope you'll support not increasing water and sewer rates for FY 2022.
Counselors, any questions or comments? Roll call on wait, did we take a hold on. Did we put this on the floor?
Move to approve, move
Thank
to
you.
move forward with a positive recommendation.
Second.
Motion's made by Counselor Quinn, seconded by Counselor Thorpe. No discussion I'm seeing, so roll call on a positive recommendation, please.
Counselor Labarge.
Yep.
Counselor Labarge, that was a yes. Okay. Counselor Quinlan,
Yes.
Counselor Shara,
Yes.
and Counselor Thorpe.
Yes.
Okay, that moves forward. Motion to.
Move to adjourn finance.
Second.
Motion made by Counselor Quinn and seconded by Counselor Thorpe. Roll call on adjourning, please.
Counselor Labarge. Counselor Quinlan,
Yes.
Counselor Shara,
Yes.
and Counselor Thorpe.
Yes.
Okay, we are back in the full council and we're picking up the water and sewer rates. So 21.205, order to establish water and sewer rates for FY 2022. This is on first reading.
Move approval, please.
Second it.
Oh boy. Motion was made by Counselor Dwight and by a cast of others. Counselor Labarge seconded it. Any discussion? Seeing none, roll call, please, Laura.
Counselor Shara,
Yes.
okay. Counselor Thorpe,
Yes.
Counselor Dwight,
Yes.
Counselor Foster,
Yes.
Counselor Jarrett,
Yes.
Counselor Labarge,
Yes.
Counselor Maori,
Yes.
Counselor Nash,
Yes.
and Counselor Quinlan.
Okay, that passes in first reading. Moving on to financial orders on second reading, 21.202, in order to authorize acceptance of gifts of labor and materials for sidewalk repair or replacement.
Move to
Move
approve.
approval.
Motion made by Counselor Labarge, seconded by Counselor Dwight. Any discussion on second reading? Seeing none, roll call, please, Laura.
Counselor Thorpe,
Yes.
Counselor Dwight,
Yes.
Counselor Foster,
Yes.
Counselor Jarrett,
Yes.
Counselor Labarge,
Yes.
Counselor Maori,
Yes.
Counselor Nash,
Yes. Can you hear me? Sorry.
Yes.
Counselor Quinlan,
Yes.
and Counselor Shara.
Yes. That passes in second reading. Next is 21.203, in order to discontinue a portion of Sherman Avenue. This is on second reading.
Move approval, please.
Second.
Motion is
Rachel.
made by Counselor Dwight, seconded by Counselor Maori. Any discussion? Seeing none, roll call, please, Laura.
Counselor Dwight,
Yes.
Counselor Foster,
Yes.
Counselor Jarrett,
Yes.
Counselor Labarge,
Yes.
Counselor Maori,
Yes. Yes.
Counselor Nash,
Yes.
Counselor Quinlan,
Yes.
Counselor Shara,
Yes.
and Counselor Thorpe.
Yes.
Okay, that passes in second reading. We're on to 21.211, in order further extending 20.062, temporary suspension of certain ordinances to reopen restaurants.
Move
And
approval.
Second it.
motion's been made by Counselor Dwight, seconded by Counselor Labarge. This is upon the recommendation of Mayor David Janarkowitz. Whereas on June 4th, 2020, the Northampton City Council entered Order 20.062, which suspended the effect of certain ordinances in order to facilitate the use of public property for outdoor dining in response to the COVID-19 pandemic. And whereas Order 20.062 expired by its terms on November 15th, 2020, and whereas on November 12th, 2020, the City Council extended Order 20.062 to March 31st, 2021 by Order 20.149, and whereas the Mayor desires to further extend Order 20.062 as amended, now therefore the Northampton City Council orders as follows. Ordered that paragraph 6 of Order 20.062 as amended by Order 20.149 shall be further amended by striking the phrase, quote, March 31st, 2021, end quote, and inserting in its place the phrase, quote, November 1st, 2021, or 60 days after the governor of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts rescinds the declared state of emergency, whichever is sooner, end quote. All other provisions of Order 21.062 shall remain in full force and effect. It's already on the floor, and Mayor Narkowitz.
Yes, so this was the order that we brought forward that allowed us to set up the temporary outdoor dining. And we already have establishments downtown that have gone to the License Commission, including this afternoon, who are applying for the necessary permits to be able to do that again and stand that up again. And we're already working with them on plans. Our goal is to try to get outdoor dining set back up, weather permitting, by April 1st. And so many of the restaurants on Lower Main Street, Strong Avenue, Market Street, although we're not planning to go to one way again on Market Street, and a few selected places on Upper Main Street and some other side streets like, Packard's, et cetera, want to do outdoor dining again. So this will allow us to do that and to, continue that. Masking for November 1st because, we assume that folks are going to want to keep this outdoor dining up through the summer and into the, fall when hopefully students return. So we just chose November 1st because, that was effectively when we pulled all the blocks and shut everything down last year because the weather started to turn. So that's why we use that date.
Okay. Any questions or comments? Councilor Jarrett.
Yeah, I noticed last year the addition of mask-free zones in Pulaski Park where people could take a break from masks and eat something. Do you think that's been effective and provided sufficient space for people? And would you plan to do something like that again?
Yeah, that was an initiative that the health director tried, and I think the goal was to give people a space where they could, take a break and take their mask off, and so I'm depending on where we are in mask wearing and vaccinations, I would assume the health director will try to do that again. Yeah.
Councilor Nash.
Yes, Mayor, I felt, oh, good, I'm on. I felt the one-way on Market Street was effective and just want to throw that out there. I know it sounds like it's not on the table, but I thought it was an effective way to handle traffic on Market Street.
No doubt about it. And I think, we're talking to Meg Sullivan at Joe's, and I'm not sure they're planning to do as an extensive an outdoor. They may do something outdoor in the parking spots, but we're thinking it won't be enough to impinge on the travel lanes. So that's why we may not, but obviously, we'll have the authority if it turns out that they do want to do something more extensive.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Other questions or comments? Okay, seeing none, roll call, and I'll note 2 readings are requested.
Councillor Foster,
Yes.
Councillor Jarrett,
Yes.
Councillor Labarge,
Yes.
Councillor Maori,
Yes.
Councillor Nash,
Yes.
Councillor Quinlan,
Yes.
Councillor Shara,
Yes.
Councillor Thorpe,
Yes.
and Councillor Dwight.
Yes, and move to suspend rules, please.
Second it.
Motion's been made by Councilor Dwight, seconded by Councilor Labarge to suspend rules. Any discussion? Roll call on suspension of rules, please.
Councillor Jarrett,
Yes.
Councillor Labarge,
Yes.
Councillor Maori,
Yes.
Councillor Nash,
Yes.
Councillor Quinlan,
Yes.
Councillor Shara,
Yes.
Councillor Thorpe,
Yes.
Councillor Dwight,
Yes.
and Councillor Foster.
Yes.
Move second reading, please.
Second.
Motion's made by Councilor Dwight, seconded by Councilor Foster on second reading. Any discussion? Roll call, please, Laura.
Councillor Labarge,
Yes.
Councillor Maori,
Yes.
Councillor Nash,
Yes.
Councillor Quinlan,
Yes.
Councillor Shara,
Yes.
Councillor Thorpe,
Yes.
Councillor Dwight,
Yes.
Councillor Foster,
Yes.
and Councillor Jarrett.
Yes.
Okay, that passes in 2 readings. Moving down to 20.182, an ordinance relative to demolition review for historically significant buildings. This is on second reading.
Move to
Move
approve.
approval.
Motion made by Counselor Labarge, seconded by Counselor Dwight. Any discussion on second reading? Seeing none, roll call please, Laura. Sorry.
Counselor Maori,
Yes.
Counselor Nash,
Yes.
Counselor Quinlan,
Yes.
Counselor Shara,
Yes.
Counselor Thorpe,
Yes.
Counselor Dwight,
Yes.
Counselor Foster,
Yes.
Counselor Jarrett,
Yes.
and Counselor Labarge.
Yes.
Okay, that passes in second reading. Scooting down to 18, I'm going to note that this will be on the agenda for April 1st in the form of a resolution for the formation of a select committee. And tell me, did I miss anything? I think I got them all. Yeah, we're good? All right.
Nailed it.
You know what to
I
do.
move to adjourn, please.
Second.
Motion made by Counselor Dwight, seconded by Counselor Nash. Roll call, please, on adjourning, Laura.
Counselor Nash,
Yes.
Counselor Quinlan,
Yes.
Counselor Shara,
Yes.
Counselor Thorpe,
Yes.
Counselor Dwight,
Yes.
Counselor Foster,
Yes.
Counselor Jarrett,
Yes.
Counselor Labarge,
Yes.
and Counselor Maori.
Yes.
Okay, everybody.